Chapter 1. Breaking the Heavens. Summer cicada suspenseful fantasy. When the meaning of life is no longer there, do you get lost, stick to the old rules, or find the secret? According to the legend, there are billions of heavenly Tao powers. If you get one, you will be strong, if you get two, you will be crazy, and if you get three, you will dominate the world. As for him, he possessed 4 of them. He has been crowned as a peerless demon. Is it a lie or a hope? He used to have a unique logical thinking, but it also changed with age. How can he get out of this encirclement? How can he break the heavy shackles and protect everything around him? How can he break the invisible hand behind him? He wants to dig out all the secrets, understand all the past, and restore the truth. Life is like this, to the left or to the right, to take a step back or to take a step forward. However, when the left is a flood, when the right is a cliff, when the next step is a dead end, when the previous step is nothingness, he still can't stop his footstep. The only thing he can tell himself is one sentence. If that day is not fair, break it. Immortal Spirit Curse. Female channel by Yowzi. Mother pushed me in front of a beautiful man, forcibly took off my clothes, and said, "If you want to live, you have to bow to heaven and earth with him, or be his disciple." Thus, I tearfully became Fu Huayuan's disciple. Since then, I have wandered the world, not stopping until I die. I put the knife on Fu Huayuan's neck. "Did you put this damned immortal spirit curse on me?" He was like the moonlight, lightly said, "Lovesickness is not free, where did I find the time to curse you?" Then why didn't you continue to be lovesickness in the 9 heavens? Why did you come to the human world? After all, lovesickness is not as good as meeting. 500 years ago, who used the blood of thousands of immortal spirits to nourish the mandate of heaven, who tossed and turned for years, only to exchange for the 3 lives curse bone-devouring reincarnation, the shameless of hot-blooded youth. Hot-blooded city, author. Bayou. Because of a moment of youthful impulse, I went from a good student to a problematic student in the eyes of the school and teachers. Fighting, smoking, surfing the internet, when my parents and teachers shook their heads and sighed at me, there were a few stupid children who accompanied me. When I was heartbroken, they patted me on the shoulder. I cried over a small matter, "Are they still men?" When I was hit, he picked up the baseball bat and looked at me with a faint smile. "It's okay, I'll fix it for you." When the whole world betrayed me, these few brats stood behind me calmly. "Don't be afraid, little Yang. Don't be afraid." I thought that time was merciless, but no matter how much time has passed, these people still haven't abandoned me. I once asked them why, and they said that they were worried because the child was too young. Chapter 2. Ancient Sword Continent, Xingfeng Nation. On a majestic mountain range to the west of Azure Cloud County, there was a mist that lingered all year round. In this mountain range, there were countless towering peaks that pierced through the clouds. The Azure Edge Sword Sect was located on this mountain range. At this moment, on the peak of the mountain behind the Azure Edge Sword Sect, a 15-year-old man dressed in black sat quietly on the peak. There was a deep look in his eyes as he looked down at the entire Azure Edge Sword Sect. "It's been 3 days, Fang Chen mumbled to himself. 3 days ago, Fang Chen was still a student in a university on Earth. However, 3 nights ago, something unexpected happened that caused Fang Chen to transmigrate to the present. It was a dark night. Fang Chen went out to play with his classmate. Because he had something to do, he left early and walked back to school alone. Fang Chen vaguely remembered that when he was about to return to school, the sky was suddenly filled with thunder and dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, it started raining heavily. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen felt his vision blur. He did not know if it was an illusion or reality. Then, he saw the sky being torn apart and a golden sword piercing towards him. Fang Chen wanted to dodge, but his body was unable to move. Under his horrified gaze, Fang Chen realized that the golden sword that had descended from the sky had pierced his chest. In the next moment, Fang Chen lost consciousness. When Fang Chen woke up again, he realized that he had appeared in a strange world and had come back to life. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that he had actually transmigrated. Furthermore, his soul had transmigrated into the body of a dead disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect who had the same name as him. Fang Chen of the Azure Edge Sword sect was an outer disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. However, because of his low talent and slow cultivation, he was called trash by the outer disciples of the sect. The reason Fang Chen died was because he had a dispute with an outer sect disciple 3 days ago. The two of them fought, and the result was naturally that Fang Chen, who had a lower cultivation base, fell unconscious and eventually died. When Fang Chen woke up, he was in an unfamiliar place. Naturally, he was a little panicked. However, after 3 days, Fang Chen had already accepted this reality. He didn't want to think about Earth anymore. Since he had transmigrated here, he had to live well. Maybe one day he would be able to return to Earth. In these 3 days, Fang Chen finally understood the entire Green Edge Sword sect. The Azure Edge Sword sect was located in one of the counties of the Divine Wind Nation, the Azure Cloud County. There were many sects in the Cyan Cloud County, and the Qinfeng Sword sect was one of them. However, the overall strength of the Qinfeng Sword sect was very weak, and was considered the weakest sect in the Cyan Cloud County. There were many disciples in the Qinfeng Sword sect, and they were divided into outer and inner disciples. The dead Fang Chen was killed because he offended an outer disciple called Liang Yong. Since I've taken over your body and resurrected, I will avenge you, Fang Chen said in a low voice, clenching his fist. This world was completely different from Earth. This was a world where martial arts were respected. All the martial artists in this world were cultivating. Martial artists could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their bodies. When they reached a certain level, they could even overturn rivers and seas. As for Fang Chen, he also understood the cultivation system of this world's warriors. A martial artist's first realm was the Qi refining realm, followed by the Qi transformation realm. Each realm was divided into 9 subrealms. At this moment, Fang Chen was only a martial artist in the Qi refining realm. He was considered the weakest disciple in the Qinfeng Sword sect. Other than Fang Chen, the weakest outer disciple in the Qinfeng Sword sect was at the second realm of the Qi refining realm. After 3 days in this world, Fang Chen had gradually learned some cultivation method. The first step of a martial artist's cultivation was to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their bodies. A Qi refining realm martial artist only had the strength of 1 bull, while a second realm martial artist had the strength of 2 bulls. The difference in strength was very large. Right now I need to improve my strength. Fang Chen made a decision. In the outer sect, he was called trash. He was already 15 years old, but he was only at the first realm of the Qi refining realm. If he wanted revenge, he had to improve his strength. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen slowly stood up and began to cultivate. Fang Chen closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and punched out repeatedly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly entered Fang Chen's body, tempering it. Ha! Roars after roars could be heard. Before long, Fang Chen was sweating profusely and panting. This body is really weak. I've only cultivated for a while, and I'm already exhausted. Fang Chen was speechless. No wonder this body was called trash. This body was too weak. He had only cultivated for less than 15 minutes, and he was already so tired. No, he had to strengthen his body first. Only when his body was strong enough could he support his cultivation. Next, Fang Chen continued to work hard to temper his body. Just as Fang Chen was panting and resting after throwing out a punch, a few ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Isn't that trash Fang Chen? He's not dead? He's really lucky. He's not dead even after being beaten up by senior brother Liang. He's really lucky. He was knocked unconscious by senior brother Liang 3 days ago. I didn't expect him to be so lively 3 days later. Looks like Senior Brother Liang went too easy on him. At this moment, 3 outer court disciples noticed Fang Chen halfway up the mountain. Their faces were full of mockery. When Fang Chen heard this, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. He immediately recovered his composure and focused on his training. Seeing Fang Chen ignore them, the 3 of them were a little angry. Fang Chen, you trash. Just wait for Senior Brother Liang to deal with you. One of them snorted coldly, and the 3 of them immediately left. Strength is the most important thing. Fang Chen deeply felt that he urgently needed to improve his strength. Only then would he not be bullied. Since that so-called Senior Brother Liang wanted to kill him, he would definitely strike again when he found out that he was still alive. Liang Yong was a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qi cultivation realm. His strength had reached the strength of 2 bulls. With Fang Chen's current body, there was no way he could withstand a single punch from Liang Yong. Continue to train. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and began to train. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, Fang Chen almost couldn't hold on a few times. However, he persevered with his perseverance. However, after 2 hours, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Huff, huff, huff. Fang Chen was panting and his face was covered in sweat. I can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen said with a bitter smile. Fang Chen already had the idea of sitting down on the ground to rest. However, at this moment, his heart started to beat rapidly. Immediately after, Fang Chen was surprised to find that a clear stream flowed out from his heart. This clear stream instantly circulated throughout his body. In the next moment, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the tiredness in his body had completely disappeared. His body was instantly filled with energy. How can this be? What is this clear stream? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. What was going on? He felt that the clear stream was flowing out from his heart. However, as a Qi transformation realm martial artist, he had just started to communicate with the world spirit Qi and absorb it to temper his body. He simply couldn't see his own internal organs. He could clearly feel this stream of energy in his body, but he couldn't discover it. Fang Chen was very puzzled. However, what happened next caused Fang Chen to cry out in surprise. Because his eyes inadvertently scanned his own body. He was shocked to find that he could see everything in his body, including his heart. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Fang Chen the most. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that his heart had actually turned golden. How can my heart turn golden? Fang Chen cried out in surprise. He felt that this was inconceivable. How can a person's heart turn golden? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. Could it be because of that golden sword? Fang Chen instantly thought of how he had transmigrated. Comparing it to his heart, he found that the golden sword that had pierced his chest was the exact same color as his heart. Just what was going on? Could it be that he had transmigrated because of that golden sword? Then why had the golden sword disappeared? Why did my heart turn golden? After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen did his best to regain his composure. He immediately began to examine his heart to see if there were any changes. However, after examining it, Fang Chen found that besides his heart turning golden, there was nothing special about it. At this moment, Fang Chen was certain that the reason he could see his body was definitely because of his golden heart. When I was panting, my heart started beating and the clear stream appeared, Fang Chen said faintly. After that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. Because of that clear stream, Fang Chen's physical strength was particularly abundant. This time, he cultivated for a full 4 hours before he felt tired. It's here. Fang Chen felt his heart beat faster again. This time, Fang Chen directly looked into his heart to see what was going on. After his heart beat faster a few times, Fang Chen found that a clear stream suddenly flowed out from his golden heart. It directly spread to his limbs and bones, instantly filling his body with strength. "It really is because of the heart," Yi Xingchen exclaimed. In this way, Fang Chen repeatedly tested it 3 or 4 times before he finally understood that the golden heart could release a clear stream when his body was weak, allowing his body to instantly recover its strength. After making this discovery, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Perhaps this was the so-called, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Since he couldn't figure out the relationship between the golden sword and the golden heart, he didn't want to think too much about it. After all, the golden heart didn't feel any discomfort at the moment. On the contrary, it was providing him with strength. With this clear stream, my cultivation will be much faster. Fang Chen clenched his fist and smiled. After that, Fang Chen began to practice his fist technique. The fist technique that he was practicing was the most basic fist technique of the Qinfeng sword sect. It was also a fist technique that strengthened the body of the Qinfeng sword sect. Every disciple was allowed to practice it. The refining fist technique had a total of 9 stages. After cultivating the first 3 stages, one would have the strength of 1 bull, equivalent to a disciple in the first layer of the Qi refining realm. After cultivating the middle 3 stages, one would have the strength of 2 bulls, equivalent to a disciple in the second layer of the Qi refining realm. After that, one would have the strength of 3 bulls, equivalent to a disciple in the third layer of the Qi refining realm. In the entire Qinfeng sword sect, there were only a few people who could cultivate the refining fist technique to the last 3 stages. Fang Chen cultivated the refining fist technique to the 3rd stage, which gave him the strength of 1 bull, equivalent to a disciple in the first layer of the Qi refining realm. Refining fist technique. With a shout, Fang Chen clenched his fists and punched out. With a kacha sound, the large rock in the distance instantly shattered. This scene caused Fang Chen to be a little surprised. How is this possible? Chapter 3. The fact that the body refining fist had reached the 4th layer greatly shocked Fang Chen. However, after a short moment, Fang Chen returned to normal. That was because he knew that all these changes were because of that strange golden heart. The golden heart not only allowed him to see his body, but also provided him with an endless supply of energy. In short, Fang Chen found that the golden heart was a great help to him. The body refining fist has reached the 4th layer, and my strength has reached the strength of 2 oxen. But it's still not enough. Liang Yong's body refining fist has reached the 6th layer at the very least, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After reaching the 4th layer, Fang Chen prepared to stop cultivating. He had already cultivated for a long time today. Soon after, he turned and left. Fang Chen was prepared to bury the matter of the golden heart deep in his heart. It was a matter of great importance. If others found out that he had a golden heart that could provide him with an endless supply of energy, he would definitely be schemed against by people with ulterior motive. With the help of the golden heart, it won't take long for me to reach the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm. Fang Chen smiled. When Fang Chen passed by the Azure Edge Sword Sect's outer sect practice field, a few disciples stopped cultivating and looked at Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with mockery. "Li Jun, what's there to see about this piece of trash? Hurry up and cultivate," a crew-cut disciple said impatiently. "This kid is really lucky." He was heavily injured by senior brother Liang, but he recovered so quickly. The disciple called Li Jun said thoughtfully. "Look, that martial artist is Fang Chen. A piece of trash who offended senior brother Liang." For a moment, the practice field was filled with whispers. Although their voices were very soft, as martial artists, their spiritual senses were very sharp. When Fang Chen heard these mocking voices, his body froze for a moment. In the end, he took a deep breath and left. However, just as Fang Chen took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped. A ferocious aura was emitted from his body. Fang Chen really is a spineless coward. If he doesn't kill himself, then what's the point of living? This voice came from Li Jun. When he heard this voice, Fang Chen was unable to restrain the flames of rage in his heart any longer. He immediately turned around and glared angrily at Li Jun. "Look at yourself in the mirror before you call others a good-for-nothing," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Li Jun was also startled when he heard Fang Chen's words. Soon after, he spoke in a dense manner. Normally, Fang Chen, who was publicly recognized as trash, would not dare to treat them like this. But now, Fang Chen actually dared to talk about Li Jun in front of so many people. What's there to be afraid of? Are you saying that you're allowed to call others a good-for-nothing, but you're not allowed to be called a good-for-nothing? Fang Chen snapped. Fang Chen, you're courting death. What qualifications does a piece of trash like you have to point fingers at me, Li Jun? Li Jun said angrily and icily. The numerous disciples in the martial practice field were all whispering amongst themselves. That made Li Jun even more furious. He wanted to make that trash Fang Chen lose all face. You keep on calling others trash. Don't tell me you're a genius from the very beginning? Didn't you also cultivate from the first heaven stage of qi refining until now? Fang Chen retorted. Trash genius Fang Chen, although the difference between the first and second heaven stage of qi refining is only one stage, the difference between them is too great. You're already 15 years old, but you're only at the first heaven stage of qi refining. With your talent, even cultivating to the second heaven stage of qi refining would be difficult. In front of you, I'm a genius. Li Jun was at the second heaven stage of qi refining. At the same time, he had cultivated the body refining fist to the fifth heaven stage. In Li Jun's eyes, Fang Chen wasn't even worth mentioning. He, Fang Chen, was a complete piece of trash. That's right. Fang Chen, you piece of trash. You actually want to be mentioned in the same breath as senior brother Li Jun. What a joke. A few disciples who had a good relationship with Li Jun spoke out. Fang Chen looked around at the crowd. His eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth were raised. His face was full of disdain. Genius, I think you're just an idiot, Fang Chen said sternly. If it was the original owner of this body, he definitely wouldn't have dared to say such words. But now, this body was under Fang Chen's control. Fang Chen's character wasn't as cowardly as the original owner. If someone insulted him, he would return the insult 100 times over. That was his principle. Moreover, Fang Chen also had something to rely on. His body refining fist had reached the fourth heaven stage. Although he hadn't broken through yet, it was only a matter of time. The current him already had the strength of 2 bulls. Even if he faced Li Jun, he would be able to escape unscathed. Sure enough, after hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Jun was angry. Good. Fang Chen, I'll let you know how the trash that you spoke of defeated you. After Li Jun said those words, he suddenly threw out a punch. The fifth heaven stage of body refining fist was instantly displayed. A tyrannical force directly gathered from Li Jun's body on his fist. Roar. 2 roars came out, indicating that Li Jun had the strength of 2 bulls. Fang Chen is a bit ignorant. His strength is so weak, but he actually dared to provoke Li Jun. Yes, Fang Chen is looking for trouble. Li Jun's strength, in the outer sect, can be regarded as below average. Fang Chen can't withstand a punch from Li Jun. It's really a self-inflicted disaster. Many disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. They thought that Li Jun could send Fang Chen flying with a punch. Calmly standing there, Fang Chen's eyes slightly moved. Staring at Li Jun who was attacking him, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Fang Chen clenched his fists and used the body refining fist. His body's strength instantly erupted. Roar. A roar was heard as Fang Chen's fist collided with Li Jun's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, a figure was instantly sent flying. Everyone looked over and was instantly incomparably shocked. The one sent flying wasn't Fang Chen, but Li Jun. Just what was going on? It was also at this moment that a second roar was heard. Many disciples were incomparably shocked. Fang Chen had clearly cultivated to the strength of 2 bulls. How is this possible? Fang Chen sent Li Jun flying with a single punch. Fang Chen withdrew his fist and coldly looked at Li Jun lying on the ground. At this time, Li Jun was seriously injured, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Trash. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left, leaving behind the many shocked disciples. Senior brother Li Jun, are you all right? A few disciples who had a good relationship with Li Jun ran over to him and asked worriedly. Li Jun could not hold back. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the courtyard, Fang Chen had just returned when he heard a knock on his door. When he opened the door, 2 disciples ran in, panting. They carefully sized up Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I heard that you had an argument with Li Jun. How are you? Are you all right? The one who spoke was the fatty Xiao Shan, one of Fang Chen's best friends. Fang Chen, did Li Jun bully you? That son of a bitch, let me go destroy him. This was also Fang Chen's best friend, Jiang He. Jiang He and Xiao Shan were Fang Chen's best friends in the Azure Edge Sword sect. They were very loyal to Fang Chen. Although everyone said that Fang Chen was trash, Jiang He and Xiao Shan did not think so. Today, Jiang He and Xiao Shan, who were cultivating, heard that Fang Chen had a conflict with Li Jun. Afraid that Fang Chen would be at a disadvantage, they rushed over. Fang Chen looked at his 2 best friends and felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, I'm fine. Fang Chen, are you really fine? Would Li Jun let you off so easily? Xiao Shan asked as he sized up Fang Chen. Jiang He also stared at Fang Chen. The latter smiled faintly and did not hide anything. He told his 2 best friends about how he defeated Li Jun. What? You actually defeated Li Jun? Fang Chen, you broke through? The 2 best friends asked in pleasant surprise. It's just the 4th layer of the body tempering fist, Fang Chen said. Brat, you actually broke through without anyone noticing. Ha! Jiang He and Xiao Shan laughed out loud. After a long time, Jiang He withdrew his smile and said worriedly, Fang Chen, you defeated Li Jun in public. Liang Yong will not let you off. Liang Yong tried to kill you 3 days ago. He definitely won't let you off this time, Jiang He added. Liang Yong was a pinnacle martial artist of the 2nd tier of Qi refinement and was very strong. Jiang He and Xiao Shan were not his match, which was why they could not protect Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you might have improved a lot, but you are still not Liang Yong's match, Xiao Shan reminded him. I heard that Liang Yong went out on a mission and will only return in half a month. With his hatred for you, he will definitely attack you. You have to be careful, Jiang He said. Fang Chen smiled faintly at that and said, Do you have so little confidence in me? Xiao Shan and Jiang He were very confused when they saw the current Fang Chen. It was as if Fang Chen had become a different person. There was a sharpness about him that was not there before. Seeing Fang Chen's serious face, Xiao Shan and Jiang He actually nodded at the same time. Fang Chen, we want to trust you. If Liang Yong dares to touch you again, we will stop him even if we have to risk our lives, the big Xiao Shan said. Fang Chen, cultivate well. Come find us if you need anything. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Jiang He said goodbye to Xiao Shan. When Fang Chen was the only one left in the courtyard, Fang Chen took out a book from his clothes. One Qi sword, an unorthodox sword technique. It was one of the trashiest cultivation methods in the Green Edge Sword sect. I can only cultivate it for now, Fang Chen said with a pained smile. Before reaching the 2nd tier of Qi refinement, one could not enter the outer sect's cultivation method hall to choose a cultivation method. Hence, Fang Chen could only cultivate this unorthodox cultivation method. One Qi sword could only be cultivated by a disciple like Fang Chen, who was only at the 1st tier of Qi refinement. Opening the book, Fang Chen started cultivating. Soon, the chant for the one Qi sword appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen followed the chant and cultivated. Just as Fang Chun cultivated the one qi sword, the golden heart beat faster. Then, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen instantly stood up. Holding the sword in his hand, he brandished it and sent out a strange sword light. Puchi! The sword light appeared in the sky and only lingered for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Chapter 4. In an instant, he had successfully cultivated the first level of the single aura sword. This shocked Fang Chen a little. However, after a while, Fang Chen regained his composure. This was because he knew that this was all because of the golden heart. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that the golden heart could not only provide him with an endless supply of energy, but it could also increase the speed at which he cultivated his sword technique. It must be because of that golden sword. Fang Chen's face was filled with surprise as he thought to himself. This series of changes shocked Fang Chen. He had originally thought that cultivating the single aura sword would take some time, but he had never imagined that he would be able to cultivate the first level in the blink of an eye. The single aura sword had a total of 3 levels, and Fang Chen had already cultivated the first level. Let's try and see if I can cultivate the second level in one go, Fang Chen said, slightly tempted. Then, Fang Chen used the chant for the second level of the single aura sword. However, to his surprise, the golden heart did not beat faster again. Naturally, he did not succeed in cultivating the second level of the single aura sword. Could it be that I have not reached perfection in the first level? Other than this, Fang Chen could not think of any other reason. After that, Fang Chen tried a few more times, but the golden heart did not move at all. This made Fang Chen even more certain of his thoughts. Although he was unable to cultivate the single aura sword in one go, it was still not easy to cultivate at such a speed. Furthermore, Fang Chen felt that the golden heart was not ordinary. As his strength increased, he would definitely be able to understand the difference between the golden heart and the golden heart. The golden heart has allowed me to have a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. It is very easy to comprehend sword technique. This is my strength, and I must make good use of it, Fang Chen said in a low voice as he clenched his fists. The golden heart was Fang Chen's greatest secret. It was also his greatest reliance. He was confident that he could break through to the second level of the qi refinement realm in an extremely short amount of time. Just like that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate in his independent courtyard. Half a month later, outer disciple Liang Yong came out of seclusion. He had reached the peak of the second LV of the qi refining realm, which was considered average among the outer disciples. Liang Yong exiting seclusion attracted the attention of many outer court disciples. They felt that a wonderful show was about to arrive. Sure enough, the first thing Liang Yong heard when he came out was about Fang Chen. After Liang Yong finished listening, his expression was incomparably gloomy. A surge of anger appeared in his heart. That damnable bastard actually didn't die, said Liang Yong icily. Senior brother Liang, not only did this brat not die, he even defeated Li Jun in one move. A disciple at the side whispered. Hearing these words, Liang Yong's anger finally exploded. Trash will always be trash. Even if his strength has improved a little, he's still not my match, Liang Yong said in a deep voice. Senior brother Liang, what should we do next? Asked a disciple. He was lucky that he didn't die last time. This time, I'll definitely kill him. Liang Yong muttered to himself. At this moment, many outer court disciples had gathered in the square. Most of them were here to watch the show. And at the center of the square stood Liang Yong. After reaching the peak of the second LV of the qi refining realm, Liang Yong was even more disdainful of Fang Chen. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Liang Yong thought to himself. Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the distance. They were Xiao Shan and Jiang He, Fang Chen's best friends. Senior brother Liang, those 2 fellows are Fang Chen's best friends. A sharp-eyed disciple saw the two and said. Hearing this, Liang Yong raised his eyes. A strange smile appeared on his face as he walked step by step toward the two. Xiao Shan and Jiang, he also noticed Liang Yong. Their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately quickened their steps, preparing to leave this troublesome place. However, how could Liang Yong let them do as they wished? Although Xiao Shan and Jiang, he were both in the second LV of the Qi refining realm, they were far from Liang Yong's level. You two, stop right there. Liang Yong's cold voice instantly rang out. Hearing this, Xiao Shan and Jiang he paused for a moment before continuing forward, as if they did not hear Liang Yong's words. Being ignored by the two made Liang Yong's face burn. His heart was burning with rage. I told you two to stop right there. As soon as Liang Yong finished speaking, he clenched his fist and threw a punch at the two of them without hesitation. Rumble, hearing the fist behind them, Xiao Shan and Jiang he were startled. They immediately used all their strength to block. With a bang, the two of them were pushed back, barely managing to block the punch. Liang Yong, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Shan asked, glaring at him. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Fang Chen's best friends. Liang Yong did not give the two of them much chance. He immediately took out his sword. The sword flashed and a shocking attack instantly appeared. Senior brother Liang is so strong. Senior brother Liang has great potential. In time, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the outer disciples. Yes, Xiao Shan and Jiang he are no match for senior brother Liang. At the same time, Fang Chen was cultivating in his courtyard. Fang Chen was cultivating. After half a month of cultivation, Fang Chen's strength had already reached the peak of LV1 Qi cultivation. Right now, he was at the critical juncture of breaking through. Hiss, just as Fang Chen was crazily absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, his golden heart suddenly started beating faster. In the next moment, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the bottleneck had disappeared. He had silently broken through to LV2 Qi cultivation. Is this LV2 Qi cultivation? Fang Chen stopped cultivating and a smile appeared on his face. After half a month of hard work, he had finally broken through to LV2 Qi cultivation. Fang Chen adapted to the strength of LV2 Qi cultivation and found that it was more than twice as strong as before. What surprised Fang Chen was that his refining fist had also reached LV5. Fang Chen slowly stood up and suddenly punched out. All the strength in his body was gathered on his fist, and he instantly punched out. When the fist collided with the ground, two roars could be heard. This meant that Fang Chen now had the strength of two bulls. Although Fang Chen already had the strength of two bulls when he was in Refining Fist LV4, the strength of two bulls at Refining Fist LV5 was much stronger than when he was in Refining Fist LV4. Right now, with the single Qi sword, I don't even fear a martial artist in the later stages of Refining Fist LV2. Fang Chen said confidently. Just as Fang Chen broke through, an outer sect disciple suddenly ran to Fang Chen's courtyard, panting. Fang Chen, bad news. The disciple shouted. When Fang Chen saw the disciple, his expression changed slightly. He immediately asked, "What happened?" Fang Chen recognized this disciple. He was usually close to Jiang He, although he was slightly weaker. Fang Chen, Liang Yong came out of seclusion and ran into Xiao Shan and Jiang He. Before this disciple could finish, Fang Chen left the courtyard like a gust of wind. Liang Yong, if you dare to touch Jiang He and Xiao Shan, I, Fang Chen, will never let you off. Fang Chen did not need to think to know that Liang Yong was targeting Jiang He and Xiao Shan because of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen was very fast and soon appeared in the plaza. Right then, he happened to see Jiang He and Xiao Shan retreating. Slash! A sword light flashed, and Jiang He's body was sent flying. A sword wound appeared on his body, and blood flowed out continuously. Liang Yong, you bastard! Xiao Shan roared furiously when he saw this. However, what awaited him was still a sword light. Slash. Xiao Shan was sent flying. Fang Chen stepped forward and pushed Xiao Shan's body. Are you all right? Fang Chen asked softly as he looked at Liang Yong with a cold gaze. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Liang Yong is targeting you. Leave quickly. Xiao Shan shouted when he discovered Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are not a match for Liang Yong, Jiang he said. Liang Yong, who was about to attack, saw Fang Chen. A ferocious look appeared in his eyes as he said, Fang Chen, to think that a coward like you dares to show up. Xiao Shan and Jiang he have no grudge with you. Why are you attacking them? Fang Chen asked coldly. Fang Chen, you are really lucky. To think that you did not die in the battle half a month ago, Liang Yong said slowly, not answering Fang Chen's question. However, you will die soon, Liang Yong said confidently. Fang Chen helped Xiao Shan and Jiang He to the side. Then, he walked over to Liang Yong and said, If you want me to die, you will have to pay a great price. Trust me, you will not be able to bear that price. Liang Yong frowned slightly. Half a month ago, Fang Chen would not have dared to speak to him like this. He would not even have dared to fight back. It had only been half a month. Could it be that Fang Chen had some fortuitous encounter? Fang Chen, do you think you can escape from me? Liang Yong smiled sinisterly. I, Fang Chen, will definitely take revenge for what happened half a month ago, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Cripple your own cultivation and kneel before me to apologize. Then I might let you off. Otherwise, Liang Yong said. Fang Chen shook his head slightly when he heard this. He was no longer the Fang Chen that Liang Yong could bully. Having lived 2 lives, Fang Chen knew that if he did not want to be bullied, he had to be strong. Moreover, the current Fang Chen was not afraid of Liang Yong after reaching the 2nd tier of the Qi refinement realm. Apologize to Xiao Shan and Jiang He. Fang Chen's words caused the surrounding disciples to cry out in surprise. Fang Chen actually dares to ask senior brother Liang to apologize? Is his brain damaged? He almost died at senior brother Liang's hands half a month ago. Does he think that half a month of bitter cultivation is enough to stop senior brother Liang? To be honest, even if senior brother Liang kills trash like him, the sect will not care. There is no good ending for offending senior brother Liang. Moreover, Fang Chen is so strong. It looks like he is going to suffer. The discussions of the surrounding disciples reached Liang Yong's ears. Chapter 5. If you want to be a hero, you have to know your own limits. Liang Yong's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't think that a trash like Fang Chen would be able to escape from him. Although the Qingfeng sword sect forbade disciples from killing each other, crippling one's cultivation base was still allowed. Half a month ago, Liang Yong had tricked Fang Chen into coming to the life and death arena in order to kill Fang Chen. Although they were in the outer sect's plaza and he couldn't kill, it was still normal for people to be crippled when exchanging pointers. Whether I'm a hero or a coward isn't something you, Liang Yong, have the right to say. Fang Chen could sense a trace of killing intent in Liang Yong's eyes. Liang Yong wanted to kill him, so there was no need for Fang Chen to be nice to such a person. Good, very good. Fang Chen, if I don't cripple your cultivation base today, how will I, Liang Yong, have the face to stay in the Qingfeng sword sect? Liang Yong coldly laughed. Immediately, he clenched his fist tightly and instantly waved it. The strength of his entire body directly gathered on his fist as he violently threw it towards Fang Chen. This punch contained the strength of 2 oxen, and it was the limit of 2 oxen's strength. It was about to reach 3 oxen's strength. Roar. 2 roars were heard from the square. After these 2 roars, an incomparably tyrannical power burst out in an instant. Liang Yong's body refining fist had already reached the 6th level, the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refining. Fang Chen raised his pitch-black eyes and saw Liang Yong's ferocious attack. His lips curled as he clenched his fists and punched out. Roar. Two similar roars came from Fang Chen's body, but they couldn't compare to Liang Yong's. And here I thought you had something to rely on. Who would have thought that it was just the strength of 2 oxen? Liang Yong could tell with a single glance that Fang Chen's body refining fist wasn't as strong as his. Bang! The 2 fists fiercely collided with each other, erupting with an earth-shaking sound. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying, a strange scene appeared. The 2 figures actually took 3 steps back each. This scene surprised Liang Yong a little. You can actually block my attack. Liang Yong carefully sized up Fang Chen. He wanted to see how Fang Chen blocked his attack. There was an uproar in the square. Many outer sect disciples were discussing softly. At this moment, Fang Chen's perlicue hurt a little. His face was expressionless, but in his heart, he sighed. The peak of the 2nd tier of the Qi cultivation realm was indeed powerful. The reason why Fang Chen was able to block Liang Yong's body, refining fist with his body, refining fist with the 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 body, refining fist at the most crucial moment. This Liang Yong is very strong, but if I use the 1 aura sword with all my strength, I won't be afraid. Fang Chen secretly thought to himself. Having his attack blocked by an ant-like person, Liang Yong felt very humiliated. At this moment, he was very angry. You are lucky to be able to block my fist. But now, you will have to bear my strongest attack. As Liang Yong's voice fell, a long sword appeared in his hand. His palm tightly gripped the long sword, and the sword's body emitted waves of sword cries. Azure Sword Technique. Following Liang Yong's angry roar, the long sword in his hand suddenly danced. Following that, in the sky rays of sword light appeared, extremely terrifying. Heavens, Fang Chen actually forced Liang Yong to use the Azure Sword technique. How did a piece of trash do it? Could it be that Fang Chen has been enlightened and his strength has increased? Humph, so what if his strength is tyrannical? It's impossible for him to block the Azure Sword technique. Although many disciples were shocked by Fang Chen's strength, when Liang Yong used the Azure Sword technique, all the disciples supported Liang Yong. The Azure Sword technique that Liang Yong used was an ordinary technique. It was many times stronger than Fang Chen's unrated 1 aura sword. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, only those who had reached the 2nd level of the Qi cultivation realm could choose an ordinary technique. Previously, because Fang Chen was only at the 1st level of the Qi cultivation realm, he could only cultivate the 1 aura sword. His aura was like a rainbow as the sword light filled the sky. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. Immediately, he grasped his long sword and used the 1 aura sword. His 1st level of the 1 aura sword. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen used the 1st level of the 1 aura sword. Although the 1 aura sword was an unrated technique, Fang Chen had already cultivated the 1st level of the 1 aura sword to the perfection realm. Whoosh! The sword light formed by the 1 aura sword collided heavily with Liang Yong's sword light. It resisted for a moment before it was shattered. Let's end this. Liang Yong roared as he pushed the Azure Sword technique to its limits, wanting to cut off one of Fang Chen's arms. Even all the disciples in the square thought that the battle was about to end. However, Fang Chen did not admit defeat. This was just the beginning. The 2nd level of the 1 aura sword. For half a month, Fang Chen cultivated as he practiced the 1 aura sword. A few days ago, he had already cultivated the 2nd level of the 1 aura sword. At this moment, Fang Chen directly used the 2nd level of the 1 aura sword. At the same time, the golden heart beat rapidly a few times. In an instant, a clear stream of energy entered the sword light formed by the 1 aura sword. Immediately, the sword light's aura skyrocketed. To be able to cultivate the 2nd level of the 1 aura sword is not bad. It's a pity that he is still not a match for Senior Liang. Yeah, trash will always be trash. Wanting to defeat Senior Liang is just courting death. Boom, boom, boom in the sky, the two sword lights looked at each other from afar. At this moment, the aura around Fang Chen's body also skyrocketed. Only at this moment did Liang Yong realize that the trash he called Fang Chen had already reached the second level of the Qi cultivation realm. So what if you are at the second level of the Qi cultivation realm? I will still defeat you. Liang Yong snorted coldly as he controlled the sword light in the sky and stabbed it heavily towards Fang Chen. Clang, the two sword lights collided and immediately a burst of sparks erupted. The one aura sword was after all a one aura sword. It was a little weak and could not withstand Liang Yong's sword light. However, just as the sword light of the one aura sword was shaking, a clear stream of energy appeared within the sword light. The moment the clear stream of energy appeared, Liang Yong's sword light was instantly shattered. Gotcha! The sword light shattered. Liang Yong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not believe it. Fang Chen did not give Liang Yong a chance. He took a step forward and the strength of the second level of the Qi cultivation realm exploded. With the help of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen continuously waved the long sword in his hand. Rays of sword light instantly shot out. No, I won't lose. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Fang Chen's attack appeared in front of Liang Yong. Liang Yong's expression changed and he let out an angry roar. Azure Sword Technique. Liang Yong roared and once again used the Azure Sword Technique. Unfortunately, in the end, he was unable to withstand Fang Chen's powerful attack. Liang Yong did not know how many rays of sword light he had sent out. When the last ray of sword light appeared, Liang Yong's body was immediately sent flying, his long sword falling to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chen's figure was like a god of war. His body emitted a monstrous aura as he stood in the middle of the square. Silence. All the disciples stared at this scene with their mouths agape. The trash they called trash had actually defeated Liang Yong, who was at the peak of the second level of the Qi cultivation realm. How could this not be shocking? Heavens, is this real? Fang Chen really defeated Liang Yong? This was what everyone was thinking. Lying on the ground, Liang Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Fang Chen. He didn't understand that Fang Chen had only used the one Qi sword to defeat him. Step by step, Fang Chen's heavy footsteps arrived in front of Liang Yong. He raised his sword. Fang Chen, what are you doing? Liang Yong furiously roared when he saw this. Didn't you just say you were going to cripple me? Asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen, let's end today's battle here. I won't make trouble for you in the future, said Liang Yong. Fang Chen slightly shook his head. It seemed that Liang Yong still didn't understand the situation. Sword light flashed, and Liang Yong let out a miserable cry. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see that a bloody mark had appeared on Liang Yong's body. Fang Chen, you dare attack me? Liang Yong miserably cried out. Fang Chen, let senior apprentice brother Liang go. Let's just forget about this matter. Fang Chen, senior apprentice brother Liang has already lost. Let's end it here, said a few disciples who had a good relationship with Liang Yong. Fang Chen's expression was icy. If the person who lost was me, would Liang Yong let me off? In the face of Fang Chen's questioning, those people no longer said anything. They lowered their heads. If the one who lost was Fang Chen, then they knew that Fang Chen's cultivation base would definitely be crippled. Don't worry, this is the plaza. I won't kill you. I'll first cut off one of your arms as interest, said Fang Chen once more. Fang Chen, you can't touch me. Senior apprentice brother one won't let you off. Liang Yong was heavily injured and was unable to resist. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to cripple him, he let out a terrified cry. Humph, no one can save you, said Fang Chen icily. You'd better stop. Just as Fang Chen was about to slash down, a displeased voice came from the distance. Following that, two figures came from the distance. Seeing them, Liang Yong acted as if he had seen his savior. Senior apprentice brother one, save me. I'll take his arm. Fang Chen didn't turn around. With a wave of his wrist, his sword slashed down on Liang Yong's shoulder, cutting off one of his arms. You dare! The person who came didn't expect that Fang Chen would dare to cripple his disciple in front of him. He wanted to act, but it was already too late. With one of his arms chopped off, Liang Yong let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. The atmosphere in the plaza instantly froze. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen in shock. How dare he chop off Liang Yong's arm in front of senior apprentice brother one? He's really courting death. Yeah, senior apprentice brother one is the #1 disciple in the outer sect. His strength has already reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. He's not someone that Fang Chen can compare to. He's done for. It wasn't easy for him to get rid of the title of trash, but now he's going to be crippled by senior apprentice brother one. Many disciples' expressions changed when they saw Wen Jingyun appear. Just as Wen Jingyun was about to rage, a piercing voice came from beside him. Chapter 6. When he heard that ear-piercing voice, even Fang Chen was infuriated. Many disciples turned to look at the speaker. At this time, a red-robed woman with a voluptuous figure had appeared beside Wen Jingyun. Yi Lin. I didn't expect Yi Lin to also appear. It's said that Liang Yong is targeting Fang Chen because of Wen Jingyun and Yi Lin's support. Yeah, Yi Lin seems to hate Fang Chen a lot. She's always thinking of ways to kill Fang Chen. Now there's a good show. Let's see how Fang Chen deals with this. Yi Lin was wearing a red robe. Her expression was indifferent, but killing intent flashed in her eyes as she looked at Fang Chen. Junior apprentice sister Yi Lin, Fang Chen cut off one of Liang Yong's arms. I'll naturally get my revenge. When Jingyun smiled at Yi Lin. Yi Lin was the Azure Edge Sword Sect's outer sex genius. Her talent was very high and her potential was also very great. At such a young age, her strength had already reached the peak of the outer sect. She was almost on par with Wen Jingyun. Because Yi Lin was strong and beautiful, she quickly became the goddess of the outer sect. However, because of the outer sect's #1 disciple, Wen Jingyun, no one dared to ask for a rebuff. They were all afraid of him. Trash will always be trash. You want to marry my sister? Dream on. Yi Lin's sharp voice rang out in everyone's ears. Fang Chen bitterly smiled. If he remembered correctly, Yi Lin's sister was called Yi Zi. Yi Zi was the genius of Black Cloud City's Yi family. Back then, Black Cloud City's Fang family was also very powerful. As soon as Fang Chen was born, the two family heads had decided to betroth the two of them. However, as time passed, Fang Chen was publicly acknowledged as trash. He had no potential on the martial path. On the other hand, Yi Zi, despite her young age, was already full of glory. Finally, one day the Yi family began to oppose this marriage. However, Fang Chen didn't know what happened next. In his memory, Fang Chen hadn't returned to Black Cloud City for several years. The reason why Yi Lin targeted Fang Chen was because of her sister, Yi Zi. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard this. He immediately said, "It is not up to you to comment on the matters between me and your elder sister. Fang Chen, you piece of trash. You want to be a toad eating swan meat? As long as I, Yi Lin, am here, you won't even be able to see my sister." A sliver of displeasure appeared between Yi Lin's brows when she heard this, as she spoke coldly. "Junior sister Yi Lin, don't be angry. I will personally cripple his cultivation and make him disappear from your sight." At this moment, when Jingyun stepped forward with a smile on his face, preparing to attack Fang Chen. When Jingyun exploded with the aura of a peak 3rd-tier qi refinement cultivator. Fang Chen instantly felt a burst of pressure. Peak 3rd-tier qi refinement cultivator. So strong. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. "Fang Chen, you asked for this." Wen Jingyun's figure flashed. His aura suppressed Fang Chen as he directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Boom! With a punch, Fang Chen's body was immediately sent flying. Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen being attacked by Wen Jingyun, Xiao Shan and Jiang He couldn't hold back anymore. They immediately charged forward, wanting to block Wen Jingyun's attack. Cram, you two pieces of trash. Wen Jingyun was slightly angered as he said coldly. As soon as Wen Jingyun finished speaking, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were sent flying. The sound of bones shattering could be heard from their bodies. Poochie! Jiang He and Xiao Shan fell to the ground, vomiting blood. They wanted to get up, but they were too heavily injured and couldn't. Wen Jingyun, you dare to touch Fang Chen? I'll fight you to the death! Jiang He shouted. However, Wen Jingyun ignored him. Instead, he appeared in front of Fang Chen and punched again, landing directly on Fang Chen's chest. Bang! Fang Chen's chest caved in slightly as he was sent flying. Wen Jingyun, if I, Fang Chen, don't die today, I'll definitely kill you someday. Fang Chen's voice echoed throughout the entire plaza. You won't have that chance. Wen Jingyun didn't want to waste time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Chen's arm, wanting to cripple Fang Chen's cultivation. No! Fang Chen roared angrily. His golden heart was beating rapidly. His body moved horizontally in the air, narrowly avoiding Wen Jingyun's large hand. Wen Jingyun exclaimed softly before attacking again. Enough! Just then, a domineering voice rang out. It's Elder Sky River. He's here. A disciple saw Elder Sky River. Elder Sky River was a deacon elder of the Outer Sect. In the entire Outer Sect, he was the only one who treated Fang Chen better. Elder Sky River appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking Wen Jingyun's attack. Elder Sky River, what is the meaning of this? Wen Jingyun asked sternly. Elder Sky River was clearly trying to protect Fang Chen. How could Wen Jingyun not be angry? We're all Outer Sect disciples. Don't kill each other, Elder Sky River said. Elder Sky River, why didn't you appear when Fang Chen cut off Liang Yong's arm? Yi Lin asked. Fang Chen and Liang Yong are both in the second tier of the Qi refinement realm. Liang Yong only has himself to blame for losing. But you, Wen Jingyun, the #1 disciple in the Outer Sect, actually attacked a disciple in the second tier of the Qi refinement realm, Elder Sky River said slowly. Hearing Elder Sky River's words, Wen Jingyun didn't say anything. He glanced at Yi Lin. Yi Lin snorted coldly. She was quite unhappy. Elder Sky River was obviously trying to protect Fang Chen. She couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen, in the Outer Sect disciple competition in a month's time, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Lin left a threatening sentence and turned to leave. With the elder's appearance, she couldn't touch Fang Chen. Wen Jingyun glared at Fang Chen and left. Thank you, Elder Sky River. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. If not for Elder Sky River's appearance, he wouldn't have been able to block Wen Jingyun's attack. Fang Chen, I've always believed that you are not a fish in a pond. One day you will shine brightly, Elder Sky River said. However, you have offended Wen Jingyun and Yi Lin. It will be difficult for you to move around in the Outer Sect. You must be careful. I can protect you once, but I can't protect you forever. Hearing Elder Sky River's words, Fang Chen nodded heavily. After Wen Jingyun left, the disciples in the plaza dispersed. Soon, Elder Sky River left as well. Fang Chen helped up Jiang He and Xiao Shan, who were lying on the ground. Fang Chen, are you all right? Jiang He asked. I'm fine. What about you guys? Fang Chen asked. Xiao Shan's internal organs are damaged. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in 3 months. At that, Jiang He lowered his head with a gloomy expression. Internal organs were very important to Qi refinement realm martial artists. Once they were damaged, they wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. 1 month later, it would be the Outer Sect disciple competition. Xiao Shan was fated to not be able to participate. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Shan grinned, trying to break the atmosphere. Seeing Xiao Shan's grin, Fang Chen swore to himself that he would help Xiao Shan recover his internal organs within a month. After sending Xiao Shan back, Fang Chen left. When Jing Yun was too ruthless, Jiang he said on the way back. Is there any way to recover his internal organs quickly? Fang Chen asked. It would be great if there were healing pills, Jiang he said. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to get them. Healing pills? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. It's too difficult for outer sect disciples to get healing pills. The Azure Edge Sword sect basically gave all its resources to inner sect disciples, Jiang he said. However, there is another way. What is it? Black Spirit Grass. If we can get the Black Spirit Grass, we can recover Xiao Shan's internal organs, Jiang he said. Black Spirit Grass. Fang Chen thought about it carefully. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had finished cultivating the 3rd level of the single breath sword. Fang Chen was very happy that the one aura sword technique had been cultivated to perfection and its power was vaguely comparable to the incomplete Azure sword technique. Of course, it was all because of the golden heart. It's time to choose a cultivation method, Fang Chen said. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, outer sect disciples could enter the cultivation method hall and choose a normal cultivation method once they reached the 2nd tier of qi refinement. Fang Chen had already calculated. After choosing a cultivation method, he was prepared to leave the sect for a short while and go to the Black Wind mountain range. The Black Spirit Grass that could heal internal injuries could be found in the Black Wind mountain range. Outside the cultivation method hall, there was an elder guarding it. Elder, I'm here to choose a cultivation method. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. The guardian elder checked Fang Chen's cultivation level and said, You can only enter the 1st level. You have the time for a joss stick to burn. Come out after you've made your choice. Fang Chen nodded and entered the cultivation method hall. As soon as he entered the cultivation method hall, he saw a dazzling array of bookshelves. The bookshelves were filled with cultivation method. Fang Chen took a rough look. Some of them were lesser-known cultivation methods, and some were normal cultivation methods. I need a sword technique, Fang Chen said. Because of the golden heart, his understanding of sword techniques was very fast. This advantage would allow him to cultivate faster. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hesitate to choose a sword technique. After half an hour, Fang Chen locked onto 3 normal sword techniques. He just needed to choose from them. Shocking Cloud Sword, Sweeping Wave Sword, Golden Light Sword. After looking at these 3 cultivation methods for a long time, Fang Chen fixed his gaze on the Golden Light Sword. The Golden Light Sword is an incomplete sword technique. It only has the first 3 moves. But I vaguely feel that this sword technique is much stronger than the other 2, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After a joss stick's time, Fang Chen memorized the Golden Light Sword's chant and left the cultivation method hall. What cultivation method did you choose? Asked the guardian elder. Golden Light Sword. Oh, you actually chose the Golden Light Sword. The guardian elder was a bit surprised. The Golden Light Sword is an incomplete cultivation method. Among the outer sect disciples, no one is willing to choose the Golden Light Sword. I feel that it suits me very well, Fang Chen said. The guardian elder's eyes lit up and he nodded. Not bad. The best cultivation method is the one that suits you. However, I have to remind you that if you want to cultivate the Golden Light Sword, you have to cultivate the One Breath Sword to perfection. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chen thanked him and left. Chapter 7. The next day, Fang Chen woke up early in the morning. After visiting the injured Xiao Shan, he went to the mission hall. In the Qingfeng Sword sect, there was a mission hall that specialized in giving out missions. After completing a mission, one could obtain spirit stones, elixirs, or contribution points. In short, if one wanted to obtain better resources, doing missions was a shortcut. In the mission hall, people came and went. They were all outer sect disciples. When Fang Chen entered the mission hall, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. all the outer sect disciples were staring at Fang Chen and whispering. Obviously, the battle 3 days ago had spread throughout the outer sect of the Qingfeng sword sect. He's the trash Fang Chen? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Fang Chen is not trash. Just 3 days ago, Fang Chen chopped off Liang Yong's arm in front of Wen Jingyun. Didn't Liang Yong reach the peak of the second-level qi cultivation realm? When did Fang Chen become so strong? I don't know. Half a month ago, Liang Yong almost killed Fang Chen. Maybe Fang Chen was enlightened. Many disciples were whispering. Some of the disciples who had not seen Fang Chen fight with Liang Yong were inquiring curiously. Of course, even more disciples were gloating because they knew that Fang Chen had offended Yi Lin and Wen Jingyun. Even if his strength had increased, he could forget about staying in the outer sect. Fang Chen naturally heard the whispers of the crowd. He shook his head slightly and sighed. Strength is the most important. If it was before, all the disciples would call him trash when they saw him. But 3 days ago, after he displayed his strength, these disciples no longer dared to call him trash. This was a world where the strong were respected. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He swore to himself that he would definitely increase his strength and let all the martial artists who had insulted him receive the punishment they deserve. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and looked at the missions. In the end, he chose a relatively simple mission. Mission details: kill a 3rd LV Qi refining stage demonic beast for a reward of 100 low-grade spiritual stones. The reason why he accepted this mission was because there were demonic beasts at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm in the Blackwind Mountain Range, which coincided with Fang Chen's destination. Spirit stones were the common currency of the ancient sword continent. Moreover, spirit stones could also be used for cultivation. Spiritual stones contain some spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Some rich kids used large amounts of spiritual stones to cultivate. Of course, those martial artists with low strength and no background did not receive such treatment. In the eyes of the outer court disciples, 100 low-grade spiritual stones was not a small amount. It could even be used to purchase some medicinal pills. After accepting the quest, Fang Chen left immediately. The Blackwind Mountain Range was not far from the Azure Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen used half a day to reach the entrance of the Blackwind Mountain Range. Standing on the plains, Fang Chen looked at the Blackwind Mountain Range in front of him and pondered. This is the Blackwind Mountain Range, Fang Chen said softly. With a tap of his foot, he stepped into the Blackwind Mountain Range. As soon as he entered the Blackwind Mountain Range, Fang Chen felt a pressure coming from all directions. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "It is said that the outer area of the Blackwind Mountain Range is filled with demonic beasts at the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm. The inner area has demonic beasts at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. In the core area, there are even demonic beasts at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm." To the current Fang Chen, demonic beasts at the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm were nothing to be afraid of. He could even fight against demonic beasts at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. However, demonic beasts at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm were equivalent to inner court disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen could not defeat them. Let's get used to the outer area first. After saying that, Fang Chen disappeared into the Blackwind Mountain Range in a flash. In an open space in the Blackwind Mountain Range, a man was walking briskly. However, after walking for a short while, a roar suddenly came from behind him. Following that, a huge demonic beast appeared. Roar! The demonic beast roared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the demonic beast and said, "It's actually an ironback bear. Although this guy is only at the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm, its defense is very strong." However, Fang Chen was not afraid. He held his long sword and directly used the one aura sword. Xiao! The long sword danced and the sword flashed. A cold sword light instantly shot out and struck the head of the ironback bear, making a clanging sound. The ironback bear retreated a few steps and blocked the one aura sword attack. Its face was ferocious and it roared loudly, wanting to tear Fang Chen to shreds. Roar! The ironback bear opened its claws and directly attacked Fang Chen. One aura sword. Fang Chen used the one aura sword again. At the same time, Fang Chen moved his feet and quickly dodged. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, the ironback bear was finally killed by Fang Chen. After killing the ironback bear, Fang Chen quickly left the place. Looks like I need to buy a spatial ring when I go back. The corpse of the ironback bear can also be sold for some spiritual stones. Unfortunately, it's too big and can't be taken away, Fang Chen said as he walked. After walking for a while, Fang Chen found a relatively safe place and sat down cross-legged. The one aura sword's level is too low. If I want to kill a third-level Qi refining realm demonic beast, I have to master the golden light sword technique, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen's mind flashed and the chant of the golden light sword technique appeared. Then, Fang Chen began to cultivate. Fang Chen immersed himself in cultivating the golden light sword technique. In his body, the golden heart beat rapidly again and a clear stream of energy flowed out. Then, Fang Chen felt that he had comprehended the essence of the golden light sword technique. As expected, Fang Chen was no longer surprised by this scene. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen's cultivation of the golden light sword technique was much faster. Time passed by slowly. After an hour, Fang Chen finally opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. This was because he had successfully cultivated the golden light sword technique. Whoosh! Fang Chen stood up abruptly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he performed the golden light sword technique according to the chant in his mind. The first move of the golden light sword technique. Whoosh! The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed into Fang Chen's body and into the long sword. In the next moment, a spot of light appeared on the tip of the long sword. This spot of light contained a powerful aura. Puchi! Suddenly, Fang Chen's wrist shook and he performed the first move of the golden light sword technique. A ray of golden sword light appeared from the long sword and shot into a towering ancient tree in the distance. Crack! When Fang Chen put away the long sword, the towering ancient tree in the distance rotted from the inside and exploded. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He did not expect the golden light sword technique to be so powerful. The golden light sword technique was an ordinary technique. It was much more powerful than the one-breath sword. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why the Guardian Elder said that he had to cultivate the one-breath sword technique to the perfection realm in order to cultivate the golden light sword technique. This was because Fang Chen had used the chant of the one-breath sword to complement the golden light sword technique when he had just condensed the golden sword light. Could be said that Fang Chen was able to cultivate the golden light sword technique in such a short time because of the golden heart and the one-breath sword technique to the perfection realm. Now that I have successfully cultivated the first move of the golden light sword technique, I can at least defeat a disciple who has just advanced to LV3 Qi cultivation realm, Fang Chen said with a smile. After his strength had increased, Fang Chen spent the next few days carefully searching for the black spirit grass. If Xiao Shan's internal organs were damaged and could not be cured, it would affect his martial arts future. As Xiao Shan's best friend, Fang Chen would definitely do his best to search for it. However, 5 days had passed and there was not a single clue about the black spirit grass. In these 5 days, Fang Chen encountered many beasts at LV2 Qi cultivation realm. However, when he used the golden light sword technique, these beasts could not withstand it at all. Finally, 5 days had passed and Fang Chen had searched the outer perimeter. There was no black spirit grass. On this day, Fang Chen decided to enter the inner perimeter. In the inner perimeter, there were many beasts at LV3 Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen knew that it was a little rash, but he had to enter. At this moment, on the ground overgrown with weeds in the inner perimeter, 5 martial artists were fighting a beast. This beast was a saber-toothed tiger at LV3 Qi cultivation realm. It was abnormally strong. Among the martial artists surrounding the saber-toothed tiger, 4 were at LV2 Qi cultivation realm and 1 was at LV3 Qi cultivation realm. Even with the 5 of them working together, it was still a little difficult to deal with the saber-toothed tiger. Senior Brother Jean, this saber-toothed tiger's attacks are too strong. If this continues, our team will definitely be defeated, a disciple said. The man called Senior Brother Jean frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The 4 of you, help me block the saber-toothed tiger." Hearing Senior Brother Jin's words, the 4 disciples used all their strength to surround the saber-toothed tiger. However, their attacks were insignificant to the saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a furious roar and stretched out its huge claws. The 4 disciples at LV2 Qi cultivation realm were instantly sent flying. It was also at this moment that a frightening light appeared. Behind the light was Senior Brother Jean. "Evil beast, go to hell!" Senior Brother Jean roared. His fist carried an extremely powerful aura as it directly landed on the saber-toothed tiger's body. Bang! Senior Brother Jean used some kind of secret technique to increase his combat strength. He directly sent the saber-toothed tiger flying with one punch, causing it to be severely injured. "Let's go together and kill the saber-toothed tiger," Senior Brother Jean roared weakly. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to have sensed a trace of danger. It let out a long roar, turned around, and ran. "Damn it, don't let it escape," Senior Brother Jean roared. Chapter 8. Fang Chen had just entered the inner area of the Blackwind mountain range when he heard the sounds of battle. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a tyrannical aura approaching him. He immediately prepared for battle. Someone's fighting. Just as Fang Chen was wondering, he saw the heavily injured saber-toothed tiger. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He could feel that the saber-toothed tiger was heavily injured. With his strength, he could easily kill it. Just in time to complete the mission, Fang Chen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger. At the same time, Fang Chen brandished the long sword in his hand. The first move of the golden light sword technique. A golden sword light pierced into the head of the saber-toothed tiger that was running at full speed. The saber-toothed tiger could not believe that it had died at the hands of a human warrior. Along with the unwillingness in its heart, the saber-toothed tiger roared at the sky. Its body fell heavily to the ground and lost its vitality. If the saber-toothed tiger wasn't heavily injured, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Fang Chen walked to the saber-toothed tiger's side and prepared to cut off its fur and return to complete the mission. However, at this moment, the sound of 5 people rushing through the air came from afar. Senior Brother Jean and the other 4 had already caught up. When they saw that the saber-toothed tiger was already dead, their expressions changed slightly. Senior Brother Jean took the lead and walked to the saber-toothed tiger's side. "Brother, thank you for helping to kill the saber-toothed tiger." Senior Brother Jean signaled the other 4 to carry the saber-toothed tiger's body away. Fang Chen was slightly startled, but immediately understood. It seemed that the 5 of them were planning to snatch the saber-toothed tiger's body. "No need to thank me. I didn't help you. I was helping myself," Fang Chen said. Senior Brother Jin's eyebrows showed a hint of displeasure when he heard Fang Chen's words. He said in a low voice, "Brother, the saber-toothed tiger was heavily injured by the 5 of us. We were chasing it when we didn't expect you to coincidentally encounter it and kill it. Are you planning to steal our saber-toothed tiger? Kid, how dare you steal our flowing wind sex things? You must be tired of living," a disciple said disdainfully. "Humph, a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qi cultivation realm dares to set his sights on our flowing wind sect? He's really looking for death." Senior Brother Jean, if he dares to make a move, just kill him. No one will know in the wilderness. Hearing the 3 words flowing wind sect, Fang Chen was slightly surprised. No wonder the other party was so unscrupulous. It turned out that he was a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. The Flowing Wind sect was one of the more powerful sects in Cyan Cloud County. It was much more powerful than the Green Edge Sword sect. Senior Brother Jean and the other 4 were the outer disciples of the Wind sect. Fang Chen glanced at the 5 of them and immediately cut off the saber-toothed tiger's fur. Seeing this, Senior Brother Jean was a bit angry. He said coldly, "Brat, since you don't want face, then don't blame us." As soon as Senior Brother Jean finished speaking, the 4 disciples behind him immediately executed their cultivation techniques in an attempt to kill Fang Chen. Courting death. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a low roar and instantly displayed the golden light sword technique. A ray of cold light flashed and a miserable cry was heard. In the next moment, a martial artist fell to the ground. Junior Brotherly, damn it! He actually killed Junior Brotherly. Senior Brother Jean saw this and roared angrily. He originally thought that Fang Chen was just an ordinary LV2 Qi cultivation realm martial artist. He did not expect Senior Brother Jean to be wrong. This brat killed Junior Brotherly in one move. Peak LV2 Qi cultivation realm? You killed Junior Brotherly. I will make you pay with your blood. Senior Brother Jean let out a low roar and clenched his fists tightly. He threw out punch after punch. Golden Light Sword technique, first move. Fang Chen still displayed the Golden Light Sword technique. It was very powerful. With one move, another Flowing Wind sect disciple died. Attack together, surround him. Senior Brother Jean saw this and finally realized that Fang Chen was not ordinary. He roared. Senior Brother Jean is injured and his strength has decreased. I can kill him. Fang Chen thought to himself as he attacked. Bang bang bang, the Golden Light Sword technique collided with Senior Brother Jin's fists and made a loud noise. Senior Brother Jean was forced to retreat. Damn it, if I had not been injured in the fight with the saber-toothed tiger, I could have killed you with one punch. Senior Brother Jean was furious. Whoosh! The moment Senior Brother Jean was forced to retreat, Fang Chen displayed the Golden Light Sword technique again. Whoosh whoosh! With a flash of cold light, the remaining 2 disciples of the second layer of the Qi refining stage were both killed. I will kill you. Senior Brother Jean saw his 4 junior brothers killed by Fang Chen and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared loudly. Boom boom boom, ray after ray of fist light collided with Fang Chen's Golden Light Sword technique. As time passed, Senior Brother Jean was actually at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. Damn it, I am seriously injured. I am no match for him. Senior Brother Jin's heart was filled with resentment. In the next moment, Senior Brother Jean threw out a punch. Fang Chen resisted with all his strength. At this moment, Senior Brother Jean turned around and fled. You want to leave? Fang Chen naturally would not leave such a troublesome person behind. He chased after him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Just as he was about to catch up to Senior Brother Jean, a pitch-black metal piece suddenly appeared in Senior Brother Jin's hand. He threw it at Fang Chen. Boom! The metal piece exploded in the air. A powerful aura swept across the land. Fang Chen resisted with all his strength. Whoosh whoosh! When the explosive force dissipated, Senior Brother Jean had already disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. The Flowing Wind sect is indeed a big sect. An outer disciple has such a precious treasure. After fleeing for a long time, Senior Brother Jean finally stopped when he felt safe. He was panting and his face was pale. I will not let you go. Returning to the place where the battle took place, Fang Chen checked the 4 Flowing Wind sect disciples. He found some spiritual stones and some spiritual herbs on them. Of course, what surprised Fang Chen the most was that he found a spatial ring on one of the disciples. Fang Chen immediately dripped his blood on it and instantly felt the space within the spatial ring. It's a low-grade spatial ring. The spatial ring was very small. It was about 10 times the size of the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. It was a low-grade spatial ring. Spatial rings were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, and top-grade spatial rings. The low-grade spatial ring was the lowest grade and had the smallest space. However, even so, Fang Chen was still very excited. Spatial rings were very precious. Even if you had spiritual stones, you might not be able to buy one. In the Azure Edge Sword sect, even among the inner disciples, there were very few who had a spatial ring. This outer disciple's identity should not be ordinary, Fang Chen said. Subsequently, Fang Chen found that there were 100 low-grade spiritual stones in the spatial ring. Together with the 100 from the other 3 disciples, there were a total of 200 low-grade spiritual stones. In addition to the spiritual stones, there are a few cultivation techniques. However, they are all low-grade cultivation techniques. Fang Chen scanned the spatial ring and said, spiritual stones were more useful to Fang Chen. However, low-grade cultivation techniques were useless. There are spiritual herbs. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed a black spiritual herb in the corner of the spatial ring. His interest was immediately piqued. However, when he carefully looked at the spiritual herb, his face was filled with excitement. Black spiritual herb. It's actually a black spiritual herb. After searching for 5 days, he did not expect to find a black spiritual herb in the spatial ring. This is great. Xiao Shan's injuries can be completely healed, Fang Chen said. After checking the spatial ring, Fang Chen put the saber-toothed tiger's corpse into the spatial ring and left. This time, Fang Chen had achieved his goal of coming to the Black Wind Mountain Range. However, he did not plan to go back so early. There were still 20 days before the annual Outer Disciple competition began. When Zhengyun had already said that he would cripple Fang Chen during the Outer Disciple competition. At this time, although Fang Chen's strength had improved rapidly, however, it would still be difficult to deal with Wen Zhengyun. Currently, I have no problem dealing with a disciple in the early stage of LV3 Qi cultivation realm. However, it will be difficult to deal with Wen Zhengyun, Fang Chen said. He planned to use these 20 days to improve his strength. After thinking about it, Fang Chen continued to kill beasts to strengthen his strength. Unknowingly, the spatial ring was filled with corpses. There was no more space. Time also passed quickly without him noticing. After another 10 days, Fang Chen's golden light sword technique had reached the 2nd sword. His refining fist had also reached the 6th level. His strength had improved. At this time, Fang Chen was no longer the trash that the Outer Disciple said he was. If they knew about Fang Chen's improvement, they would be shocked speechless. In a secluded place in the inner area of the Black Wind Mountain Range, 2 green-edged sword sect disciples of the LV3 Qi cultivation realm were sitting cross-legged. Senior Brother One is being too careful. He actually needs both of us to kill a LV2 Qi cultivation realm trash. It's better to be careful. Fang Chen is a little strange. Senior Brother One doesn't want anything to go wrong. Don't worry. Fang Chen won't walk out of the Black Wind Mountain Range alive. The 2 LV3 Qi cultivation realm disciples talked to each other. They had been in the Black Wind Mountain Range for many days and had been looking for Fang Chen. However, the Black Wind Mountain Range was huge. It was not easy to find Fang Chen. The Outer Disciple competition is in 10 days. We have to hurry and find Fang Chen. Okay. The lanky disciple was about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he stood up, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. Lu Feng, what's wrong? The bloated disciple asked. I smell blood, Lu Feng said. Blood. Hearing the words blood, the bloated disciple and Lu Feng looked at each other. Their eyes were full of sinister smiles. Let's go. Don't let this kid escape. Lu Feng took the lead and headed straight for the source of the bloody smell. At this time, Fang Chen was fighting with a gale leopard in an open space. The Gale Leopard's strength was comparable to a mid-LV3 Chi cultivation realm martial artist. Its strength was unusually strong. However, after entering the Black Wind mountain range for a period of time, Fang Chen's strength had also increased greatly. The Gale Leopard is fast, but its defense is weak. Chapter 9. After his training in the Blackwind mountain range, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of LV2 Chi refinement realm. Killing a mid-LV3 Chi refinement realm monster was also easy for him. In less than a month, he was able to grow from trash to such a level. It was enough to show how much the Golden Heart had helped him. Golden Heart! Fang Chen muttered to himself. He wanted to put the Gale Leopard's corpse into his interspatial ring, but the interspatial ring was already filled with corpses. I must get a better interspatial ring when I go back, Fang Chen said. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, suddenly 2 sounds pierced through the air. Fang Chen raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that 2 outer sect disciples from the Azure Edge Sword sect were charging towards him aggressively. Lu Feng, Wen Yu. Fang Chen recognized the 2. Whoosh! Lu Feng and Wen Yu quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Lu Feng looked at Fang Chen with a sneer and said, "Junior brother Fang, I didn't expect to see you here." Fang Chen ignored the 2 and turned to leave. A trace of killing intent flashed in the 2's eyes. Lu Feng said, "Junior brother Fang, take care." Fang Chen stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" "Senior brother Wen sent the 2 of us to find you. He wants to ask for something," the fat Wen Yu said. "What is it?" Fang Chen frowned and asked when he heard Wen Jingyun's name. "Your life." Lu Feng's face was full of smiles. He stared at Fang Chen as if Fang Chen was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Fang Chen, we've been looking for you for a long time. Senior brother Wen wants you to stay in the Blackwind mountain range forever," Wen Yu said coldly. Fang Chen's icy cold eyes scanned the 2 of them when he heard this. He immediately said, "Wen Jingyun's lackeys. Fang Chen, what did you say? You're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. Fang Chen, even if you have a sharp tongue, you won't be able to stop us. Today is the day you die," said Lu Feng. Lu Feng and Wen Yu were both disciples in the early 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. They thought that killing Fang Chen would be a piece of cake. But little did they know that Fang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. Cut the weeds and dig up the root. The thought popped up in Fang Chen's mind. Since you want my life, then your lives will also be left here. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. He then performed the Golden Light Sword technique without hesitation. The first move of the Golden Light Sword art. Bang bang bang. Seeing that Fang Chen had made the first move, Lu Feng laughed coldly and said, "A piece of trash at the 2nd layer of the Qi cultivation stage dares to attack us. You're courting death. Wen Yu, I'll give you a chance to get rid of him." Lu Feng was slightly stronger than Wen Yu, so when he saw that Fang Chen had made his move, he let Wen Yu finish him. "Kid, in your next life, you better be careful. Don't offend people you shouldn't offend," Wen Yu said in a low voice and immediately took out his long sword. Drifting Wind Sword technique. Wen Yu performed the ordinary technique that he had cultivated. In the sky, a ray of sword light appeared. Bang bang bang. The 2 rays of sword light collided with a loud noise. In the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Wen Yu's face. How is this possible? Wen Yu couldn't believe it. When did Fang Chen cultivate such a powerful technique? It could even block his Drifting Wind Sword technique. It's the Golden Light Sword technique. I didn't expect Fang Chen to choose the Golden Light Sword technique. Short-sighted guy. Lu Feng sneered. Hearing this, Wen Yu squinted his eyes and performed the Drifting Wind Sword technique again. Pucci sword light flashed and Wen Yu's body rapidly retreated. A sword scar appeared where he had just been. Wen Yu was shocked. "Wen Yu, you can't even handle him?" Lu Feng was a bit displeased. "This kid is a bit troublesome, but I can handle him," said Wen Yu as he fought. When Yu's drifting wind sword technique hasn't been cultivated to perfection. Its power is inferior to my golden light sword technique. Fang Chen thought to himself. Once he gets close, I'll use the golden light sword technique. I'll definitely be able to catch him off guard and kill him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen no longer used the golden light sword technique. Instead, he used the one aura sword. Although the one aura sword's power wasn't bad, the situation was instantly reversed. The one aura sword was directly suppressed by Wen Yu's drifting wind sword technique. Haha, Fang Chen, you trash. You can't use the golden light sword technique anymore. Now I'll kill you. Seeing that Fang Chen was suppressed by him, Wen Yu's face was full of smiles. He waved his sword and quickly rushed forward. Fang Chen pretended to retreat, but how could Wen Yu give Fang Chen the chance to escape? He directly approached Fang Chen and performed the drifting wind sword technique again. The time is ripe. Seeing that Wen Yu was infinitely close to him, Fang Chen said, "Let's end this." Yes, it's time to end this. Wen Yu was still very confident that he could kill Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the second sword of the golden light sword technique. A cold light flashed. Wen Yu didn't even have time to dodge and was stabbed by the cold light. Puchi Wen Yu's sword was raised high in the sky. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was a hole in his chest. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? After Wen Yu said this, his body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. By the time Lu Feng discovered Wen Yu's death, it was already too late to save him. Damn it, bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Lu Feng roared furiously and swiftly attacked. This time, when Jingyun had sent 2 people to kill Fang Chen, Lu Feng had vowed that he would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen. He didn't expect that not only would he fail to kill Fang Chen, but he would also let Fang Chen kill Wen Yu. He wouldn't be able to report back. Go to hell. Lu Feng also performed the drifting wind sword technique, but it was clearly much stronger than Wen Yu's. However, facing Lu Feng alone, Fang Chen didn't feel the slightest pressure. The power of the golden light sword technique was pushed to the extreme by him. Rumble, the two instantly began fighting. The sound of the battle shook the heavens. Some of the demon beasts in the distance didn't dare to approach. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 20 moves. At this time, Lu Feng finally found some clues. What a monster! His power is endless. He doesn't feel tired at all. Lu Feng couldn't help but curse. The Qi refining realm was the first realm of a martial artist. It was also the most common realm. Martial artists in this realm mainly absorbed the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to refine their bodies. Their bodies were still unable to store the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, so if they wanted to continuously perform high-intensity sword techniques, their physical strength would be greatly depleted. Only when they reached the Qi transformation realm and formed a true nucleus in their dantian could they store the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. At that time, martial artists could integrate the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth into their bodies to attack others. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched. However, after a few minutes, Lu Feng gradually felt that his physical strength was greatly depleted. However, Fang Chen didn't show any signs of fatigue. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Finally, after 5 minutes, Lu Feng was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword. Although it didn't hit a vital point, he was still injured. Fang Chen, you killed Wen Yu. Senior brother Wen won't let you go. Lu Feng swung his sword and roared. His body retreated rapidly, wanting to escape. Before that, I'll kill you first. Fang Chen said indifferently and chased after him with his sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Lu Feng's strength exploded in an instant. He quickly rushed out of the Blackwind Mountain range. As long as he left the Blackwind Mountain range, Fang Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. However, Fang Chen's speed was also very fast. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chen caught up and attacked. I can't continue like this. He'll definitely catch up. Feeling the threat behind him, Lu Feng thought hard. Suddenly, Lu Feng's mind flashed. He immediately said, "There's a third-level Qi cultivation realm monster ahead." Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately changed his trajectory and rushed towards the monster. Fang Chen naturally felt the monster's presence. He already understood that Lu Feng wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. He wanted the monster to kill him. "You can't escape." Fang Chen growled and chased after him without hesitation. Swoosh, seeing that he was about to catch up to Lu Feng, Fang Chen used the second move of the Golden Light Sword technique. A cold sword light directly hit Lu Feng's back. Pucci Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as his body flew forward. Bang! When Lu Feng's body fell to the ground, the roar of a monster was suddenly heard. Then, the ground began to shake. How is this possible? Lu Feng also felt the ground shaking. A sense of danger instantly filled his body. Raising his head, he saw a burly demonic beast approaching him step by step. Roar! The monster roared and immediately stretched out its large claws, directly grabbing Lu Feng and seriously injuring him. No! Following Lu Feng's miserable cry, he was instantly torn apart by the monster. He died. At this moment, Fang Chen also caught up. When he felt the strength of the monster, he was ready to turn and run. Roar! After killing Lu Feng, the monster stretched out its large claws. It was like a small mountain, directly pressing towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen used all his strength to block, but he was still hit by the monster. His body was like a cannonball, directly smashing into the ground. Roar! The monster roared again and immediately bombarded the big hole in the ground with its large claws. Not good. Fang Chen felt the danger. He tried his best to circulate the strength in his body, and then moved a little to the left. Bang! With a loud bang, the monster's large claws missed and directly smashed into the big hole. In the big hole, soil splashed everywhere. Roar! The monster was completely enraged when it didn't hit Fang Chen. It attacked again. However, at this moment, Fang Chen saw a small hole in the place where the monster's large claws attacked. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the small hole became bigger and bigger, and soil continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen found out. There was actually a completely different world beneath the ground. Not good, I have no choice. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, he punched the small hole. Suddenly, the small hole became a big hole, and Fang Chen directly drilled into the ground. Chapter 10. Blackwind Mountain Range, Pitch Black Underground. After Fang Chen had fallen underground, he found himself in a very small space. However, the spiritual energy here was denser than outside. What is this place? Fang Chen looked around warily in this unfamiliar place. Because it was too dark, Fang Chen could only see walls all around him. The entire space was empty. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the hole in the sky suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Fang Chen wanted to understand this place as quickly as possible so that he could leave. Fang Chen took out a fire starter from his interspatial ring. Then, he made a small flame. Instantly, the pitch-black space lit up. At this time, Fang Chen found that this space was very small. There was a prayer mat at the very front. It seems that this space should be a place for cultivation. I wonder who has cultivated here before, Fang Chen said softly. Fang Chen walked over to the prayer mat and examined it. He didn't find anything strange. Then he walked over to the four walls and carefully examined them. A moment later, Fang Chen found 4 diagrams on the walls. On the first wall there was a line of small words. Below it was a diagram of a man holding a sword and cultivating a sword art. Golden Light Sword Art. Fang Chen looked at the small words on the wall. The general content of the words was that the diagrams on the 4 walls were the 4 incomplete swords of the Golden Light Sword Art. The Golden Light Sword Art has a total of 7 swords. The complete golden light sword art is comparable to a substandard cultivation technique. It is extremely powerful. Disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect who are fortunate enough to come here can cultivate the last 4 swords of the golden light sword art. At the bottom of the diagram were the words Xie Tiannan. Xie Tiannan is the legendary disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect? Fang Chen was shocked when he saw Xie Tiannan's name. Xie Tiannan was very inconspicuous when he was in the outer sect. However, Xie Tiannan had displayed the golden light sword technique during a disciple competition. Moreover, it was only the 3rd sword technique of the incomplete technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Only then did all the disciples know that Xie Tiannan had always been number 1 in the outer sect. From then on, Xie Tiannan entered the inner sect. 1 year later, Xie Tiannan disappeared without a trace. Xie Tiannan's disappearance shook the entire Qingfeng sword sect, but in the end, no one was able to find any clues. I didn't expect this to be Xie Tiannan's training ground, Fang Chen said after a slight loss of voice. Back then, Xie Tiannan was hailed as the hope of revitalizing the Qingfeng sword sect. He rose like a comet, but suddenly disappeared. How did Xie Tiannan obtain the last 4 swords of the golden light sword art? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Since he could not figure it out, he decided not to think about it. With the last 4 moves of the golden light sword art, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Fang Chen didn't waste any more time. He quickly memorized the last 4 swords of the golden light sword art. An hour later, Fang Chen had memorized all 4 diagrams. A faint smile appeared on his face. A perfect golden light sword art was comparable to a defective cultivation technique. A defective cultivation technique was something only inner sect disciples were qualified to cultivate. It was said that its power was incomparably tyrannical. If I can cultivate the golden light sword art to perfection, then even in the inner sect, I won't need to fear anyone, said Fang Chen. After accidentally entering Xie Tiannan's training ground and obtaining the last 4 swords of the golden light sword art, Fang Chen was extremely happy. Once Fang Chen memorized all 4 diagrams, his gaze fell on the bottom right corner of the 4th wall. To be able to come to my training ground, you and I can be considered to have a bit of fate. At the bottom of this wall is a barrier-breaking pill. Consider it a little gift for you. Seeing this sentence, Fang Chen was extremely excited. A barrier-breaking pill. Xie Tiannan actually left a barrier-breaking pill. A barrier-breaking pill was a common grade pill. It was very rare even in the Azure Edge sword sect. He didn't expect to find one here. After a martial artist swallowed a barrier-breaking pill, there was a 50% chance of successfully breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the next stage. Of course, the barrier-breaking pill was very effective for martial artists below the 4th level of the Qi cultivation realm. However, for martial artists of a higher level, the effect was not as great. In fact, the chances of success were even lower. Let's look for it. Fang Chen squatted down and began to search for the barrier-breaking pill. Before long, he found a small box. Fang Chen opened the box. Inside the box, there was a pitch-black pill lying quietly in the box. On the ancient sword continent, there were many alchemists who could refine extraordinary pills. The most common were apprentices, followed by alchemists. Above alchemists were alchemists. Above alchemists were alchemists. Apprentice alchemists were able to concoct ordinary pills. These pills weren't considered precious to the sect. Alchemists were able to concoct common-grade pills, which were extremely precious. Alchemists were able to concoct origin-grade pills, which were priceless. I have already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Qi cultivation realm. If I take a barrier-breaking pill, I have a chance of reaching the 3rd level of the Qi cultivation realm, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen decided to take a barrier-breaking pill. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Fang Chen swallowed the pill. When the bottleneck-breaking pill entered his body, Fang Chen felt the effects of the bottleneck-breaking pill spreading to his limbs and bones. There's a constant flow of heat. Fang Chen felt the heat flowing in his body. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered Fang Chen's body, refining it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the effects of the pill were about to dissipate, Fang Chen still did not feel any signs of a breakthrough. Is there no way to break through? Fang Chen thought to himself. However, just as the last trace of the pill's effects was about to dissipate, the golden heart started beating rapidly again. Thump, thump, thump. The beating of the golden heart made Fang Chen feel a powerful aura emerge from the golden heart. Crack. Fang Chen's body absorbed the last trace of the pill's effects. His body was strengthened to a certain level, and a cracking sound could be heard. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Third level of the Qi cultivation realm. That's right. At the last moment, the beating of the golden heart helped Fang Chen successfully break through to the third level of the Qi cultivation realm. If I were to fight Lu Feng and Wen Yu right now, I could instantly kill them both, Fang Chen said with a sigh. The difference between the third level and the second level of the Qi cultivation realm was huge. After reaching the third level of the Qi cultivation realm, Fang Chen's strength was even stronger. At least, Fang Chen believed that there were very few disciples in the outer sect who could fight with him. When Jingyun Yilin, I will take back the humiliation you have given me, Fang Chen said coldly. After Fang Chen broke through to the next level, he began to look for the exit. 2 hours later, Fang Chen appeared in a secluded area in the inner sect of the Green Edge Sword sect. I'm finally out. I've gained a lot this time, Fang Chen said as he looked around at the towering ancient trees. It had been almost a month since he arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range. Fang Chen was ready to go back. He had achieved his goal of training. He had found the Black Spirit Grass, and even received a pleasant surprise. In an independent courtyard in the outer sect of the Green Edge Sword sect, a white-robed Wen Jingyun sat quietly with a smile on his face. Opposite him sat Yilin, who was dressed in red. Wen Jingyun could not stop looking at her full breast. Senior brother Wen, why aren't Lu Feng and Wen Yu back yet? Yilin asked. Junior sister Yi, don't worry. Wen Yu and Lu Feng are both at the third level of the Qi cultivation realm. Killing Fang Chen would be a piece of cake for them. They must have gone out to train, Wen Jingyun said confidently. I keep feeling uneasy. This Fang Chen seems to have changed into a different person, Yilin said. Humph, trash will always be trash. There are only 5 days left until the outer sect disciple competition. When that time comes, it will be his death, Wen Jingyun said sternly. Yes, I believe in senior brother Wen, Yilin said with a smile. Junior sister Yi, does your sister know what you're doing? Wen Jingyun suddenly asked. Wen Jingyun liked Yilin and had been chasing after Yilin. Therefore, he knew a few things about Yilin. The reason Yilin was targeting Fang Chen was because the Yi clan was strongly against the marriage. Yilin wanted to kill Fang Chen and annul the marriage. Hearing Wen Jingyun's words, Yilin was stunned. She shook her head and did not say anything else. Junior sister Yi. Senior brother Wen, I'll go back first. You must let me know if there's any news. Yilin stopped Wen Jingyun from asking any more questions. She stood up and left. After Fang Chen left the Blackwind Mountain Range, he did not rush back to the Green Edge Sword sect. Instead, he went directly to Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City was where the Green Edge Sword sect was located. Qingfeng City was bustling with activity. It was a city in Cyan Cloud County. The reason Fang Chen came here was to sell some corpses of demonic beasts. After entering Qingfeng City, Fang Chen went to the ancient Sword Chamber of Commerce's Qingfeng branch based on his memory. The ancient Sword Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce that could be found all over the ancient Sword continent. There were branches in every city on the ancient Sword continent. No one knew the power behind the ancient Sword Chamber of Commerce. However, almost no cultivator dared to cause trouble at the ancient Sword Chamber of Commerce. After entering the ancient sword chamber of commerce, Fang Chen directly told the staff that he wanted to sell 10 demonic beasts. Moreover, all of them were at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. This news alarmed a deacon elder of the Qingfeng branch. After a while, the deacon elder brought Fang Chen to a VIP room. The deacon elder sized up Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, "Young friend, I heard that you want to sell 10 demonic beast corpses. Moreover, all of them are at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm. As long as the price is right. May I take a look at the goods first?" the deacon elder asked. Crash! 10 demonic beast corpses appeared in the room. The smell of blood filled the air. Chapter 11. Saber-toothed Tiger, Golden Lion, and Iron Drake. The managing elder's eyes lit up as he looked at the corpses of 3rd-tier Qi refinement beasts. His heart filled with excitement. Qingfeng City was a small city, and the Qingfeng branch was also a small branch. Taking out 10 corpses of 3rd-tier Qi refinement beasts at once was enough to shock anyone. "Young friend, did you kill all of these?" the managing elder asked after a long moment of shock. Fang Chen did not answer the question, and instead asked in return, "How much?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the managing elder knew that Fang Chen was unwilling to reveal more, and immediately said, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for each 3rd-tier Qi refinement beast. 10 corpses for a total of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen nodded and said, "But you have to leave the saber-toothed tiger's pelt for me." Fang Chen still had to take the saber-toothed tiger's pelt back to complete his mission. "All right, here are 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them." The managing elder took out 30,000 low-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen counted them and put them away. "Young friend, if you have more of these things next time, you must come to the Qingfeng branch," the managing elder said excitedly. Fang Chen nodded and then asked, "Does the Qingfeng branch have any bottleneck-breaking pellets?" "Yes, young friend." "Do you want bottleneck-breaking pellets?" the managing elder asked. "Give me 2 bottleneck-breaking pellets," Fang Chen said. Soon, the managing elder gave the bottleneck-breaking pellets to Fang Chen. Bottleneck-breaking pellets are considered pellet. Although they are at the bottom of the pellets, they are still very precious. Under normal circumstances, we sell them for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones each, but we can give you a discount. In the end, Fang Chen paid 8,000 low-grade spirit stones for the 2 bottleneck-breaking pellets and left. With these 2 bottleneck-breaking pellets, Xiao Shan and Jiang, he might be able to break through. Fang Chen said. Xiao Shan and Jiang he were Fang Chen's best friends. Even if spending 8,000 inferior-grade spirit stones was extremely extravagant, Fang Chen did not hesitate to buy the barrier-breaking pellet. Under normal circumstances, an outer court disciple would be considered very rich if they had a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Even Wen Jingyun would not be able to take out so many low-grade spirit stones at once. Fang Chen, on the other hand, easily spent 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen still had 22,200 low-grade spirit stones, which was already a huge sum of money. When Fang Chen returned to the Green Edge Sword sect, he immediately went to where Xiao Shan was. "You're back, Fang Chen." Jiang He and Xiao Shan were all smiles when they saw Fang Chen return. "What's wrong, Jiang He?" Fang Chen noticed that Jiang He's face was bruised and his aura was weak. "I'm fine." Jiang He stammered, unwilling to tell Fang Chen. "Who actually did this?" Fang Chen asked coldly. Jiang He shared a look with Xiao Shan and soon said, "Fang Chen, Xiao Tianyong has been coming to pick a fight with me while you were away from the Green Edge Sword sect. I got into a fight with him and was injured." Xiao Tianyong. Fang Chen did a double take, but soon a cold look appeared in his eyes. Even if Jiang He did not mention the details, Fang Chen could guess that it was all because of him. Xiao Tianyong must have been sent by Wen Jingyun. "Heal well." I'll definitely avenge you, Fang Chen said, patting Jiang He's shoulder gently. Don't be rash, Fang Chen. Xiao Tianyong is a third-tier qi refinist. You're no match for him. Jiang He said worriedly. Yeah, Fang Chen. Don't provoke Xiao Tianyong no matter what. Xiao Shan said. Third-tier qi refinist, huh? Fang Chen said calmly, then shook his head. Fang Chen did not want to continue on this topic, so he took out the black spirit herb. Here, this is the black spirit herb. Give it to Xiao Shan. Seeing the black spirit herb, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were stunned and excited. Fang Chen, you really found the black spirit herb. Haha. Xiao Shan could not help laughing out loud. Hurry up and eat it, Fang Chen urged. All right, I'll eat it now. Xiao Shan grabbed the black spirit herb and swallowed it. Half an hour later, Xiao Shan opened his eyes abruptly. How is it? Jiang He asked hurriedly. Xiao Shan carefully sensed his organs, and his face was full of smiles. My organs are healed. Ha ha, I have to thank Fang Chen this time. Xiao Shan could not help hugging Fang Chen. I don't have any bad habits, Fang Chen said. Go to hell. Xiao Shan scolded jokingly. Then, the three of them looked at each other and laughed. Best friends. No matter the time, one look was all it took for the other to understand. However, just as the three of them were chatting, a cold voice suddenly entered the room. Jiang He, your great Lord Xiao is here. To think that you are not coming out to welcome me. When the three of them heard this voice, they immediately stopped laughing. Xiao Tianyong? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, don't be rash. When the two saw Fang Chen's expression, they knew that Fang Chen was angry. Fang Chen, it is fine if I suffer some grievances. You have to consider the big picture. When Jingyun has been trying to kill you, don't fall for his trap, Jiang He said. Let's go out and welcome this great Lord Xiao. Fang Chen was expressionless as he walked straight into the courtyard, followed by Jiang He and Xiao Shan. Fang Chen, why are you here? Xiao Tianyong asked quickly, clearly stunned when he saw Fang Chen appear. I shouldn't be here. Where should I be? Fang Chen asked. Shouldn't you die here? At this point, Xiao Tianyong realized that he had let it slip and quickly stopped. Fang Chen, I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually didn't die at the hands of a feral beast. Xiao Tianyong smiled coldly. He was injured by you? Fang Chen asked, pointing at Jiang He behind him. That's right. I injured him. I said that I would beat him up every time I see him. Xiao Tianyong was extremely arrogant. Although Fang Chen had unexpectedly returned to the Azure Edge Sword sect, Xiao Tianyong did not believe that Fang Chen was qualified to fight against him. How do you plan to compensate? Fang Chen continued asking. Compensate, Fang Chen? Are you crazy? You actually want me to compensate? You injured someone. Do you want to leave it unsettled? Fang Chen retorted. Fine. Since you want me to compensate, I'll compensate you. With that, Xiao Tianyong's figure flashed and a sword appeared in his hand. He immediately unleashed a sword technique and attacked Fang Chen. From the looks of it, Xiao Tianyong wanted to cripple Fang Chen and the others. Fang Chen, watch out! Jiang He and Xiao Shan shouted. Whoosh! Just when Xiao Tianyong thought that his sword could pierce Fang Chen's body, his body suddenly froze on the ground and he could not move forward. In the next instant, Xiao Tianyong felt pain. Plop! Xiao Tianyong's sword fell to the ground. His arm that was holding the sword also fell off from his shoulder. It was only then that Xiao Tianyong realized that his arm had been cut off by Fang Chen. He screamed in agony. Fang Chen calmly sheathed his sword. Behind him, Jiang He and Xiao Shan watched this scene in shock. Fang Chen was too strong to cut off the arm of a third-tier qi refinement disciple with a single sword. Fang Chen, how did you, right now? Xiao Tianyong was terrified. He did not understand how Fang Chen could be so strong. 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Not a single one less, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, just you wait. Senior brother one won't let you go. Xiao Tianyong ignored Fang Chen's compensation and left the courtyard while roaring. After Xiao Tianyong left, Jiang He and Xiao Shan felt dazed, as if they were dreaming. Why are you standing there like idiots? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, when did you become so strong? Xiao Shan and Jiang He asked excitedly. I had a fortuitous encounter. Fang Chen said simply. Kid, I told you. You're definitely not a fish in a pond. You'll make the great leap sooner or later. Jiang He grinned. You two should cultivate well too. Fang Chen took out the barrier-breaking pellets and handed them to them. What's this, Fang Chen? The two asked, having never seen the barrier-breaking pellets before. Barrier-breaking pellets. Jiang He and Xiao Shan felt as if they were struck by lightning when they heard the words barrier-breaking pellet. After a long time, their eyes moistened and they said somberly, Thank you, Fang Chen. Although they did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter Fang Chen had, Fang Chen's willingness to give them the barrier-breaking pellets was enough to show that Fang Chen saw them as brothers. After chatting for a while, the three of them went into seclusion. There were still 5 days left. Xiao Shan and Jiang He wanted to use the barrier-breaking pellets to ascend to the 3rd tier of qi refinement. In a courtyard outside the sect, when Jingyun was listening to the one-armed Xiao Tianyong's report. Right now, Xiao Tianyong was battered and exhausted. His severed arm was simply wrapped, and his face was extremely pale. You're saying that Fang Chen has returned to the Azure Edge Sword sect? When Jingyun narrowed his eyes. Senior Brother One, not only has Fang Chen returned to the Azure Edge Sword sect, but he's also abnormally strong. He cut off my arm in one move. Xiao Tianyong was furious. Cutting off your arm in one move? It seems that Fang Chen has reached the 3rd tier of qi refinement. When he thought of that, when Jingyun knew that Lu Feng and when you had most likely died in the Black Wind Mountain Range. What a mysterious fellow. I've always been called trash, but who would have thought that he would improve so quickly? Just what kind of secret is he hiding? When Jingyun muttered to himself, Senior Brother One. Alright, go and rest. Your arm won't be cut off for nothing. Killing intent flashed in Wen Jingyun's eyes. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The outer disciple competition had arrived, and the entire Azure Edge Sword sect was bustling with activity. Today, Fang Chen had also come out of seclusion. In these 5 days, he had cultivated the Golden Light Sword to the 3rd sword, and his body-refining fist had also reached the 8th tier. His strength had improved greatly. The current Fang Chen was confident that he could fight Wen Jingyun. Chapter 12. Less than 2 hours after Fang Chen came out of seclusion, Jiang He and Xiao Shan also came out of seclusion to look for Fang Chen. Their faces were full of smiles, and it was clear that they had gained something. Fang Chen. Jiang He and Xiao Shan called out. You two broke through? Fang Chen asked, glancing at the two. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to the bottleneck-breaking pellets you gave us this time. Otherwise, Jiang He and I would have broken through to the 3rd tier of qi refinement, Xiao Shan said excitedly. The outer sect disciple competition was approaching, and to stand out in the competition, one had to be at least of the 3rd tier of qi refinement. The disciples who were at the 2nd tier of qi refinement were just there for show, and the real top outer sect disciples were at the 3rd tier of qi refinement. There were even a few disciples who had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of qi refinement. The outer sect disciple competition is tomorrow. Fang Chen, let's go out for a walk, Jiang He suggested. There was only 1 day left, and they could not improve if they continued cultivating. Therefore, they wanted to go out for a walk. Fang Chen nodded, and the 3 of them left the courtyard and appeared in the outer sect square. With the outer sect disciple competition approaching, the entire outer sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless disciples were rubbing their hands, eager to stand out in the competition. Did you hear? Senior Yi Lin successfully broke through to the 4th tier of qi refinement 3 days ago and became an inner sect disciple. That's not all. It's said that when senior sister Yi Lin reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, she alerted an elder of the inner court. This elder directly took senior sister Yi Lin as his personal disciple. Senior Yi Lin is really too strong. Although she was always suppressed by senior brother Wen Jingyun in the outer sect, I did not expect her to reach the 4th tier of Qi refinement faster than senior brother Wen. As they walked in the square, they could hear the news of Yi Lin entering the inner sect everywhere, which worried Jiang He and Xiao Shan. Fong Chen. Jiang He was about to speak when he was stopped by Fong Chen. Fong Chen knew what he wanted to say. It doesn't matter, Fong Chen said indifferently. As Fong Chen and the other two were talking, an uproar suddenly broke out in the plaza. Countless martialists parted to make a path for them. Then Wen Jingyun, who was dressed in white, appeared. At this time, Wen Jingyun's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura, which was obviously much stronger than before. Senior brother Wen, he actually came out of seclusion. Could it be that senior brother Wen has broken through to the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage? If senior brother Wen had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, he wouldn't be here right now. Many disciples were discussing amongst themselves while Wen Jingyun headed straight for Fong Chen's location. When Wen Jingyun appeared in front of Fong Chen, he stopped and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Fong Chen, when junior sister Yi Lin entered the inner sect, she said something to me, Wen Jingyun said. Fong Chen glanced at Wen Jingyun, but did not say anything. Junior sister Yi Lin said that as long as I can cripple or even kill you in the outer sect disciple competition, she will agree to my pursuit. Wen Jingyun gave Fong Chen a strange look and said, So, tomorrow's competition will be your last performance in the Azure Edge Sword sect. With that, Wen Jingyun laughed loudly and strode out of the plaza, leaving many confused disciples behind. Fong Chen, Yi Lin is too much. Jiang He said angrily to Xiao Shan when they saw Wen Jingyun leave. Venomous heart. Fong Chen shook his head slightly. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he left the plaza. Early the next morning, the entire outer sect was bustling. The outer sect disciples were everywhere in the outer sect's martial arts field. There was a martial arts platform in the middle of the large martial arts field. In front of the platform was a platform. As time passed, the platform was gradually filled with the upper echelons of the Azure Edge Sword sect. The outer sect disciple competition was considered a grand occasion in the Azure Edge Sword sect. This time, most of the participants were the inner sect elders. They were watching the competition while choosing suitable disciples. On the left side of the rostrum, there was a white-haired old man. Beside the white-haired old man stood a beautiful woman. Yi Lin, you just came in from the outer sect. Do you think there are any outstanding geniuses in the outer sect this time? Asked the white-haired old man. Master, the number 1 outer sect disciple, Wen Jingyun, is not bad. The others are not good. As Yi Lin spoke, she glanced at Fong Chen in the distance. Unfortunately, Fong Chen was waiting with his eyes closed. He did not see Yi Lin at all. I hope there will be some good disciples this time, said the old man. In the martial arts field, countless disciples were discussing. Do you think the number 1 outer sect disciple will change hands this time? Impossible. Senior brother Wen Jingyun has already reached the pinnacle of 3rd tier Qi refinement. No one can challenge him. That's right. I also think highly of senior brother Wen Jingyun. The others are not good. Fong Chen's improvement has been very fast recently. I wonder how far he can go? Someone asked. That trash Fong Chen may have improved a lot, but he can't even get into the top 30 with his 2nd tier Qi refinement strength. That's right. Trash will always be trash. It's too late to start improving now. If Fong Chen can get into the top 30, I'll cut my head off. Of course, everyone's focus was on Wen Jingyun. As for Fong Chen, they were just passing by. No one thought that Fong Chen would be a dark horse. Of course, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were exceptions. Right now, Xiao Shan and Jiang He were rubbing their palms together, ready to show off their skills in the competition. With Fang Chen's help, they had reached third-tier Qi refinement. This time, they were confident that they could get into the top 30. Fang Chen, what's your goal this time? Jiang He asked. That's right, Fang Chen. What's your goal? Jiang He and I will be satisfied as long as we can get into the top 30. Xiao Shan grinned. Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and waiting, smiled faintly when he heard Jiang He and Xiao Shan's words, but he did not say anything. Time passed little by little. Finally, before everyone's eyes, the outer sect disciple competition was about to begin. On the platform, an old man with a white beard looked around at the crowd and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Today is the day of the outer sect disciple competition of our Azure Edge Sword sect. Next, I will announce the rules of the competition. I hope that all of you can get a good ranking, the old man said. Soon, the old man finished explaining the rules of the competition. In summary, there were a few points. The first point was that no killing moves were allowed in the competition, unless there was no way to stop. The second point was that the competition was based on an elimination system. Everyone would pick a number and compete according to the number. After the first round, the second round would begin, and so on. In the end, the top 3 of the competition would be rewarded by the Azure Edge Sword sect. After hearing the rules of the competition, everyone was ready to make a move. Although they didn't know what the prize was, everyone wanted to get a good ranking. After a while, the numbers were given out. There were a total of 200 outer sect disciples, so all 200 numbers were given out. All right, let the competition begin, the old man with the white beard said. Right after the old man with the white beard said that, a cultivator in gray stepped onto the platform. His opponent was a cultivator in white. Bang! 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 The two cultivators instantly clashed, and the victor was decided in a short while. Because the disparity in strength in the first round was too great, the competition ended very quickly. After about an hour, it was Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen's opponent was a cultivator in the second tier of Qi refinement. When he saw Fang Chen, a complicated expression appeared on his face. In the end, this cultivator said loudly, "I admit defeat." The referee looked at the two in confusion before announcing Fang Chen's victory. Fang Chen's easy victory in the first round was within everyone's expectations. After all, to be able to defeat Liang Yong so easily, Fang Chen's strength had already reached the peak of the second level of the Qi refinement realm. Of course, most of the disciples did not know that Fang Chen had already reached the third tier of Qi refinement. One cultivator after another, battle after battle. The 100 battles lasted for a total of 6 hours before they all came to an end. After the first round, 100 disciples were eliminated, and the remaining 100 advanced. Xiao Shan and Jiang He had also advanced to the second round. Next up was the second round, which was still a one-on-one competition. The first match of the second round was Jiang He's. Jiang He actually ran into Jin Kuan. He's definitely going to lose. Although Jiang He is very strong, Jin Kuan is also very powerful. Jin Kuan has already reached the third tier of Qi refinement. Jiang He is definitely no match for him. As the many disciples discussed, Jin Kuan stepped onto the arena. When he passed by Wen Jingyun, Jin Kuan heard him say, "Go all out and cripple Jiang He." Jin Kuan stood on the arena with a sinister smile in his eyes. "Jiang He, you are no match for me." Jin Kuan was very arrogant. "Jin Kuan, we still don't know who will win," Jiang He said. "Jiang He, I'll let you have a taste of my skills." Jin Kuan started fighting Jiang He right after he said that. In the arena, Xiao Shan had a worried look on his face as he asked, "Fang Chen, do you think Jiang He will win?" Jin Kuan is no match for Jiang He. Xiao Shan appeared thoughtful when he heard Fang Chen's words. Sure enough, after the two fought for 15 minutes on the arena, Jiang He went all out and defeated Jin Kuan. "What? Jin Kun actually lost? Jiang He has reached the third tier of Qi refinement. Damn it, Jiang He has actually reached the third tier of Qi refinement. Jin Kun lost. The sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another without end. Trash. Wen Jingyun cursed inwardly when he saw Jin Kun lose. On the platform, the white-bearded old man looked at Jiang He with a smile. Chapter 13. Although many outer sect disciples were surprised that Jiang He defeated Jin Kun, the competition continued. Not long after, many disciples were eliminated. After about an hour, Xiao Shan's valiant performance also attracted the attention of the outer court disciples. The white-bearded old man on the platform narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xiao Shan and Jiang He. He could not understand how two outer sect disciples in the second tier of the Qi refinement realm managed to obtain a barrier-breaking pellet and even use it to break through to the third tier of the Qi refinement realm. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was Fang Chen's turn to fight. This time, Fang Chen's opponent was a disciple in the middle of the third tier of the Qi refinement realm called Li Bai. He was considered outstanding among the outer sect disciples. Fang Chen's opponent is Li Bai. It looks like Fang Chen's days are coming to an end. Li Bai's strength speaks for itself. Even Wen Jingyun thinks highly of him. Yeah, I heard that Li Bai is Wen Jingyun's confidant and is very strong. How can Fang Chen, a disciple in the second tier of the Qi refinement realm, fight with Li Bai? Li Bai's body is filled with killing intent. It looks like he wants to kill Fang Chen. When Li Bai stepped onto the arena, many outer sect disciples were discussing it. In a corner of the arena, Wen Jingyun, who was dressed in white, had an indifferent expression on his face as he thought to himself. Fang Chen, although you can cut off Xiao Tianyong's arm, you are powerless against Li Bai. On the arena, Li Bai's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Fang Chen. He said, Fang Chen, you have become quite famous recently. Unfortunately, you met me, Li Bai. I will let you know that trash will always be trash. It is impossible for you to fight against senior brother one. Hearing Li Bai's words, Fang Chen's face showed displeasure. He said coldly, You talk too much nonsense. Fang Chen's words undoubtedly caused Li Bai's expression to harden. Soon after, he icily said, Fang Chen, I hope that you can still be so arrogant in a while. As soon as Li Bai finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he performed an ordinary sword technique. As the long sword danced, sword light filled the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Blackwater sword technique was an ordinary sword technique that Li Bai had chosen. The Blackwater sword technique had a total of 3 levels, and Li Bai had only reached the second level. If he could cultivate the Blackwater sword art to perfection, its power would be extraordinary. However, in Li Bai's opinion, there was no need to use the second level of the Blackwater sword technique to deal with Fang Chen. The first level was enough to defeat him. Following Li Bai's attack, a black sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light was filled with coldness. Fang Chen raised his head. His eyes were deep as he said, The Blackwater sword technique is just SOSO. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he flicked his wrist and a golden light instantly shot out towards the black sword light in the sky. Rumble. When the golden light collided with the black sword light, there was a loud explosion. Immediately after, everyone was shocked to find that the black sword light was actually dissipating. What black sword light is dissipating? Heavens, what kind of sword technique is Fang Chen using? It's actually so tyrannical that it can instantly defeat the Blackwater sword technique. This Fang Chen is really too powerful. I didn't expect him to have such a tyrannical sword technique. Many disciples turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. As the black sword light dissipated, Li Bai's body retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, a trace of astonishment flashed in his pitch-black eyes. You actually chose the golden light sword technique? Hearing Li Bai's words, many outer disciples exclaimed. The golden light sword technique was an incomplete ordinary cultivation technique. It was abnormally difficult to cultivate. A long time ago, there were also disciples who cultivated the golden light sword technique. But as time passed, no one in the Azure Edge Sword sect was willing to waste time on the golden light sword technique. Ever since Xie Tianan, no one else had chosen the golden light sword technique. Golden light sword technique. This brat actually chose the golden light sword technique. On the main platform, the white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully and said, on the martial stage, after the initial shock, Li Bai's face once again revealed a bloodthirsty expression. Fang Chen, do you think you can defeat me just because you've cultivated the golden light sword technique? Next, I'll let you know that in my eyes you're just a piece of trash. Hula Li Bai brandished the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, two black sword lights appeared in the sky, and an oppressive aura engulfed the entire martial stage. Rumble. The second level of the Blackwater Sword technique was already the strongest cultivation technique that Li Bai could use. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could withstand it. Die! The black sword light whistled through the air. Following Li Bai's roar, the sword light directly collided with Fang Chen. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen would be hit by the sword light, something strange happened. Suddenly, a golden light shone brightly around Fang Chen's body. Then, the golden sword light flashed and disappeared. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Immediately after, the majestic black sword light quickly dissipated. Crack! The black sword light dissipated faster than the first time, and even Li Bai was affected. His body flew out heavily. With a bang, Li Bai's body fell to the ground of the martial stage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. His face was filled with disbelief. How can this be? How can I lose to a piece of trash like you? Hua, the entire martial stage was in an uproar. All the warriors stared at Fang Chen, who was on the martial stage, with their mouths agape. Wen Jingyun's face was very ugly. Fang Chen's performance had exceeded his expectations. Damn this guy! Wen Jingyun cursed in his heart. On the VIP platform, the white-bearded old man's heart was also filled with shock. Golden sword light. Among everyone present, only the white-bearded old man clearly saw Fang Chen's attack. Just now, Fang Chen displayed the second level of the golden sword light technique in one breath and defeated Li Bai in an instant. This kid actually cultivated the golden sword light technique to the second level. How unexpected! The white-bearded old man said with a smile. In the martial stage, the outer sect disciples were extremely shocked. A piece of trash has become a genius. Fang Chen has actually grown to such a level. Yeah, to think that we thought Fang Chen was a piece of trash. It seems that the rumors were wrong. Fang Chen is too strong. To be able to defeat Li Bai in one move, Fang Chen can be ranked in the top 20 outer sect disciples. No, I think that Fang Chen can be ranked in the top 10 outer sect disciples. After this battle, no one in the outer sect thought that Fang Chen was a piece of trash anymore. Fang Chen used his own performance to prove that he was not a piece of trash. Of course, some of the stronger outer sect disciples still looked down on Fang Chen. In their opinion, although Fang Chen was strong with the golden sword light, it was very difficult to cultivate. One day, the gap between Fang Chen and them would grow bigger. Of course, this was just their opinion. In a section of the martial stage, Jiang He and Xiao Shan were laughing as they surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you really stole the limelight. Yeah, you defeated Li Bai in one move. That was so cool. Look at the outer sect disciples now. They are looking at you differently. Seeing Jiang He and Xiao Shan talking so eloquently, Fang Chen sighed in amazement. Previously, all the outer sect disciples thought that he was a piece of trash and looked down on him. However, after that battle, they knew how strong Fang Chen was. Now they looked at Fang Chen with respect. This is a world where the strong are respected. Everything depends on strength. Fang Chen clenched his fists and sighed. The competition continued. However, it was not as exciting as the battle between Fang Chen and Li Bai. When the second round of the competition reached its final stage, a heavyweight disciple finally appeared. It was the publicly acknowledged top disciple of the outer sect, Wen Jingyun. Senior Brother Wen's strength has already reached the peak of the third tier of Qi refinement. This time, he will definitely take first place. Yeah, entering the inner sect as the top disciple of the outer sect is an honor for all outer sect disciples. Senior Brother Wen is too strong. No one in the top 10 is a match for him. When Jingyun stood on the martial stage and gave Fang Chen a provocative look before looking at his opponent. Wang Guai, you are not my match, Wen Jingyun said indifferently. Wang Guai was a late-stage third-tier Qi refinement cultivator. He was ranked 5th in the outer sect and was very strong. Wen Jingyun, you know that I will not admit defeat, Wang Guai said. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to make your move. Wen Jingyun had a condescending look on his face full of disdain. 7 killing swordplay. Wang Guai roared and displayed the 7 killing swordplay. The long sword in his hand danced quickly, dazzling the eyes of the audience. At the same time, on the martial stage, sword Qi soared into the sky. 7 killing swordplay? When Jingyun glanced at Wang Guai, who was displaying the 7 killing swordplay, he snorted and displayed his swordplay. 7 killing swordplay. That's right, Wen Jingyun was also displaying the 7 killing swordplay. 7 killing swordplay versus 7 killing swordplay. The battle between the two had reached a climax. I wonder whose 7 killing swordplay is stronger, Senior Brother Wen or Senior Brother Wang, many disciples thought. Even the elders on the rostrum were attracted by the battle between the two. However, to everyone's surprise, they thought it would be a fierce battle. They did not expect it to be a one-sided battle. Bang! As the two long swords collided, a figure was directly sent flying. When Jingyun put away his long sword and stood quietly. His long robe fluttered without wind, making him look like a god of war. He defeated Wang Guai, who was in the late-stage third-tier Qi refinement realm, with one move. This was enough to show Wen Jingyun's strength. This kid is not bad. He has mastered the essence of the 7 killing swordplay. On the rostrum, Yi Lin's master nodded in satisfaction. The other elders also nodded in satisfaction at Wen Jingyun, acknowledging him. Chapter 14. When the second round of the competition ended, it was already afternoon. As the competition went on, the weaker disciples were eliminated, and only the stronger ones remained. Therefore, more and more time was needed. After the second round ended, only 50 people made it to the next round. Most of them were LV3 Qi cultivation disciples. Of course, there were a few lucky ones who were at the pinnacle of LV2. In short, being able to make it to the third round more or less meant that they had some ability. Jiang He and Xiao Shan also made it to the third round. However, with their abilities, they could only make it to the top 30. After all, they had just broken through to LV3 Qi cultivation. After the second round of the competition, it was time for the third round of the competition. The third round of the competition was still a one-on-one competition. All the martial artists were rearranged and received their numbers. After a while, all the numbers were collected. Fang Chen's number was 50. In other words, Fang Chen's number was 50. Fang Chen, you are very strong. You must work hard and make it to the top 5, Jiang He said. Yes, Fang Chen. This time, many elders are watching the competition. The better your performance, the more the elders will favor you. Once the elders favor you, your future resources will increase greatly. Hearing the words of his two best friends, Fang Chen smiled and thought to himself, top 5? After an intense competition, the first and second rounds have ended. Next up is the third round of the competition. I hope you can do your best, the referee said loudly. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the third round of the competition officially began. One martial artist after another went up to the arena. The competition was extremely intense. After about 2 hours, it was finally Wen Jingyun's turn. This time, Wen Jingyun's opponent was a middle LV 3 Qi cultivation disciple. He admitted defeat immediately and did not even have the courage to fight with Wen Jingyun. On the rostrum, Yi Lin's master looked at Wen Jingyun with satisfaction. It seemed like he wanted to accept Wen Jingyun as his disciple. This kid is not bad. If he can enter the inner sect, I am willing to accept him as my disciple. Master, Wen Jingyun is the top disciple in the outer sect. He is very talented, Yi Lin said. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the competition had been completed. Another 2 hours later, Xiao Shan and Jiang He's battle was over as well. Both of them were unlucky to run into 2 disciples who were third-tier Qi refinists, so they lost and were eliminated. Be that as it may, both Jiang He and Xiao Shan were acknowledged by the leaders of the Green Edge Sword sect. When the last match arrived, everyone looked at the martial arts stage curiously. They wanted to see if the man who had repeatedly created miracles would be able to create another miracle. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was also a little surprised. His opponent was none other than Xiao Tianyong, whose arm he had cut off earlier. Fang Chen, I said before that I would definitely get my revenge. The one-armed Xiao Tianyong looked coldly at Fang Chen as he spoke in a low voice. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just shook his head slightly. After Xiao Tianyong's arm was cut off, not only did he not reflect on his actions, he even wanted to take revenge. All the disciples in the martial arts stage were in a heated discussion. They did not know that Xiao Tianyong's arm had been cut off by Fang Chen. Xiao Tianyong is most likely not a match for Fang Chen. Even Xiao Tianyong is not a match for Li Bai. How can he defeat Fang Chen? He is just courting death. That's not right. Xiao Tianyong is with Wen Jingyun. If Xiao Tianyong is not a match for Li Bai, there is no reason for Wen Jingyun to send him to his death. Many disciples could not figure it out no matter how they thought about it. Fang Chen, I will kill you with my own hands, the one-armed Xiao Tianyong said in a low voice. If you want to kill me, look in the mirror first. Fang Chen did not have a good impression of Xiao Tianyong. Oh right. 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I said before, not a single one less. It looks like you didn't listen to me, Fang Chen said as he suddenly remembered. Xiao Tianyong was furious when he heard Fang Chen's words. Fang Chen, you are courting death. Xiao Tianyong roared and immediately channeled all the strength in his body into his long sword. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen only lightly waved his long sword and blocked Xiao Tianyong's attack. However, at this time, a strange silver smile appeared on Xiao Tianyong's face. In the next moment, a majestic aura emerged from Xiao Tianyong's body and swept across the entire martial arts arena. What is this? All the disciples were stunned by this sudden tyrannical aura. Even the elders on the rostrum were surprised. This aura is not something that Xiao Tianyong can possess, the white-bearded old man said in a low voice. Rumble. The martial arts arena was surrounded by this aura. Fang Chen felt a sense of oppression. It was as if his body could not move. This is. Fang Chen stared at Xiao Tianyong. At this time, Xiao Tianyong's face was pale and his body was weak. However, this aura was becoming more and more tyrannical. Fang Chen, today is the day you die. Xiao Tianyong roared. His body flashed and he rushed towards Fang Chen. The closer he got to Fang Chen, the more oppressive the tyrannical aura became. I can't just sit here and wait for my death. This aura was not something that a LV3 Qi cultivation realm disciple could possess. He did not know how Xiao Tianyong could release such an aura. Rumble. Fang Chen gripped his long sword tightly and instantly displayed the third move of the golden light sword technique. Puchi. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a golden light. A cold light suddenly appeared and pierced the void. Crash! A ripple appeared. the tyrannical aura was interrupted by the golden light. Fang Chen felt his body relax. At this time, on the VIP platform, the white-bearded old man, who was about to stop the battle, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He seemed to have discovered something. How is this possible? This kid is so young. How can he cultivate the third move of the golden light sword technique? Is he the next Xie Tianan? The white-bearded old man was excited. He forcibly restrained his body and sat quietly on the rostrum. Seeing this, the other elders did not move. On the martial arts stage. How is this possible? Xiao Tianyong's face was full of anger when he saw that this aura was unable to defeat Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I will kill you. At this time, Xiao Tianyong seemed to have fallen into madness. He was using all his strength to activate the aura that did not belong to him. Suddenly, the golden light in the sky was dispersed by the tyrannical aura. Immediately after, Fang Chen's body felt oppressed again. Damn it! Fang Chen was a little angry after being forced into a passive position again and again. Crack! 3 roars came from Fang Chen's body. The strength of 3 bulls meant that Fang Chen was a LV3 Qi cultivation realm disciple. When Fang Chen exploded with the strength of a LV3 Qi cultivation realm disciple, he cleanly blasted away the tyrannical aura. Then, the golden light sword technique directly pierced Xiao Tianyong's chest. Bang! As the tyrannical aura dissipated, Xiao Tianyong fell heavily on the martial arts stage and lost his life. Crash! On the martial arts stage, the wild aura dissipated, and the entire scene calmed down. However, all the disciples were dumbfounded by this scene. They had even forgotten that Xiao Tianyong had been killed by Fang Chen. Oh my god, when did Fang Chen break through to the LV3 Qi cultivation realm? Who said Fang Chen is trash? He is clearly a genius. Could it be that Fang Chen has been hiding his strength all this time? Many disciples cried out involuntarily. After recovering from his shock, the referee looked at the lifeless Xiao Tianyong and awkwardly looked at the white-bearded old man. Right at this moment, when Jing suddenly spoke. Elder, Fang Chen intentionally killed Xiao Tianyong in the competition. This kind of trash shouldn't be allowed to stay in our Qinfeng sword sect. That's right, he killed Fang Chen. Many disciples shouted along. This was the first time someone had died in the outer disciple competition. This matter had also attracted the attention of the elders. Although Xiao Tianyong used a forbidden technique in the battle just now, Fang Chen shouldn't have killed him. An elder expressed his opinion. That's right, Fang Chen should be punished. Otherwise, what's the use of our Qinfeng sword sect's rules? Fang Chen is too much. Does he think he can kill his fellow disciples just because he is strong? Our Qinfeng sword sect will never allow such a disciple to exist. Although he is a good sapling, that child's mentality is simply too vicious, Yi Lin's master said. Yi Lin's eyes also flashed with killing intent. Master, Fang Chen is usually very arrogant. He doesn't treat our disciples well. As long as he doesn't like them, he'll directly attack them. Such a disciple isn't worthy of being a disciple of our Qinfeng sword sect, said Yi Lin, adding fuel to the fire. At this time, all the disciples in the martial practice field finally recovered from their shock and began to discuss in low voices. When Jingyun's expression was gloomy. He had originally thought that he could rely on Xiao Tianyong to kill Fang Chen. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. But this was also good. Now that he had grasped Fang Chen's weakness, he was confident that the elders would punish Fang Chen. Elders, I trust you all saw the battle just now. Xiao Tianyong used a forbidden technique to kill me. Shouldn't I have resisted? Asked Fang Chen. If I wasn't strong enough, the one lying on the ground right now wouldn't be him. It would be me, Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's question, Yi Lin's master spoke again. Fang Chen, your potential is great, but you still made a mistake. You have to bear the consequences. Yi Lin's master seemed to have quite a bit of prestige among the elders. When he spoke, the other elders all nodded in agreement. Only the white-bearded old man stared at Fang Chen without saying anything. Xiao Tianyong attacked first. I was just defending. Elder, if you want to convict me, I won't accept it, said Fang Chen. Impudent! An outer disciple dares to speak to Elder Lu like this? Killing a fellow disciple. Such a disciple is too vicious. We can't let him go, said a few elders. Reaching the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 15 is not bad. But the Qingfeng sword sect doesn't lack disciples like you, said Elder Lu, a little displeased. Hearing this, Yilin was overjoyed. In the martial practice field, Wen Jingyun also looked at Fang Chen with disdain. As long as Fang Chen was expelled from the Qingfeng sword sect, he could attack Fang Chen at any time. At that time, Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Although Fang Chen had reached the 3rd level of qi refining, Wen Jingyun didn't think much of Fang Chen. 9th Elders, do you think so too? Chapter 15. There were many elders in the Azure Edge Sword sect, but the ones with the most authority were the 9 elders. Each of the 9 elders were extremely powerful elders. Their positions in the Green Edge Sword sect were second only to the sect master. The white-bearded old man on the rostrum was the 9th elder among the 9 elders. No one knew what the 9th elder's name was. They only knew that he was the 9th elder of the Qingfeng sword sect. The outer sect disciple competition this time was also attended by the 9th elder. As a disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect, Fang Chen had naturally heard of the 9th elder, and even knew the 9th elder. He knew that everything that happened today could be resolved with a single word from the 9th elder. That was why Fang Chen specifically asked the 9th elder for his opinion, because Fang Chen could vaguely sense a righteous aura from the 9th elder. Fang Chen, you have committed a grave crime, and yet you still hope to be forgiven by the 9th elder. What a joke! Yilin's master, Elder Lu, said coldly. Elder Lu's position in the Azure Edge sword sect was not as high as the 9 elders, but it was much higher than the other elders. Hearing the 6th elder's reprimand, the other elders also spoke up, believing that Fang Chen was guilty. Fang Chen, you killed a disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect in front of the 9th elder. Such a grave crime, the 9th elder would never let you off. That's right, the 9th elder. This kid should be killed. 9th elder, I suggest that we cripple Fang Chen's cultivation and expel him from the Azure Edge sword sect. Wen Jingyun said softly. Wen Jingyun's words made Fang Chen frown. Wen Jingyun was trying to kill him. How could you be so vicious, Wen Jingyun? Crippling Fang Chen's cultivation is the same as taking Fang Chen's life. Jiang he rebuked loudly. That's right. Although Fang Chen accidentally killed Xiao Tianyong, it was still a legitimate defense. If you want to blame someone, blame Xiao Tianyong for using a power that does not belong to him, Xiao Shan said. Xiao Tianyong fouled first. Fang Chen didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Shan and Jiang he spoke up for Fang Chen in front of so many elders, which warmed the latter's heart. At the same time, Fang Chen deeply remembered Elder Lu, Yilin, and Wen Jingyun. These 3 people wanted to kill him and wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. 9th elders, why don't you say something? Elder Lu asked when he saw that the 9th elders remained silent. The other elders also looked at the 9th elders, waiting for the 9th elders to speak. After all, the competition was interrupted because of Fang Chen. They had to settle this matter before the competition could proceed smoothly. The 9th elders glanced at Fang Chen, then looked around and said slowly, Fang Chen killed Xiao Tianyong and violated the sect's rules. Hearing this, Wen Jingyun and the others were overjoyed. Once the 9th elders determined that Fang Chen was guilty, no one would be able to save Fang Chen. Fang Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the 9th elders continue. However, I don't think that Fang Chen is guilty. This sentence caused an uproar. The 9th elders wanted to protect Fang Chen. Ninth Elders, Fang Chen Elder Lu's expression changed and he hastily said. However, he was interrupted by the Ninth Elders. Xiao Tianyong only has himself to blame. He used a power that didn't belong to him. He can't blame anyone else. The Ninth Elders waved his hand. Our Azure Edge Sword sect is a righteous sect. How can a disciple use such a despicable method? The Ninth Elders retorted. All right, let the competition continue. The Ninth Elders said in a low voice. The other elders wanted to refute, but they didn't dare to refute the Ninth Elder's words. In the end, this disturbance was ended by the Ninth Elder's words. The competition continued. Damn it, he still can't die. Wen Jingyun's expression was gloomy as he coldly said. The third round of the competition gradually came to an end. Next was the fourth round, but because of time constraints, the fourth round was scheduled for tomorrow. After the referee's announcement, all the disciples began to leave the martial practice field. The Ninth Elders and the others also quickly left. When Wen Jingyun left, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he glanced at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are really amazing. Even the Ninth Elders are helping you. After everyone left, Xiao Shan punched Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Yes, Fang Chen. I thought that you would be punished for killing Xiao Tianyong. I didn't expect the Ninth Elders to be so reasonable. Jiang He was also happy for Fang Chen. Night gradually fell. Fang Chen returned to his room after dinner. Although he now had the strength to challenge Wen Jingyun, he still resolutely entered a state of cultivation. After more than a month, Fang Chen gradually realized that the ancient sword continent was a world where the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could kill anyone you wanted. On the contrary, if you didn't have the strength, even if you were killed, no one would avenge you. This was the cruelty of reality. I must increase my strength. Fang Chen shouted in his heart. If it was the Fang Chen of the past, he would definitely not have such ambition. Perhaps he would be trash for the rest of his life. Ever since he obtained the Golden Heart, Fang Chen felt that the Golden Heart was constantly changing his body. It even changed his talent. Fang Chen realized that not only was his strength getting stronger, but his talent was also getting stronger. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard. The bright moonlight shone on his body, causing layers of halos to appear. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he quickly stood up and took a step forward. He clenched his fists tightly and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. Then, he threw out a punch. Suddenly, the air in front of Fang Chen distorted a little. The fist energy directly bombarded the void. It formed ripples in the void and slowly dissipated. Body refining fist, 9 layers. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Although the body refining fist was only a basic fist technique, after reaching the 9th layer, its power was not to be underestimated. The body refining fist has reached the perfect realm. It can actually increase my strength, Fang Chen said. In the following time, Fang Chen began to practice the Golden Light Sword technique. Early in the morning the next day, all the outer disciples gathered at the martial arts practice field once again. The fourth round of the competition had begun. There were a total of 25 disciples left. There were 12 matches. The remaining disciple had a bye. After the 9 elders briefly explained the rules, they began to draw lot. After Fang Chen drew his lot, he opened it and was a little stunned. He didn't expect to draw a bye. When he found out that Fang Chen had drawn a bye, Wen Jingyun's face turned ugly. I really don't know what kind of shit this is, Wen Jingyun said coldly. Other disciples who were dissatisfied with Fang Chen also spoke out. They thought that Fang Chen was a little lucky. Just wait. You'll definitely lose in the next round, a disciple said. After the drawing of lots, Fang Chen had a bye. The other 24 disciples were divided into 12 groups and began to fight. 4 hours later, the fourth round of the competition had ended. 12 disciples were eliminated and the remaining 13 disciples advanced. The 12 disciples who were eliminated were gnashing their teeth at Fang Chen. They thought that if Fang Chen hadn't gotten a bye, then perhaps the bye would have been theirs. Fang Chen, this lucky guy, actually entered the next round. He really ate dog shit. How can he enter the next round? He'll definitely lose if he meets senior brother one. The 4th round of the competition ended and the 5th round began. However, to the surprise of many disciples, Fang Chen still drew a bye. Damn it, how can this Fang Chen keep drawing a bye? Many disciples complained. Even Fang Chen himself felt that it was unbelievable that he had drawn a bye twice in a row. He didn't even need to fight to enter the top 10. The 5th round of the competition was much more intense than the 4th round, but Wen Zhengyun still defeated his opponents with a tyrannical aura. Although there were only 6 matches in the 5th round, it took 8 hours. In the afternoon, the 5th round of the competition finally ended. The remaining 6 disciples were all top outer disciples. The lowest cultivation level among them was the late stage of the LV3 Qi cultivation realm. Including Fang Chen, there were still 7 people who needed to draw lot. This time, the one who drew the bye was Wen Zhengyun. Fang Chen didn't draw it. Fang Chen, I'll let you be smug for 2 rounds. This time, I'll end you with my own hands. Lu Shan's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Shan was the weakest among the 6 disciples who advanced, but his cultivation level was still at the late stage of the LV3 Qi cultivation realm. If it were someone else, Lu Shan might not be able to win the competition. But when he learned that his opponent was Fang Chen, he was overjoyed. Fang Chen, you're no match for me. Admit defeat, Lu Shan said arrogantly in the martial arts arena. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "We'll know after we fight. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Lu San bellowed and unleashed his strongest swordsmanship. Streaks of sword light danced in the sky. Lu Shan is so strong. Fang Chen is definitely no match for him. Lu Shan's swordsmanship has reached the complete realm. What an exciting duel. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chen stood quietly and watched Lu Shan display his swordsmanship. Then, he displayed the golden light swordsmanship. The 3rd move of the golden light swordsmanship. A majestic golden light flashed and instantly shattered the sword light in the sky. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire martial arts arena. So what if it's the golden light swordsmanship? Watch how I break it. Seeing Fang Chen display the golden light swordsmanship, Lu Shan roared and displayed his swordsmanship again. However, at this moment, Fang Chen unexpectedly took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Shan. Lu Shan was controlling his sword light to resist the golden light swordsmanship. He didn't expect Fang Chen to come close. "You're courting death." As soon as Lu Shan spoke, he was greeted with a punch. A simple punch sent Lu Shan flying. Bang! Lu Shan fell below the arena and lost the competition. Chapter 16. Fang Chen had actually defeated Lu Shan. This was something that no one had expected. The 9th Elders narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. It was as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. How is this possible? Lu Shan actually lost. Heavens! How is Fang Chen so strong? Could it be that Fang Chen had been hiding his strength all this time? He didn't even need to use any strength to defeat Lu Shan. Too strong. Fang Chen has a chance to fight senior apprentice brother Wen Zhengyun for first place. Many disciples cried out. Lying on the ground, Lu Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he looked at Fang Chen with dread. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Fang Chen was just about to leave the stage when a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "Fang Chen, are you willing to take me as your master?" Hearing these words, not only the outer court disciples, but even the elders on the rostrum were extremely surprised. The one who had spoken was none other than the 9th Elders. The 9th Elders wants to take Fang Chen as a disciple. This Fang Chen really is lucky. That was what many outer sect disciples were thinking. After all, in the Azure Edge Sword sect, there were very few outer sect disciples who could enter the eyes of the Ninth Elders. This wasn't the first time the Ninth Elders had presided over the outer sect disciple competition. They had never seen him take the initiative to accept a disciple. But this time, the Ninth Elders actually took the initiative. Just what kind of secret was Fang Chun hiding? Why did the Ninth Elders want to take him as a disciple? Fang Chun was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he looked at the Ninth Elder. Ninth Elders, this child's heart is vicious. Why do you want to take him as a disciple? Asked Elder Lu. That's right. Ninth Elders, you are one of the Ninth Elders. You have to be careful when taking a disciple. The Ninth Elder is not qualified to be your disciple this time. Many elders said one after another. Upon hearing this, the Ninth Elders frowned slightly. Soon after, he said, me taking in a disciple is my own matter. It is not up to you to tell me what to do. Besides, I think that Fang Chen's talent isn't any worse than the other outer sect disciples. Ninth Elders, there is no lack of outstanding outer disciples. For example, senior brother Wen Jingyun. His strength is tyrannical and his talent is outstanding. You can take him as your disciple. The one who spoke was Yi Lin. She was extremely unwilling to let Fang Chen become a disciple of the Ninth Elders. That was why she said that. All right, you don't have to say any more, the Ninth Elders said impatiently. Then he looked at Fang Chen and asked, Fang Chen, are you willing to be my disciple? Upon hearing the Ninth Elder's question, all the disciples looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, Disciple greets master. Ha ha, good. From today onwards, you are my disciple. The Ninth Elders was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Upon seeing this, the others started to discuss. Wen Jingyun's face was very ugly. He didn't expect the Ninth Elders to take Fang Chen as his disciple. If this was the case, it would be a little difficult to kill Fang Chen. Wen Jingyun looked at Yi Lin, who was on the main stage, and made a decision. For junior sister Yi Lin, I must kill you. Wen Jingyun shouted in his heart. Fang Chen became the disciple of the Ninth Elders. This matter caused a commotion in the outer sect. All the disciples' eyes were filled with envy. After becoming the disciple of the Ninth Elders, the sect would definitely provide a lot of resources. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation. What a lucky guy. Many disciples thought in their hearts. After Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts arena, the competition continued. Xiao Shan and Jiang He were overjoyed when they saw Fang Chen return. The two of them were happy for their best friend. Fang Chen, with the protection of the Ninth Elders, Wen Jingyun won't dare to deal with you openly. Jiang He said. That's right. The Ninth Elders will be your backer in the future. Xiao Shan said. Fang Chen glanced at Wen Jingyun, who was far away, and then looked at Yi Lin and Elder Lu, who were on the main stage. Strength is the most important thing. Fang Chen didn't think that with the protection of the Ninth Elders, Yi Lin and the others wouldn't dare to deal with him. They wouldn't dare to do it on the surface, but they would dare to do it secretly. Therefore, the Ninth Elders could protect him for a while, but not forever. Naturally, he wouldn't slack off on his cultivation. He would still work hard. After another 2 hours, this round of the competition finally came to an end. 3 disciples were eliminated. The remaining 3 disciples, including Wen Jingyun, made a total of 4 people. Fang Chen, Wen Jingyun, Ouyang Haofeng, and Zhuge Pin. Being able to enter the finals meant that the 4 of them were extremely powerful. Among them, Wen Jingyun was the most dazzling. Although Fang Chen was a dark horse, everyone believed that Wen Jingyun could defeat all his opponents in the finals. In the finals, everyone will fight against the other 3 opponents. The final ranking will be decided based on the number of wins and losses. The referee said slowly. As soon as the referee finished his words, Zhuge Pin stood on the martial arts ring. Fang Chen glanced at him. Zhuge Pin was also in the late stage of LV3 Qi cultivation realm. He hadn't reached the peak yet. Zhuge Pin's opponent was Fang Chen. Seeing that Zhuge Pin had stepped onto the martial arts ring, Fang Chen also stepped onto the martial arts ring. Fang Chen, although you're strong and have made it all the way here, I'm going to end your miracle, Zhuge Pin said. Zhuge Pin was considered a top disciple in the outer sect. Now that he was facing Fang Chen, he was full of confidence. You're no match for me, Fang Chen said. We'll know after we fight. Hearing that, Zhuge Pin growled and displayed his swordsmanship. Sword light filled the sky and the two of them instantly fought. Bang bang bang! After fighting for a while, a loud sound was heard. Then, a figure quickly retreated. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Zhuge Pin. I'm no match for you. Zhuge Pin was also a hero. He could accept defeat. After a fierce battle, he felt that he was no match for Fang Chen, so he admitted defeat. After defeating Zhuge Pin, Fang Chen had accumulated one victory. His second opponent was Ouyang Haofeng. Begin. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ouyang Haofeng displayed the Sky Wind swordsmanship. Sky Wind swordsmanship. The Sky Wind swordsmanship was the strongest swordsmanship that Ouyang Haofeng had cultivated. Although it was an ordinary cultivation technique, it was infinitely close to an inferior swordsmanship. Seeing that Ouyang Haofeng displayed the Sky Wind swordsmanship, Fang Chen displayed the Golden Light swordsmanship without hesitation. The third level of the Golden Light swordsmanship. Swoosh! A golden light flashed across Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the sky was filled with golden light. It carried a strong sword qi and directly clashed with the Sky Wind swordsmanship. Ding ding ding! A series of clashing sounds were heard. Ouyang Haofeng's figure retreated rapidly. There was a trace of shock on his face. The Golden Light swordsmanship is actually so powerful. Ouyang Haofeng tried hard to calm his shock. Then, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked Fang Chen again. I don't believe that you can maintain such an attack for long. Ouyang Haofeng wanted to use his strength to exhaust Fang Chen. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. With the clear flow provided by the Golden Heart, Fang Chen could maintain the third sword of the Golden Light swordsmanship. On the contrary, Ouyang Haofeng, after fighting for a while, he was finally out of breath and lost to Fang Chen. Just like that, Fang Chen won 2 matches and went down to rest. The next one was Wen Jingyun. He treated Fang Chen as his last opponent, so he fought with Zhuge Pin and Ouyang Haofeng first. After an hour, Wen Jingyun's 2 matches were over. Zhuge Pin and Ouyang Haofeng both lost. After losing to Wen Jingyun, they were destined to not be in the top 2. Wen Jingyun was very powerful. He was only 1 step away from reaching LV4 Qi cultivation realm. He was extraordinary. However, Zhuge Pin and Ouyang Haofeng's strength was not too bad. It was a pity that they met the monsters Fang Chen and Wen Jingyun. The next match was between Zhuge Pin and Ouyang Haofeng for the 3rd place. As everyone knew, the top 3 would be rewarded, but the 4th place would not be rewarded. Therefore, this match was very important. The two of them did not dare to be careless. On the martial arts stage, the 2 figures were fighting fiercely. Bang! Bang! The outer disciples were dazzled by the sight, and were extremely excited. Sky Wind swordsmanship. Ouyang Haofeng performed the strongest sword of the Sky Wind swordsmanship. In the sky, the sword light gathered together and formed a majestic sword light that pierced towards Zhuge Pin. Sunrise swordsmanship. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Pin unleashed the sunrise swordsmanship without hesitation. His imposing sword pierced towards the majestic sword light in the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Zhuge Pin's sunrise sword light collided with the Sky Wind swordsmanship. However, those who were observant noticed that the sunrise sword light was slowly dissipating. Zhuge Pin is going to lose. On the rostrum, the elders nodded and said. In the next moment there was a loud bang. The sunrise sword light instantly dissipated. The majestic sky wind swordsmanship hit Zhuge Pin directly. Zhuge Pin's body flew out and fell to the ground. Ouyang Haofeng is the third place of the outer court disciples competition, the referee announced. Next was the highlight. When Jingyun and Fang Qin were rivals. No one knew what would happen when the two of them met. Am I dreaming? Fang Qin actually made it to the finals. Can Fang Qin get the first place? I'm really looking forward to it. The possibility of Fang Qin getting the first place is not high. Senior Brother One is very strong. I heard that he has cultivated the 5 elements swordsmanship to the complete realm. What? Senior Brother One has cultivated the 5 elements swordsmanship to the complete realm? Looks like Senior Brother One will definitely get the first place. Many disciples were discussing softly. Of course, Wen Jingyun had never treated Fang Qin as an opponent. He had always thought that Fang Qin was a piece of trash. He did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter Wen Jingyun had that allowed his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. However, a piece of trash would always be a piece of trash. Wen Jingyun took a step forward and stood on the martial arts stage. He looked at Fang Qin provocatively. Chapter 17. Fang Qin, do you dare to fight with me? The voice contained a majestic power that spread throughout the entire martial arts practice field. The few elders on the rostrum were also watching this scene with great interest. They were also very interested in the upcoming battle. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Qin took a step forward and stepped onto the martial arts practice field. Seeing Fang Qin step onto the stage, the 9 elders on the VIP stand were full of smiles. They were very satisfied with their disciple. Yi Lin was even more determined to kill Fang Qin when she saw this scene. Trash will always be trash. Fang Qin, although your strength has increased a lot, you are not worth mentioning in front of me. Wen Jingyun said disdainfully. Trash. The trash you are talking about has defeated all his opponents and entered the final round of the outer disciple competition. Fang Qin retorted. Hearing this, Wen Jingyun's face changed slightly. He immediately said in a deep voice, You are courting death. Wen Jingyun roared and a long sword appeared in his hand. He then moved his feet and waved the long sword continuously. A tyrannical aura spread out from Wen Jingyun's body. In an instant, a dignified expression appeared in the air. Fang Qin looked at Wen Jingyun and squinted his eyes. 5 elements sword technique, golden sword. Following Wen Jingyun's roar, the first level of the 5 elements sword technique, golden sword, was displayed. A layer of golden halo instantly appeared on the long sword. The 5 elements sword technique was infinitely close to a substandard cultivation technique. It was said that when the 5 elements sword technique was cultivated to the complete realm, it would be comparable to a substandard cultivation technique. When the golden sword was displayed, a golden sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light contained a tyrannical sword aura. In the martial arts practice field, many disciples felt a sense of oppression. Is this the 5 elements sword technique? It's too strong. I feel that my body can't move. This aura can instantly defeat me. Senior Brother One is indeed Senior Brother One. He can actually cultivate the 5 elements sword technique to such a high level. Looks like Fang Qin is going to be unlucky. On the rostrum, several elders also spoke out one after another. This disciple of Wen Jingyun's is pretty good. For him to be able to cultivate the 5 elements sword to such a level, he should have reached the Great Circle, right? That's right. It's not bad for an outer sect disciple to have such talent. Don't fight with me. I want this disciple. Old he's already been reserved by me, Elder Lu said. Hearing Elder Lu's words, the other elders didn't say anything else. They didn't dare to compete with Elder Lu. Only the 9th elders remained silent. His gaze was fixed on Fang Qin as he paid close attention to the battle. On the martial arts practice platform, Fang Chen could feel a brilliant sword chi filling the entire martial arts practice platform. Golden Light Sword Technique. Fang Chen let out a low roar and used the Golden Light Sword Technique. The long sword in his hand turned into a beam of golden light and pierced towards Wen Jingyun. Just in time. Seeing this, Wen Jingyun was overjoyed. He roared and used the 5 elements sword technique, the Golden Sword Technique, to the extreme. It fiercely clashed with Fang Chen's long sword. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Bang bang bang, the two of them each took a few steps back. When Jingyun carefully observed Fang Chen, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, "I have underestimated the might of the Golden Light Sword Technique. 5 elements sword technique, wooden sword. 5 elements sword technique, water sword. 5 elements sword technique, fire sword. 5 elements sword technique, earth sword." When Jingyun used the last 4 swords of the 5 elements sword technique in one breath, the sword radiance pierced through the air and pierced towards Fang Chen. This scene caused countless disciples to involuntarily suck in a breath of air. This kind of attack had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Too strong. Many disciples thought in their hearts. At this moment, Fang Chen also felt the power of the 5 elements sword technique. He activated the 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique to the extreme. At this moment, the golden heart beat rapidly. A clear stream appeared. In Fang Chen's mind, the mystery of the 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique suddenly appeared. The 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique has been completed. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He quickly used the 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique. At the same time, he was also chanting the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique in his mind. Once the 3rd sword was completed, he could practice the 4th sword. Fang Chen had the golden heart. He hoped to succeed in practicing the 4th sword during the battle. That way, defeating Wen Jingyun would be much easier. Crash! The 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique was extremely powerful. When a golden light appeared, everyone felt a chill. Immediately after, the golden light collided with the 5 elements sword radiance and exploded. Fang Chen used the 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique to successfully block the attack of the 5 elements sword technique. How is this possible? When Jingyun originally thought that the 5 elements sword technique would be able to defeat Fang Chen. However, he did not expect Fang Chen to be stronger than he had expected. On the VIP platform, the white-bearded 9th elders nodded in satisfaction. The 3rd sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique has been completed. Even Xie Tianan back then was only at this level. Just as the white-bearded 9th elders was speaking, the situation on the martial arts stage changed. "Fang Chen, I will defeat you." Wen Jingyun's eyes were scarlet. He roared and pointed his sword towards the sky. At this moment, 5 colors appeared around the sword. These 5 colors represented the 5 major sword techniques of the 5 elements sword technique. 5 elements sword technique, 5 elements combine. When Jingyun roared, the 5 elements sword technique instantly combined into one. When they saw Wen Jingyun use 5 elements combine, the expressions of all the elders on the VIP platform changed. The 5 elements sword technique's 5 elements combine into one was already comparable to a substandard cultivation technique. Wen Jingyun's talent is much better than expected. He actually managed to comprehend 5 elements combine into one, said an elder. "Yeah, I wonder how Fang Chen will deal with this." "Haha, congratulations, Elder Lu. You've received a good disciple." Elder Lu smiled in satisfaction. Behind him, Yi Lin's eyes were cold. She hoped that Wen Jingyun would be able to cripple Fang Chen's cultivation. "What method will you use to break this deadlock?" muttered the 9th elders. On the martial arts stage, 5 elements combine into one. Its power is comparable to a substandard cultivation technique. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he spoke. Puchie's tyrannical sword light instantly pierced towards Fang Chen. The latter dodged without hesitation. Bang 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 immediately after, a series of sword lights pierced towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't counterattack. He was just blindly running away. Fang Chen is going to lose. Many disciples saw this and said, Fang Chen, let's see how long you can last. Seeing this, Wen Jingyun increased the power of 5 elements combine into one. Holding his longsword, he directly closed in on Fang Chen. Soon, just hold on a little longer. Fang Chen thought to himself. In his mind, he was currently circulating the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to successfully cultivate it. At that time, he would be able to resist and even suppress 5 elements combine into one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen didn't have any advantage in terms of movement technique. So after a series of fleeing, he was finally caught by Wen Jingyun. Fang Chen, go die. Wen Jingyun laughed sinisterly. Then, he executed 5 elements combine into one with the longsword in his hand. The cold longsword pierced towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen, be careful. Jiang He and Xiao Shan, who were below the arena, were greatly alarmed and shouted a warning. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the longsword pierced towards Fang Chen's body. At this moment, countless disciples opened their eyes wide and stared at the arena. Ah! Wen Jingyun laughed sinisterly. It was as if he could see himself obtaining first place in the outer sect disciples competition and even killing Fang Chen. However, at the most crucial moment, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying light. In the next moment, his golden heart started beating rapidly. A clear stream appeared. Fang Chen felt that he had completely comprehended the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique. Golden Light Sword technique, 4th sword. Fang Chen roared in his heart and executed the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique without hesitation. The might of the Golden Light Sword technique was tyrannical. When Xiao Chen executed the 4th sword, Wen Jingyun actually felt his heart palpitate. What is this? Wen Jingyun held the longsword in his hand and pierced it towards Fang Chen, feeling incredibly shocked. Bang! A cold light flashed, and Fang Chen stood quietly in his original spot. As for Wen Jingyun, he went flying back. Crash! The entire arena was in an uproar. Countless disciples were incredibly shocked. All the elders on the platform quickly stood up. They could not understand why Wen Jingyun, who had the upper hand, would be defeated by Fang Chen at the most crucial moment. How is this possible? Wen Jingyun roared loudly, his face filled with rage as he flew back. Whoosh! Wen Jingyun regained control of his body and landed on the arena. He was not convinced. He wanted to defeat Fang Chen. 5 elements combine into one. Wen Jingyun executed 5 elements combine into one again to attack Fang Chen. However, after Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique, his strength had sharply increased. Wen Jingyun's 5 elements combine into one was unable to affect him in the slightest. On the contrary, Fang Chen's Golden Light Sword technique's 4th sword was faintly suppressing Wen Jingyun's 5 elements sword technique. Bang! Bang! After a series of collisions, Wen Jingyun finally fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why is it like this? Wen Jingyun roared towards the sky. At that moment, he had already lost the ability to continue fighting. He hated Fang Chen. Heavens, Wen Jingyun actually lost to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took first place in the outer sect? Who said Fang Chen was trash? How could trash take first place? No wonder the 9th elders accepted Fang Chen as a disciple. So they had long since discovered Fang Chen's talent. Many disciples began to discuss after recovering from their shock. The outer sect's number 1 disciple, Wen Jingyun, had lost to trash Fang Chen. This was sensational news. On the platform, Elder Lu's expression was ice cold. He glanced at Fang Chen, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Go and help Wen Jingyun up," said Elder Lu to Yilin. Yilin nodded and walked over to the arena. She helped Wen Jingyun up. Her face was filled with anger as she glared at Fang Chen. Chapter 18. The Outer Sect Disciple Competition came to an end. Out of everyone's expectations, Fang Chen emerged as a dark horse and successfully took first place in the Outer Sect. From then on, no one dared to say that Fang Chen was trash anymore. He was fully deserving of the title of number 1 in the Outer Sect. After the Outer Sect Disciple Competition, it was time to give out the rewards. When Jingyun was defeated by Fang Chen, he was so angry that he vomited blood. He wished he could kill Fang Chen. But unfortunately, he was no match for Fang Chen at all. Of course, the one who was the happiest when Fang Chen took first place was none other than the 9th Elders. Among all the elders present, he was the only one who could see that Fang Chen had used the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword art to defeat Wen Jingyun. Although he did not understand how Fang Chen managed to use the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword art, he was still happy for Fang Chen. The 3rd place of the Outer Sect Disciple Competition will be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones and a low-grade mortal weapon. Hearing the mortal weapon, all the disciples were shocked. The reward this time was too generous. There was actually a mortal weapon. In the ancient sword continent there was a profession called blacksmith. Every blacksmith was very noble. They could forge powerful weapons. In a battle between experts, weapons had a huge impact. Blacksmith apprentices could forge ordinary weapons. These weapons were the least valuable and were the most popular weapons in the market. A true blacksmith, on the other hand, was able to refine ordinary weapons. Mortal weapons were beyond the ordinary category. They were extremely powerful. With a mortal weapon, one's strength would increase by a lot. Of course, above mortal weapons, there were yuan weapons made by blacksmith. There were even spiritual weapons made by blacksmith. In short, all weapons were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and peak-grade. To be able to give out a low-grade mortal weapon was enough to show that Qingfeng Sword Sect valued the Outer Sect disciples. One had to know that there were only a few yuan weapons in the entire Qingfeng Sword Sect. Therefore, mortal weapons were more precious. Hearing this, Ouyang Haofeng was overjoyed. If he could have a mortal weapon, his strength would increase by a lot. The reward for second place is 2,000 spirit stones and a low-grade mortal weapon. Although the reward was very generous, Wen Jingyun was not happy at all. His expression was very ugly, and his fists were clenched tightly. This was a humiliation. The number 1 disciple of the Outer Sect was defeated by a former trash. However, at this time, no one noticed Wen Jingyun's expression. They were all waiting for the first place reward. The first place will be rewarded with 5,000 spirit stones, a low-grade mortal weapon, and the use of a cultivation room for 2 hours. After the referee announced the rewards for the first place, all the disciples were filled with envy. Not only did Fang Chen get 5,000 spirit stones, but he also got a low-level mortal weapon. Of course, the most important thing was that he could cultivate in the cultivation room for 2 hours. One must know that in the Qingfeng Sword Sect, the Outer Sect disciples were not allowed to use the training rooms. Only the Inner Sect disciples were allowed to use them. Inside the cultivation room, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich, which was very beneficial for cultivation. Alright, this year's Outer Disciple Competition has come to an end. You can go to the Chore Hall to receive your rewards, said the judge. Following the end of the competition, all the disciples gradually left the martial arts practice field. The elders also left one by one. They were all talking about one thing, and that was Fang Chen getting first place in the Outer Sect. Fang Chen wanted to leave, but he was called over by the 9th Elder. On a mountain peak in the Outer Sect, the 9th Elder was quietly standing with Fang Chen behind him. Fang Chen, how did you obtain the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword art? The 9th Elder asked directly. Master, when I went to the Blackwind mountain range, I accidentally found a cultivation area. That cultivation area seems to be where our Qingfeng sword sex Xietianan used to cultivate. There, I obtained the fourth sword of the golden light sword art. Fang Chen truthfully replied. Hearing this, the ninth elder nodded. Fang Chen, as my disciple, you must cultivate well in the future and strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, said the ninth elder. After that, the ninth elder left. The news of Fang Chen defeating Wen Jingyun spread throughout the entire Qingfeng sword sect. Countless disciples were discussing this matter. As for the main character, Fang Chen, as usual, he was walking on the main road, preparing to receive his reward. Chor Hall when Fang Chen arrived, he saw Ouyang Haofeng and Wen Jingyun. The former greeted Fang Chen, while Wen Jingyun was angrily looking at Fang Chen. This is your reward. The Chor Hall elder distributed the rewards to the three of them. Fang Chen put away the things and directly left. Just as he walked out of the Chor Hall, Wen Jingyun caught up to him. Fang Chen, one day I will defeat you, said Wen Jingyun coldly. Fang Chen could sense a trace of murderous intent flashing across Wen Jingyun's eyes. Soon after, he coldly laughed and said, "Anytime." After that, Fang Chen left and went to the cultivation tower. The cultivation tower was located in the inner sect area. Under normal circumstances, outer sect disciples were not qualified to enter. Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the inner sect. After reporting his name, he entered the inner sect. The winner of the outer sect disciple competition had the right to use the cultivation room for 2 hours. Hence, Fang Chen entered the inner sect as he wished. Before arriving at the cultivation room, Fang Chen saw a tall tower that pierced through the clouds. This was the cultivation tower. In the cultivation tower, there were many cultivation rooms. Of course, there were good and bad cultivation rooms. A good cultivation room had more spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which made cultivation much easier. As for a bad cultivation room, the effect was much worse. Fang Chen entered the cultivation pagoda and realized that there were many figures within the cultivation pagoda. Fang Chen's appearance was also noticed by the inner sect disciples. Why is there an outer sect disciple here? Asked one disciple. He shouldn't have snuck in here to enter the cultivation tower, right? Asked another disciple. Just as the disciples were wondering what was going on, Fang Chen suddenly chose a cultivation room and directly entered. He closed the door and began to cultivate. When they saw this scene, some of the inner court disciples outside the cultivation room were stunned. Soon after, they sneered. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dares to occupy the 8th cultivation room. He's really courting death. Yeah, the 8th cultivation room is Brother Long's personal cultivation room. No one dares to occupy it. Hurry and inform Brother Long. Not long after, a man in golden clothes appeared outside the cultivation room in an aggressive manner. Who occupied my cultivation room? Icily asked Li Guanglong. Brother Long, it seems to be a newcomer. We don't know him, said a disciple fawningly. You dare occupy my cultivation room? You're courting death, said Li Guanglong. Then Li Guanglong waited outside the cultivation room. Once the cultivation room's door was closed, even Li Guanglong couldn't open it. He could only wait. Time slowly passed. The more time passed, the uglier Li Guanglong's expression became. His heart was burning with rage. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room. What a dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Cultivating here for 2 hours is equivalent to cultivating outside for a day. What a great place, Fang Chen said softly as he surveyed his surroundings. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the cultivation room. Normally, if you wanted to cultivate in the cultivation room, you would have to pay spirit stones. Of course, ordinary inner sect disciples were lacking in spirit stones. I need to quickly reach the 4th level of qi refinement and enter the inner sect, said Fang Chen. Only by entering the inner sect would he be able to obtain better resources and rapidly improve his strength. Fang Chen began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his body. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. When the time was up, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In just 2 hours of cultivation, I actually reached the middle of the 3rd level of qi refinement. How amazing, said Fang Chen. At this time, Li Guanglong was waiting outside cultivation room 8. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in a red dress appeared. The appearance of the woman caused the eyes of countless disciples to light up. Senior Brother Li, what are you doing here? Said a clear voice. Junior Sister Yilin, why are you here? Asked Li Guanglong as he squeezed out a smile when he saw Yilin. I want to enter the cultivation room to cultivate for a while, said Yilin. Senior Brother Li, what about you? A disciple is occupying my cultivation room. Although Li Guanglong was speaking calmly, Yilin could sense the rage within him. Which disciple is so blind to occupy Senior Brother Li's cultivation room? Said Yilin. But at this time, Yilin thought of Fang Chen. Could it be Fang Chen? It's a newcomer. They don't recognize him, said Li Guanglong. Senior Brother Li, if my guess is correct, this newcomer should be the outer sect's number 1 disciple, Fang Chen, said Yilin. Oh, Junior Sister Yilin, do you recognize him? Asked Li Guanglong. That kid's heart is vicious. He killed his fellow disciples. It's a pity I'm not in the outer sect. Otherwise, I would definitely teach him a lesson during this competition. When Yilin mentioned Fang Chen, her face was filled with anger. Junior Sister Yilin has a grudge with him, said Li Guanglong. Within the inner sect, many disciples knew that Li Guanglong was also pursuing Yilin. Hearing Yilin's words, he already had an idea. Don't worry, Junior Sister Yilin. I will definitely teach him a lesson, said Li Guanglong. Hearing this, Yilin laughed loudly. What a reckless fellow. He actually dared to steal Senior Brother Li's cultivation room. This kind of disciple must be taught a lesson, said Yilin. It's best to teach him a lesson that will be fresh in his memory. Yes, I'll let him know how powerful I am, said Li Guanglong. When Yilin heard Li Guanglong's words, she was secretly delighted. Although she didn't like Li Guanglong, she didn't mind using him to deal with Fang Chen. When Jingyun had already failed, she felt the threat of Fang Chen, so she was determined to get rid of Fang Chen. She would do anything to achieve her goal. Chapter 19. He's out, he's out. That brat finally came out. Yeah, I want to see just what kind of ability this brat has to dare to occupy Senior Brother Li's cultivation room. Haha, I'm willing to bet that this brat will definitely be ruthlessly taught a lesson by Senior Brother Li Guanglong. When they saw Fang Chen appear, the numerous inner court disciples began to discuss with mocking smiles on their faces. At this time, Li Guanglong and Yilin's gazes fell on Fang Chen. He's Fang Chen? Asked Li Guanglong. Senior Brother Li, he's Fang Chen. He's incomparably cruel. During the outer court disciples' competition, he even killed a fellow disciple, whispered Yilin. Hearing Yilin's words, a trace of anger appeared on Li Guanglong's face. He blocked Fang Chen, who was just about to leave. Brat, you've finally come out. You're no longer a coward, said Li Guanglong coldly as he blocked Fang Chen with one hand. Fang Chen was startled, but he soon understood that Li Guanglong was clearly looking for trouble. Coward. Fang Chen's eyebrows revealed a trace of displeasure when he saw Yilin taking pleasure in his misfortune. Fang Chen, you're just an outer court disciple. Being able to enter the inner court's cultivation pagoda is already pretty good. You actually dare to occupy Senior Brother Li's cultivation room? You're really courting death. That's right. You're Fang Chen, right? The number 1 outer court disciple is nothing in my eyes, mocked Li Guanglong. I'm afraid this cultivation room doesn't belong to you alone, right? Fang Chen countered. Brat, who in the inner court doesn't know that this cultivation room belongs to me, Li Guanglong? You dare to occupy my cultivation room? I'll teach you a good lesson and let you know that the inner court isn't the outer court. After Li Guanglong finished speaking, he clenched his fist and instantly sent a punch towards Fang Chen. With a bang, Fang Chen blocked Li Guanglong's punch with his fist, but his body was forced back a few steps. Fourth level of the Qi refinement stage? Li Guanglong was at the fourth tier of the Qi refinement realm, and his strength was unparalleled. Oh, to be able to withstand my punch, I have underestimated you. But do you think you can go against me like this? Li Guanglong sneered. Fang Chen furrowed his eyebrows. He was still no match for Li Guanglong. He had no way of contending with a martial artist in the fourth level of the Qi cultivation realm. Thinking of this, Fang Chen ignored Li Guanglong and walked straight to the outer door. However, how could Li Guanglong give him the chance? Fang Chen only felt the wind from the fist whistling behind him. A tyrannical aura instantly attacked him. At this moment, Fang Chen took out his light sword and displayed the golden light sword technique. While with a flash of golden light, Fang Chen once again blocked Li Guanglong's attack. This made Li Guanglong's face turn ugly. An outer sect disciple had blocked his attacks twice in a row. This made him lose face. Senior Brother Li, this is a low-level common weapon, Yi Lin reminded him. The light sword was Fang Chen's reward for winning first place in the outer sect. Although it was a low-level common weapon, when used with the golden light sword technique, its power increased by a lot. With Fang Chen's current combat strength, if he was facing a martial artist in the fourth level of the Qi cultivation realm, he would still have the confidence to fight. However, Li Guanglong was clearly not. So what if it's a common weapon? Li Guanglong, will teach you a lesson today. Li Guanglong was furious. He displayed his ultimate skill, waving the long sword in his hand and attacking Fang Chen with a tyrannical sword technique. An inner sect disciple attacking an outer sect disciple. What is this? Suddenly, a slightly oppressive voice sounded. Following that, Li Guanglong's attack suddenly stopped. His expression was one of displeasure. Bing Ling, its senior sister Bing Ling, a disciple whispered. Senior sister Bing Ling, Yi Lin and Li Guanglong cupped their hands and greeted the newcomer. Bing Ling was the #1 beauty in the inner sect. She was very strong, and it was said that she had already reached the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm. In the inner sect, no one dared to provoke Bing Ling. As for Bing Ling, she never struck up a conversation with anyone. She was wholeheartedly focused on her cultivation. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Fang Chen followed his gaze. Her white dress outlined her beautiful figure. Her angelic face had a cold aura, but it was a beauty that made one's eyes light up. This is, just as Fang Chen was puzzled, Bing Ling spoke again. You can go. Fang Chen thanked Bing Ling and immediately left the inner sect. Senior sister Bing Ling, Seeing Fang Chen leave, Li Guanglong wanted to say something, but he was shocked by Bing Ling's expression. In the end, Li Guanglong and the others could only helplessly leave. After Fang Chen returned from the inner sect's cultivation pagoda, he left the Qinfeng sword sect and went to Qinfeng City. Once again arriving at Qinfeng City, Fang Chen went to the Qinfeng branch with ease and found the deacon elder from last time. Young friend, are you here to sell the corpses of demonic beasts? The deacon elder asked with a smile when he saw Fang Chen. I'm here to buy something, Fang Chen said. Oh, what do you want to buy? The deacon elder asked. I want to buy some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. After saying this, Fang Chen wrote down a list and handed it to the deacon elder. Our Chamber of Commerce has all of these things. It will cost a total of 8,000 spiritual stones, the deacon elder said. Fang Chen nodded and asked, Do you have a higher-level spatial ring? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the deacon elder's expression changed slightly. He immediately asked, Young friend wants to buy a spatial ring? Spatial rings were extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm would not be able to afford one. If he could sell a spatial ring, the deacon elder would be able to make a lot of money. Moreover, what Fang Chun had just asked for was a higher-level spatial ring. Young friend, we do have spatial rings here, but the price is a little expensive, the deacon elder said. Tell me. A lower-level spatial ring costs 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A middle-level spatial ring costs 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. As for a higher-level spatial ring, we don't have one at the moment, the deacon elder said in detail. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, Fang Chen whispered to himself. In the end, Fang Chen bought 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual pills and spiritual herbs and left the Qingfeng branch. A middle-level spatial ring cost 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. He did not have that many low-grade spiritual stones at the moment, so he needed to hunt demonic beasts to earn more. After returning to the Qingfeng sword sect, Fang Chen began to cultivate. Time passed by bit. Fang Chen used spiritual grasses and spiritual pills to increase his cultivation base rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the late LV3 Qi cultivation realm. His strength had increased tremendously. However, Fang Chen did not plan to stop cultivating. Another half a month passed. After a full month, the 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones worth of spiritual herbs and spiritual pills were all used up. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the LV3 Qi cultivation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the LV4 Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen had reached a bottleneck. If the current Fang Chen were to fight Li Guanglong, he was confident that he could defeat him. However, as long as he had not reached the LV4 Qi cultivation realm, he would not be able to enter the inner sect. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to enter the Blackwind mountain range again to see if he could use this opportunity to break through to the LV4 Qi cultivation realm. After becoming the number 1 disciple in the outer sect was no longer attractive to Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to enter the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect would he be able to obtain more resources. During this month, the 9th elders had also visited Fang Chen many times. They were very satisfied with Fang Chen's cultivation. However, the 9th elders had also told Fang Chen to cultivate well and strive to enter the inner sect. This was the second time Fang Chen had come to the Blackwind mountain range. This time, Fang Chen was familiar with the place. He quickly found the location of the LV3 Qi cultivation realm beasts and began to kill them. Puchi in an open space, Fang Chen was fighting with 3 LV3 Qi cultivation realm beasts. Fang Chen was fighting with his bare hands. Bang bang bang, if I don't use the golden light sword technique, I won't be able to kill these 3 beasts, Fang Chen said softly. In the next moment, he took out the light sword. With a flash of golden light, one of the beasts fell to the ground, dead. Swish swish immediately after, the other 2 beasts were also killed by Fang Chen. After killing the 3 demonic beasts, Fang Chen continued hunting demonic beasts. In just one day, Fang Chen had killed 10 demonic beasts. Then, he returned to the Clear Breeze City and sold them all. Just like that, Fang Chen used about 10 days to gather enough spirit stones for a mid-tier interspatial ring. He then bought a mid-tier interspatial ring. The space of a mid-tier interspatial ring was 10 times that of a low-tier interspatial ring. It could store 100 beasts like the saber-toothed tiger. With a mid-tier interspatial ring, I can finally enter the depths of the Blackwind mountain range, Fang Chen said softly. When Fang Chen entered the depths of the Blackwind mountain range, at the same time, a few mysterious people arrived at the entrance of the Blackwind mountain range. Senior Brother Wu, this is the Blackwind mountain range, one of the men whispered. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was the fish that had escaped from the Flowing Wind sect last time, Senior Brother Jean. You should all know that if anyone dares to drag us down, you'll have to bear the consequences. Senior Brother Wu said coldly. Senior Brother Wu, don't worry. The Blackwind mountain range is nothing to us. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go in. Within the Qingfeng sword sect, in an independent courtyard, Wen Jingyun was wearing white robes. His face was gloomy as he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind Wen Jingyun were two outer disciples. Senior Brother Wen, Fangchen, has already entered the Blackwind mountain range. One of the outer sect disciples said. Senior Brother Wen, are you sure you want to personally enter the Blackwind mountain range? Asked the other disciple. This is my last chance, Wen Jingyun said in a low voice. Ever since he had been defeated by Fangchen, even Yi Lin had stopped paying attention to him. This had infuriated him, and he had vented all his anger on Fangchen. Fangchen, you caused me to lose everything. I want you dead, Wen Jingyun cursed inwardly. Chapter 20. In the depths of the Blackwind mountain range, Fangchen walked as he searched for beasts. After spending a total of 3 days, Fangchen finally encountered a demonic beast in the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. This demonic beast was called the Phantom Cat, and its speed was extremely fast. However, after a fierce battle, the spirit cat was killed by Fangchen. Fangchen killed it. After killing the specter cat, Fangchen stored its corpse in his interspatial ring. Now that Fangchen had a mid-tier interspatial ring, he could store up to 100 corpses of demonic beasts. The spirit cat is fast, but its attack power is not high enough, Fangchen said. In the next moment, Fangchen continued to move forward in search of another beast. A day later, in an area overgrown with weeds, a man and a beast were fighting. It's a spirit leopard, Fangchen said with a bitter smile on his face. The spirit leopard was a 4th LV Qi cultivation realm beast. Its strength was much stronger than the spirit cat. Even Fangchen had trouble dealing with it. Golden Light Sword Technique, 4th Sword. Fangchen performed the 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique. Golden sword light filled the entire sky. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky and blasted towards the spirit leopard. Boom! With a loud bang, the spirit leopard opened its claws and collided with the golden sword light. Then, it let out an angry roar. Bang! The 4th sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique could only slightly injure the spirit leopard. This made Fangchen feel helpless. I'm still not strong enough. Fangchen felt that the spirit leopard's strength was at least at the peak of the 4th LV Qi cultivation realm. It was very strong. Golden Light Sword Technique. Seeing the spirit leopard's aggressive attack, Fangchen performed the Golden Light Sword Technique once again. In an instant, the man and beast were embroiled in a chaotic battle. Although Fangchen could not defeat the spirit leopard could not defeat Fangchen either. One man and one beast, neither could do anything to the other. At the same time, in the Blackwind mountain range, not far from Fangchen, a group of martialists was advancing rapidly. Suddenly, Senior Brother Jean stopped in his track. His ears twitched as he heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Senior Brother Wu, there are sounds of fighting ahead. Senior Brother Jean said in a low voice. Let's go take a look. Senior Brother Wu's expression changed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. His figure flashed as he took the lead to fly into the distance. A cultivator who could enter the depths of the Blackwind mountain range was naturally not weak. Senior Brother Wu wanted to see what the other party's goal was and whether they would ruin their plans. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Senior Marshal Brother Wu and the others arrived at the battlefield, they saw Fangchen fighting with the ghost leopard. It's him! Exclaimed Senior Apprentice Brother Jean when he saw Fangchen. You know him? Asked Senior Brother Wu. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, the last time we were training in the Blackwind mountain range, he killed several of our fellow disciples. Senior Marshal Brother Jean gritted his teeth as he looked at Fangchen. However, when he saw Fangchen fighting with the ghost leopard, his expression changed and he was terrified. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Senior Martial Brother Wu. Senior Martial Brother Jin said, "You have to avenge the deaths of our fellow disciples." Hearing Senior Martial Brother Jin's words, Senior Martial Brother Wu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately said in a gloomy voice, "Humph, how dare you kill our Flowing Wind sect's disciples? You're really courting death." At this moment, Fang Chen, who was fighting with the ghost leopard, also noticed Senior Martial Brother Wu and the others. When he saw Senior Martial Brother Jin, his expression changed slightly. "I have to end this quickly," Fang Chen thought to himself. Thinking of this, Fang Chen roared and immediately used the golden light sword technique. At the same time, his golden heart began to rapidly beat again. Dong dong dong. While the golden heart was beating, a clear stream appeared. Fang Chen felt that something mysterious had appeared in his mind. Crash! The moment this mysterious thing appeared, Fang Chen realized that the fourth sword of the golden light sword technique had rapidly reached the complete realm. Golden light sword technique, fifth sword. After realizing this, Fang Chen roared and the fifth sword of the golden light sword technique instantly rang in his mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen used the fifth sword of the golden light sword technique. The golden heart gave Fang Chen the ability to quickly practice swordsmanship. At this moment, Fang Chen exploded with absolute strength. Boom boom boom. The fifth sword of the golden light sword technique was extremely powerful. A golden light flashed and directly pierced the ghost leopard. Suddenly, the ghost leopard let out a miserable cry. At the same time, Fang Chen felt that his body seemed to be changing. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth was frantically entering his body. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Chen asked in a low voice. He was immediately overjoyed. Senior Brother Wu was about to make a move when he suddenly realized what was happening. His expression changed greatly. He originally thought that Fang Chen was only a martial artist at LV3 Qi cultivation realm. He did not expect Fang Chen to explode with such tyrannical strength. "We can't let this kid break through," Senior Brother Wu roared and clenched his fists. Then, he took a step forward and punched towards Fang Chen. Suddenly, the air in the sky distorted and a fist radiance whistled through the air. At this moment, Fang Chen was in the midst of breaking through. However, when he noticed this attack, he still controlled his body to dodge it. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. However, the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth continued to enter his body. As time passed, Fang Chen's body became stronger and stronger. The ghost leopard, which had been stabbed by Fang Chen's sword, let out a cry of indignation and fell heavily to the ground. He was able to kill the ghost leopard at LV3 Qi cultivation realm. If he reaches LV4 Qi cultivation realm, he will be even stronger. I can't let him live. Senior Brother Wu made a decision in an instant. He wanted to kill Fang Chen once and for all. "Let's attack together and kill him," Senior Brother Wu roared. Following Senior Brother Wu's roar, the other disciples exploded with all their strength and attacked Fang Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His golden heart was beating rapidly. The speed at which his body absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly increased. Fang Chen even felt that he was about to break through. Fang Chen's body was gradually becoming stronger. "I can't let them hit me," Fang Chen thought to himself. "Kid, go to hell," Senior Brother Wu roared. Their attacks all landed on Fang Chen's body. They thought that Fang Chen would definitely die. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, suddenly withdrew his aura and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth returned to normal. In the next moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was filled with tyrannical power. Roar, 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 roar. 4 consecutive roars resounded throughout the Blackwind mountain range. What LV4 Qi cultivation realm? When Senior Brother Wu saw this, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. His face was very serious. "You're courting death." Seeing that their attacks were about to hit him, Fang Chun held the light sword in his hand and suddenly executed the fifth sword of the golden light sword art. Rumble! A golden light flashed between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the majestic attacks instantly dissipated. Senior Brother Wu and the others were forced to retreat. Their faces were solemn. They could not believe what they had just seen. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Senior Brother Wu cried out in his heart. Senior Brother Wu was also a LV4 Qi cultivation realm disciple. However, in front of Fang Chen, he felt so small. What's going on? Senior Brother Wu could not understand. After reaching the LV4 Qi cultivation realm, Fang Chen's body had become even stronger. The strength of 3 bulls could not be compared to the strength of 4 bulls. A LV4 Qi cultivation realm coupled with the 5th sword of the golden light sword art was extremely powerful. It could even threaten a martial artist at the peak of the LV4 Qi cultivation realm. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Fang Chen walked towards them step by step, his face filled with killing intent. We are disciples of the Flowing Wind sect. Don't kill us. Senior Brother Jean was frightened and immediately begged for mercy. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. After all, Senior Brother Wu was a LV4 Qi cultivation realm disciple. He roared and directly attacked Fang Chen. Unfortunately, the current Fang Chen was no longer the Fang Chen of before. You're courting death. With a flash of golden light, the nimble sword directly pierced Senior Brother Wu's chest. Senior Brother Wu's eyes were filled with shock. Ah! Senior Brother Wu let out a roar of anger and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Senior Brother Jean and the others were terrified that Fang Chen had killed Senior Brother Wu with a single strike. They were afraid that Fang Chen would kill them. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Senior Brother Jean cried out in fear. Don't you want to know the secret of the Blackwind Mountain Range? We entered the Blackwind Mountain Range this time to explore this secret. A disciple shouted. Oh, the secret of the Blackwind Mountain Range. Fang Chen heard and stopped in his tracks. That's right. As long as you let us go, we will tell you everything we know. Senior Brother Jean said. You have no right to bargain. Tell me everything you know. Fang Chen said. No. What if I tell you and you kill us? You have to guarantee our safety. Senior Brother Jean said. Crash. With a flash of golden light, the nimble sword pierced a disciple's chest, instantly taking his life. All I know is that if you don't tell me, all of you will die. Fang Chen put away the nimble sword and said indifferently. A long time ago, Fang Chen had felt that the Blackwind Mountain Range was different. Even Xie Tianan had a cultivation room here. Now that he heard Senior Brother Jin's words, he was even more curious about the secret of the Blackwind Mountain Range. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Stop. Senior Brother Jean hastily said. This time, a total of 5 people had come to the Blackwind Mountain Range. With Senior Brother Wu as the leader, 1 LV4 Qi cultivation realm disciple and the other 4 LV3 Qi cultivation realm disciples had thought that they would be able to easily complete the mission. They hadn't expected to meet Fang Chen. Chapter 21. There are ruins in the depths of the Blackwind Mountain Range. Fang Chen was a bit surprised. Ruins. Fang Chen was no stranger to these words. As long as there were ruins, there would definitely be many precious treasures that would cause many martial artists to fight over them. That's right. There are ruins in the depths of the Blackwind Mountain Range. We received this mission from the Flowing Wind sect's mission hall. It said that these ruins might be the place where a Qi transformation expert died, said Senior Apprentice Brother Jean. Our mission is to investigate this information and then report it back to the sect, said another disciple. Where are the ruins? Fang Chen was a bit interested in these ruins. It's in the depths of the Blackwind Mountain Range. Here's a map. Senior Apprentice Brother Jean took out a rag and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at it and saw that the map was of the Blackwind Mountain Range. At the very center of the map was a red dot. Fang Chen understood that this red dot should be the ruins that Senior Apprentice Brother Jean and the others were talking about. Receiving the map, Fang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Since you've finished talking, you can go find your Senior Apprentice brothers. Senior Apprentice Brother Jin's face was filled with rage when he heard Fang Chen's words. You said you would let us go. How could you go back on your word? I only said that you would die if you didn't tell me the secret. I didn't promise you I would let you go, said Fang Chen indifferently. Furthermore, I definitely won't let off anyone who wants to kill me. This was Fang Chen's principle. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would definitely offend them. You! Senior Apprentice Brother Jean didn't even have time to finish speaking before a golden light flashed. The three of them fell to the ground uncontrollably dead. Fang Chen put away his light spirit sword and prepared to examine their bodies. What Fang Chen didn't notice was that a fine white powder had appeared in Senior Brother Jin's palm before he died. This powder had landed on Fang Chen's body without him noticing. After checking, Fang Chen discovered that the other four didn't have anything on them. However, Senior Martial Brother Wu had a spatial ring. Low-grade spatial ring. Fang Chen said softly before checking the space ring. It didn't take long for Fang Chen to take everything out of the spatial ring. A cultivation method, some spiritual herbs, and some demonic beast corpses. Meteor finger. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he looked at the cultivation method. Soon after, he stored it in his space ring. After that, he put away the spiritual herbs and the corpses of the demonic beast. After taking one last look at the corpses, he entered the depths of the Blackwind mountain range according to the map. After a while, a rustling sound was heard, and 3 figures appeared at the place where the battle had just taken place. Senior Martial Brother One, there was a battle here, said one of the disciples. Look at their clothes. They seem to be disciples of the Flowing Wind sect, said another disciple. Wu Jun. It's actually Wu Jun. Who was it that could kill Wu Jun? When Jingyun also discovered the 5 corpses on the ground. His expression was grave. He naturally knew who Wu Jun was. Wu Jun had reached the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm a long time ago. Even Wu Jun had died in the Blackwind mountain range. Could there be a mysterious expert in the Blackwind mountain range? Senior Martial Brother One, what should we do? Asked another disciple. Let's go. When Jingyun felt that this was a dangerous place, he gave the order and immediately flew off into the distance. Their goal this time was to kill Fang Chen. They didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. After traveling for 2 hours, when Jingyun and the other 2 suddenly discovered a figure in front of them. In the next moment, when Jingyun's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. This was because he discovered that the figure in front of them was Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here, said Wen Jingyun sinisterly. However, just as Wen Jingyun was about to make his move, Fang Chen's body suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Where did Fang Chen go? Why did he disappear? Wen Jingyun and the other 2's expressions changed. They appeared at the place where Fang Chen had disappeared and carefully examined the area. Suddenly, one of the disciples cried out, Senior Martial Brother One, there seems to be a restriction here. Hearing this, when Jingyun carefully probed the area. Sure enough, he discovered a restriction. Why would a restriction appear here? Could it be? Thinking of this, when Jingyun's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. Senior Martial Brother One, could it be that this is an ancient ruin? Asked another disciple. It must be. Fang Chen must have obtained some clues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here, said Wen Jingyun with certainty. Then what do we do now? Find the entrance and enter the ruin. We can't let Fang Chen obtain the things inside the ruin, said Wen Jingyun solemnly. Fang Chen followed the map and arrived at the depths of the Blackwind mountain range. He discovered that there was a restriction here. After entering the restriction, Fang Chen discovered that the restriction was very large. A cultivator who could set up such a restriction was definitely powerful. Is this really the place where a Qi transformation realm cultivator died? Fang Chen was a bit doubtful. This restriction was not something a Qi transformation realm cultivator could set up. It was too large. On the path of the martial path, above the Qi refinement realm, was the Qi transformation realm. A cultivator who had reached the Qi refinement realm could condense a true core within their body. Using the true core to store spiritual Qi for their own use, they had already broken away from their mortal body and truly stepped onto the path of the martial path. In a small place like Clearwind City, Qi transformation realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Most of them were the leaders of some sect. Of course, Qi transformation realm cultivators were very powerful in Clearwind City, but they were nothing in Cyan Cloud County. I wonder what's inside this restriction, Fang Chen said as he looked around. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered a flash in the distance. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. After entering the cave, Fang Chen discovered that there were some portraits on the walls of the cave. Among the portraits there were people practicing fist techniques, swordsmanship, and even finger technique. When Fang Chen saw the portraits, he was a bit stunned. But in the next moment, Fang Chen's eyes entered a state of confusion. After that, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the concept within the portrait. At the same time, when Jingyun and the other two also entered the restriction and began to search for the treasures within. 3 days later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. I actually unknowingly fell into a state of confusion. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was inside the restriction. If he had been facing an enemy, he would have died long ago. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that his cultivation had actually completely stabilized. Furthermore, it was at this moment that Fang Chen discovered that his cultivation had completely stabilized. Oh, what's going on? Fang Chen was overjoyed. He discovered that he had unknowingly cultivated the 6th sword of the Golden Light Sword. This made him very happy. It must be the portraits on the walls. Fang Chen smiled. I wonder which genius was able to comprehend sword intent in the Qi transformation realm. How tyrannical. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. On the path of the martial path, there were very few people who could comprehend a concept, but those who could comprehend a concept were all monstrous geniuses. And those who could comprehend a concept in the Qi transformation realm were monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses. There were many kinds of concepts: sword intent, fist intent, saber intent, finger intent, and so on. Fang Chen was certain that this Qi transformation realm genius was definitely a monstrous genius, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. To be able to comprehend several kinds of concepts in the Qi transformation realm was simply the reincarnation of a god. Fang Chen had inadvertently comprehended a concept in the portrait, allowing him to successfully cultivate the 6th sword of the Golden Light Sword. This was a great blessing for him. It had to be known that Qi refinement realm cultivators could only absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. They couldn't cultivate ordinary cultivation method. To them, concepts were very unfamiliar. To be able to comprehend a concept at this time was undoubtedly a great stroke of luck. Fang Chen discovered that he was unable to enter a state of epiphany and comprehend a concept. It seems that comprehending a concept isn't something that ordinary people can do. Even if he couldn't comprehend it, Fang Chen wasn't discouraged. This was because he had already comprehended a concept once. His understanding of the sword Tao had deepened. Since I can't comprehend sword intent, I wonder if I can comprehend finger intent. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged. He faced the wall and gently closed his eyes. A scene suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. A cultivator exuding a tyrannical aura moved his finger slightly, causing a rainbow of light to flash and large rocks to fly. The scene was too shocking. Is this the finger intent? Fang Chen felt a faint finger intent enter his mind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen decisively cultivated the meteor finger. The meteor finger had a total of 3 fingers, each of which was extremely powerful. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen cultivated the meteor finger was because it was a substandard cultivation method. It was even more tyrannical than the golden light sword. Whoosh! Fang Chen followed the man in the picture and operated the meteor finger chant. He suddenly shot out a finger. Bang! A ray of finger light struck the wall and eventually dissipated. Fang Chen opened his eyes, feeling a bit helpless. Could it be that the golden heart can only speed up my sword cultivation? Fang Chen wondered. Cultivating the golden light sword was simply a matter of course. However, when cultivating the meteor finger, the golden heart didn't beat faster. It was extremely strenuous. He continuously used the meteor finger several times, but he still couldn't successfully use it. At this moment, Fang Chen was finally certain that the golden heart couldn't speed up the cultivation of other cultivation methods. It could only speed up the cultivation of sword arts. It seems that cultivating the meteor finger isn't something that can be done in a short time. Fang Chen bitterly smiled. Then, Fang Chen memorized the movements in the picture and turned around, preparing to leave. At this moment, Fang Chen heard a voice. Chapter 22. Fang Chen, who was just about to leave, suddenly heard this voice. Immediately, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Senior Brother One, there's a cave here. Let's go in and take a look, a disciple said in a low voice. Maybe Fang Chen is in this cave, another disciple said. Okay, be careful. Let's go in and take a look, Wen Jingyun said. Fang Chen, who was in the cave, heard the conversation between the three, and his face was filled with coldness. Crash! There was a sound at the entrance of the cave, and then Wen Jingyun and the other 2 entered the cave. They were just trying their luck to see if Fang Chen was in the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw a figure inside. Upon closer inspection, the 3 of them turned pale with fright because they saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't think you would really be here, Wen Jingyun said coldly with a gloomy face. Fang Chen, it's time for you to die. Is that so? There are many people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive, Fang Chen said indifferently with a smile. Fang Chen, I came to the Blackwind Mountain Range this time to kill you. You won't be able to walk out of the Blackwind Mountain Range alive. Wen Jingyun calmed down and said coldly, seemingly very confident. A loser wants to kill me? Fang Chen retorted. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 2 figures beside Wen Jingyun immediately attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Fang Chen, you will pay for what you've done. Wen Jingyun also shouted and used the 5 elements sword technique to attack Fang Chen. Golden Light Sword Technique. Not only had Fang Chen reached the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, but his Golden Light Sword Technique had also reached the 6th sword. He was very powerful. Crash! A sword light flashed and a tyrannical aura engulfed the entire cave. Instantly, a miserable cry rang out. Wen Jingyun turned pale with fright. He turned his head and saw that a disciple beside him had already died under Fang Chen's sword. Fang Chen, you're courting death. Wen Jingyun was infuriated. He took out a pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical aura burst forth from his body. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. However, before he could think about it, another disciple's attack arrived. Die! Fang Chen lightly waved his sword, instantly killing the disciple. To be able to kill 2 disciples in 2 strikes, and both of them were at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm. It was easy to imagine how powerful Fang Chen was. Wen Jingyun, I said that I will kill you with my own hands. Fang Chen looked at Wen Jingyun and said coldly. At this moment, Wen Jingyun's aura had already caught up to Fang Chen's. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Wen Jingyun was furious and shouted loudly. At the same time, The long sword in Wen Zhengyun's hand continuously displayed the 5 elements fusion. The tyrannical sword light pierced towards Fang Chen. "He must have taken a pill that increases his strength," Fang Chen said in a low voice as he felt the pressure of the 5 elements fusion. There were countless pills in the ancient sword continent. Among them, there were pills that could temporarily increase one's strength. Although these pills could temporarily increase one's strength, the side effects were very severe. Fang Chen did not know what pill Wen Zhengyun had taken, but he clearly knew that Wen Zhengyun's strength was comparable to the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, Wen Zhengyun's wishful thinking was wrong. This was because the current Fang Chen was no longer the Fang Chen who had just entered the Blackwind mountain range. Having reached the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a disciple at the peak of the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. He was not afraid of Wen Zhengyun at all. 5 elements fusion. Wen Zhengyun displayed his strongest sword technique, the 5 elements fusion. Suddenly, the 5 sword lights in the sky fused together to form a majestic sword light. Whoosh! Under Wen Zhengyun's control, the majestic sword light pierced towards Fang Chen. Golden Light Sword Technique, 6th Sword. Fang Chen did not hesitate and immediately displayed the Golden Light Sword Technique's 6th Sword. A golden light flashed past. Bang! 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 The golden light and the majestic sword light collided violently, instantly producing an earth-shattering sound. Whoosh! After the two collided, Wen Zhengyun originally thought that Fang Chen's sword light would be quickly dispersed. However, what happened next caused Wen Zhengyun's expression to change. In the sky, the majestic sword light was actually slowly dissipating. How is this possible? Wen Zhengyun cried out involuntarily. It was only at this moment that Wen Zhengyun realized that he had underestimated Fang Chen. Crack! The majestic sword light persisted in the sky for a while before dissipating. Boom! After the majestic sword light dissipated, Wen Zhengyun's body was instantly sent flying. No! Wen Zhengyun let out a miserable cry. He was unwilling to accept this. However, Fang Chen did not intend to give Wen Zhengyun any more time. Wen Zhengyun, have you ever thought that one day you would die at my hands? Fang Chen asked coldly as he walked step by step towards Wen Zhengyun. Fang Chen, we are from the same sect. Don't kill me. Wen Zhengyun was a little frightened and began to beg for mercy. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a top outer court disciple. If we exchanged positions, would you let me go? Fang Chen asked in return. Wen Zhengyun was startled and didn't say anything else. Just as Fang Chen was about to reach Wen Zhengyun suddenly clenched his fists and punched out, wanting to sneak attack Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Puchie's sword light flashed and the nimble sword stabbed into Wen Zhengyun's chest. No! Wen Zhengyun let out a miserable cry and unwillingly fell to the ground. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Fang Chen put away the nimble sword and coldly said. Wen Zhengyun had repeatedly tried to kill him, and Fang Chen had long since wanted to kill him. Now that there was such an opportunity, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't miss it. After killing Wen Zhengyun, Fang Chen inspected Wen Zhengyun's corpse and discovered that Wen Zhengyun actually had a low-level spatial ring. After putting away the spatial ring, Fang Chen left the cave. Then, Fang Chen checked the entire restriction and found that there was nothing else. Finally, he left the restriction. By the time Fang Chen returned to the Qinfeng sword sect, it was already a day later. On the way, Fang Chen went to Clearwind City to sell some corpses. His total low-grade spirit stones had reached 100,000. To an outer sect disciple, this was definitely a huge fortune. After returning to the Qinfeng sword sect, he found that his two best friends were in seclusion, so Fang Chen returned to his room. I didn't have time to look at Wen Zhengyun's spatial ring, Fang Chen said softly as he sat down cross-legged and took out Wen Zhengyun's spatial ring. After that, Fang Chen began to inspect Wen Zhengyun's spatial ring. A low-grade spatial ring had very little space. With a glance, Fang Chen found that other than the 5 elements sword art, there was only a rag. Oh, could it be a treasure map? Fang Chen saw that there were some messy marks on the rag, and his eyes lit up. After that, Fang Chen took out the rag and carefully studied it. He found that this rag recorded the location of a tomb in the Cyan Cloud County. This tomb is located in a mountain range 100 miles outside of Liangyun City, Fang Chen said. After carefully inspecting the rag, Fang Chen was certain that this rag was a treasure map. He then put it away. On the second day after returning to the Qingfeng sword sect, Fang Chen found the elder in charge of the inner sect exam. "What business do you have here?" an elder asked in a low voice in a spacious square. "Elder, I've reached the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. I want to enter the inner sect," Fang Chen said. "Oh." The elder was a little surprised. He then said, "Use your full strength and attack the stone tablet in the distance." Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen nodded. He looked at the stone tablet in the square and clenched his fist. The strength of 4 bulls gathered in his fist. Roar. After 4 roars, Fang Chen's fist smashed into the stone tablet. Dong. Even the ground was shaking. Fang Chen's punch was extremely powerful. However, the stone tablet was completely unscathed. Nothing happened to it. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He carefully examined the stone tablet and found that there was a strand of pure heaven and earth spiritual qi on the stone tablet. This is, just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the elder's hearty laughter entered Fang Chen's ears. "Not bad. You have indeed reached the 4th level of the qi refining realm. From today onwards, you are an inner sect disciple. This is an inner sect disciple's token. Go to the chore hall and get your things." The elder smiled. Fang Chen took the token and entered the inner sect. Seeing Fang Chen's disappearing figure, the elder's eyes flashed with shock. It's been a long time since a disciple could make the stone tablet tremble. The elder's heart was in turmoil. Of course, Fang Chen did not know this. After entering the inner sect, Fang Chen was about to look for the chore hall, but he met a familiar face. "Senior Brotherly, congratulations. Your strength has improved again." A group of people walked in Fang Chen's direction, chatting and laughing. "Yeah, Senior Brotherly will definitely enter the top 50 this time. Senior Brotherly, when you're in the limelight, don't forget us." Many disciples were flattering Li Guanglong. However, at this moment Li Guanglong noticed Fang Chen. Li Guanglong walked towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, the other disciples also followed one after another. Walking in front of Fang Chen and blocking Fang Chen's path, Li Guanglong sneered, "Kid, you are an outer sect disciple. How can you enter the inner sect as you please?" Hearing Li Guanglong's question, Fang Chen sneered and took out his inner sect disciple token. "What? You actually have an inner sect disciple token?" Li Guanglong cried out involuntarily. However, after a moment, Li Guanglong regained his composure. Entering the inner sect is even better. You are just a newcomer in the inner sect. I like to help people. I will personally teach you how to behave." Li Guanglong's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "Sorry, I don't have time." Chapter 23. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the other disciples' faces were also filled with shock. A new disciple dared to talk to Senior Brother Li Guanglong like that. He was courting death. Senior Brother Li Guanglong was ranked in the top 50 in the inner sect. He was very powerful. There were many disciples in the inner sect who could be proud of being ranked in the top 50. "Kid, I don't have Bing Ling to help you this time. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Li Guanglong said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head and ignored Li Guanglong. He went straight to the chore hall. After collecting all the items in the chore hall, Fang Chen returned to his residence. In the inner sect, every disciple had their own residence. The location of the residence was different according to their strength. The residence of the top 50 disciples was rich in spiritual qi. The disciples below the top 50 did not have such treatment. After Fang Chen returned to his residence, he took out the handbook and started reading. In this manual, there was a detailed description of some things about the inner sect. The introduction was very detailed. There was also a detailed ranking of the inner sect disciples. Fang Chen took a look and saw that Li Guanglong was ranked in the top 50. Then, Fang Chen saw Bing Ling. She was ranked very high in the top 10 of the inner sect. Moreover, Bing Ling had reached LV5 Qi cultivation realm. She was very powerful. It was said that the top disciple in the inner sect, who had reached LV6 Qi cultivation realm, could escape unscathed from a LV7 Qi cultivation realm martial artist. The cultivation tower was unique to the inner sect. Fang Chen already knew that as long as one had enough spiritual stones, one could cultivate in the cultivation tower. The sword ladder was a very magical mountain in the inner sect. This mountain was connected to the Qingfeng sword sect by the sword ladder. The sword ladder had a total of 9 levels. On the sword ladder, one could not use strength. One could only use sword technique. Only disciples who were skilled enough in swordsmanship could reach the top of the sword stairway. Of course, after so many years, no one had reached the top of the sword ladder except for Xie Tiannan. Even the current number 1 disciple of the inner court, Du Zhong, could only reach the 8th floor. No one knew what benefits one would obtain after reaching the 9th floor, but everyone knew that as long as one could reach the 9th floor, there would definitely be a great fortune. Just as Fang Chen was looking through the manual, an elder suddenly approached Fang Chen. "Elder!" Fang Chen cupped his hands and shouted. "Fang Chen, you are a disciple who has just entered the inner sect. Every disciple who enters the inner sect has to do a mission," the elder said. Fang Chen nodded and asked, "What kind of mission is it?" Obviously, Fang Chen understood the rules of the inner sanctum and asked directly. "The mission this time is to explore a tomb. There are a total of 5 people on this mission. Gather at the inner sect plaza tomorrow morning." With that, the elder left. Early the next morning, Fang Chen appeared in the square. To Fang Chen's surprise, the other 4 people on the square had already arrived. Moreover, among the 4 people, Fang Chen actually knew 2 of them. One was Li Guanglong, the other was Yi Lin. Fang Chen did not know the other 2. "Well, it's actually him." After seeing Fang Chen, Li Guanglong's face showed a trace of surprise, and then a strong anger appeared in his eyes. "Humph, I didn't expect that this mission would be with this trash." Yi Lin's face was cold as she said. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the elder chuckled and said, "All right, everyone's here. This time, the 5 of you are going to explore the tomb that has appeared in the mountains 100 kilometers away from Liangyan City. However, don't let your guard down. It's said that the other sects will send their disciples over as well." Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. A tomb in the mountains hundreds of miles away from Liangyan City. Wasn't this the same address as on the rag he had received? Could it be that the inner sect already knew about this? Fang Chen thought to himself without batting an eyelid. "Elder, why do you want us to do the mission with this trash?" Yi Lin's voice was very sharp as she said. "That's right, Elder. We don't want to bring a burden," Li Guanglong said. Fang Chen did not speak, but the elder spoke. "He is a newcomer who just entered the inner sect. You have to take care of each other. Okay, you can set off now. Remember, be careful." After the elder finished speaking, he left. Leaving Fang Chen and the other 4 behind, they began to move. However, Fang Chen had long been excluded from the group by the other 4. He walked alone at the back of the group. Of course, Fang Chen did not want to be in the same group as them. At the front of the group, Yi Lin and Li Guanglong were whispering to each other. "Senior apprentice brotherly, that trash Fang Chen has repeatedly offended you. Once we enter the tomb, we'll directly kill him," Yi Lin said. "That's right. Once we enter the tomb, even if I kill him, no one will know," Li Guanglong laughed. Liangyun City was very far from Clearwind City. It took a full 2 days for Fang Chen and the others to arrive. After arriving, Fang Chen's group of 5 immediately rushed to the mountain range hundreds of miles away. Within the Liangyun mountain range, Fang Chen and the others carefully advanced. Fang Chen felt that their path was a bit different from the one on the map. However, Fang Chen did not say anything. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's group of 5 appeared on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was where the tomb was located. Senior Apprentice Brotherly, the tomb should be below us, right? Yi Lin asked. That's right. According to the sect's information, the tomb should be below this mountain peak. Just as Li Guanglong finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Following that, a group of people appeared on the mountain peak. I didn't expect the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect to come so early. A man in golden clothes said with a disdainful smile. So it's Flowing Wind sect's Jin Luyun. Li Guanglong said. The Flowing Wind sect was also a sect in Cyan Cloud County. However, they were much stronger than the Qingfeng sword sect. They could be considered the strongest sect in Cyan Cloud County. Li Guanglong, with our Flowing Wind sect here, your Qingfeng sword sect is destined to get nothing. If I were you, I would have left long ago. Jin Luyun laughed. Humph. Li Guanglong snorted and did not say anything else. Jin Luyun was an inner disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. His strength had reached the early 5th level of the Qi refining realm. He was much stronger than Li Guanglong. Seeing Jin Luyun, Li Guanglong's face turned ugly. The Qingfeng sword sect and the Flowing Wind sect were sworn enemies. Now that they had met here, the other party was obviously stronger than them. Ha ha ha, how can we, the Seven Heavens sect, be left out of this kind of thing? Suddenly, a laugh rang out. A man in white rushed over and soon reached the peak of the mountain. Seeing the man in white, Jin Luyun was also stunned. He smiled and said, So it's the 7th day of the Seven Heavens sect. Brother Luyun. The 7th day greeted Jin Luyun. He did not even look at Li Guanglong. The 7 most outstanding disciples of the Seven Heavens sect were called the Seven Heavens. The person who came was the 7th disciple of the Seven Heavens sect. He was called the 7th day. It was said that the 7 disciples of the Seven Heavens sect were very talented. All 7 of them had reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Although the 7th day was the 7th disciple of the Seven Heavens sect, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even Jin Luyun did not want to make an enemy of the 7th day. In front of Jin Luyun and the 7th day, Li Guanglong was not enough. He was only a 4th level Qi refining realm disciple. Is there no one else in the younger generation of the Green Edge sword sect? They actually sent a few 4th level Qi refining realm disciples. The 7th day sneered. Facing the 7th day's mockery, Li Guanglong could only endure it. He did not dare to say anything. Although the tomb of an expert was very attractive, not many people knew about it. Only the 3 major sect of the Cyan Cloud County had come. The Seven Heavens sect seemed to be very confident in the 7th day. This time, only the 7th day was sent. On the contrary, the Green Edge sword sect was much more shabby. Fang Chen secretly observed Jin Luyun and the 7th day. He slowly nodded. This Jin Luyun is probably not as strong as the 7th day, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, Jin Luyun suddenly sensed something. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Fang Chen. When Jin Luyun looked at Fang Chen, his expression suddenly changed. He angrily shouted, Brat, who are you? Hearing Jin Luyun's question, Fang Chen said, Fang Chen of the Green Edge sword sect. Good, very good. Jin Luyun nodded and said, Your life is mine. Brother Luyun, there's no need to be angry with a 4th level Qi refining realm martial artist. The 7th day laughed. Li Guanglong and Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. They really did want Jin Luyun to kill Fang Chen. You want my life? Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. He was a bit confused. That's right. As soon as Jin Luyun finished speaking, he clenched his fist and punched at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen hastily blocked, but his body still retreated quite a bit. Jin Luyun and the seventh day were clearly stunned. Fang Chen's strength seemed to be a bit stronger than they had imagined. Could it be that the Flowing Wind sect's disciples all attack people for no reason? Being attacked for no reason, Fang Chen was a bit speechless. Brat, no matter how you quibble, it's useless. Jin Luyun, will take your life. Jin Luyun said coldly, I can sense my brother's aura on your body. It seems you killed my brother. Hearing Jin Luyun's words, Li Guanglong and the others were stunned. So, you can die now. As soon as Jin Luyun finished speaking, he prepared to attack. But at this moment, the mountain suddenly shook. In the next moment, the mountain collapsed, and all the disciples fell into the tomb below. Crash. Chapter 24. In a pitch-black palace, Fang Chen stood in the center as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a dazzling light. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a sinister aura coming from the palace. I'm separated from the others. Fang Chen was a little puzzled as he whispered. This should be the legendary tomb, but Fang Chen didn't notice anything strange. There's light over there. Fang Chen was startled as he discovered a light in the distance. Immediately, he rushed towards the source of the light. Seeing that he was about to reach the light, Fang Chen couldn't get close to it no matter how hard he tried. He had already been walking for an hour. Did I enter a maze? Fang Chen was a little speechless. It seemed that this was the maze. Fang Chen carefully thought about it, looking for a way out of the maze. At the same time, the other cultivators who had entered the tomb were also trapped in the maze, looking for a way out. 4 hours later, Fang Chen met someone in the maze. It was the seventh day of the Seven Heavens sect. The seventh day saw Fang Chen from afar and immediately left. He didn't treat Fang Chen as a competitor at all. Another 4 hours later, Fang Chen saw a flower with a different color in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a body-refining flower. It's a body-refining flower. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked over to the body-refining flower and placed it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Fang Chen met another person, Jin Luyun. Fang Chen, since I met you here, you can die now. Jin Luyun immediately sent out a powerful punch at Fang Chen when he saw Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with Jin Luyun's, causing him to retreat a few steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt. I'm still not a match for Jin Luyun. I can't fight him head-on. As Fang Chen pondered this, he tapped his foot and quickly disappeared into the maze. Jin Luyun wanted to chase after him, but he quickly lost his way in the maze. Damn it! Fang Chen, the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you! Jin Luyun said furiously. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen had been walking in the maze for 10 hours, but he still hadn't found the exit. However, during this period, Fang Chen met Li Guanglong in the maze. Li Guanglong wanted to attack Fang Chen, but Fang Chen displayed his superior strength and forced Li Guanglong to retreat. If not for the maze, Li Guanglong would have died. Finally, after 12 hours, Fang Chen was the first to leave the maze. After leaving the maze, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed the body-refining flower. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. If he met Jin Luyun in the tomb, the latter would definitely not let him off. Hiss! The golden heart beat rapidly a few times. In an instant, the medicinal effects of the body-refining flower were completely absorbed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt his body grow stronger. Unknowingly, his cultivation level had increased from the early stage of the 4th level to the middle stage of the 4th level. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the body-refining flower, Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was still in the underground palace. However, at the very front of the underground palace, there was a coffin. Could the secret be in the coffin? Fong Chen was puzzled, but he didn't stop. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the coffin. Just as Fong Chen was about to open the coffin, the lid of the coffin suddenly shook. In the next moment, a red aura emerged from the coffin. Kikie's sinister laugh directly entered Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chen turned pale with fright. He immediately gathered all the strength in his body and punched the coffin. With a bang, Fong Chen's body was pushed back. At the same time, the coffin opened and a skeletal figure slowly emerged from the coffin. Fong Chen was shocked. He could feel a strong bloody aura coming from the skeleton. Kiki, someone actually discovered this place. The skeleton said sinisterly. Who are you? Fong Chen asked coldly. Just as Fong Chen was speaking, Jin Luyun, 7th day, and the others all appeared outside the maze and discovered the skeleton. Fong Chen, 7th day, was also surprised. He didn't expect Fong Chen to be the first disciple to leave the maze. However, in the next moment, 7th day discovered the skeleton in the coffin. Who is he? 7th day asked. I don't know. I also just discovered it. Fong Chen said solemnly. Kiki, so many humans have come to die. The skeleton exuded a murderous aura and said coldly. All of you will die. Yellow Spring sect will rise again. The skeleton said hoarsely. Not good. Run. No one knew who shouted, but the crowd immediately started running away. However, the skeleton's strength was clearly very strong. The bones in his palm shook slightly, and a chi blade appeared in front of everyone. What chi transformation realm expert? Everyone turned pale with fright and started to flee. Fong Chen was also fleeing. A chi transformation realm expert was not something that chi cultivation realm experts like them could compare to. Go to hell. The skeleton snorted coldly. The chi blade in the air instantly bombarded the bodies of several disciples. Immediately, their bodies were cut in half. The scene was very bloody. Run! The skeleton killed several chi cultivation realm disciples with a flip of his hand. This scene caused 7th day and the others' faces to change drastically. At this moment, 7th day and the others were rushing towards the exit of the tomb. At the far left of the palace, there was an obvious exit. If they could escape, they might still have a chance of survival. All of you, go to hell. The crimson skeleton's body creaked as it came out of the coffin. Then, it spat out a mist that surrounded the bodies of the disciples. Ah! The disciples let out miserable cries as their bodies turned into a pile of white bones. It was very frightening. I can't die here. Jin Luyun, who was fleeing, had a face full of shock as he quickly ran away. Bang! Bang! Apart from 7th day, Jin Luyun, Fong Chen, and Yi Lin, the rest of the people were killed by the mist that the crimson skeleton spat out. A few good subordinates. The crimson skeleton seemed to have changed its mind and wanted to control these people to be its subordinate. Its withered face was filled with a sinister expression. With a wave of its hand, a strong smell of blood instantly appeared in the palace and enveloped everyone. Senior Brotherly. Just as Li Guanglong was about to escape, he suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. In the next moment, Li Guanglong felt his body flying forward uncontrollably. Senior Brotherly, I'm sorry. Yi Lin's voice rang out. She pushed Li Guanglong's body in front of the mist and temporarily blocked it. At the same time, Yi Lin's delicate body instantly escaped from the tomb. The moment Yi Lin escaped, Li Guanglong let out a miserable cry. Then, he was corroded by the mist and died instantly. After Yi Lin escaped, Jin Luyun and 7th day's eyes lit up as they prepared to escape. Their gazes were directed towards Fong Chen. The two of them were in front of Fong Chen and directly blocked Fong Chen's advance. Fong Chen, stay here. Jin Luyun roared and punched out, forcing Fong Chen back. Then, he rushed towards the exit of the tomb. Crash! After Fong Chen was forced back, he prepared to escape. However, the power of the Qi transformation realm instantly suppressed him, making him unable to move at all. Am I going to die here? Fong Chen was very unwilling. Hiss. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, a mist suddenly appeared and enveloped Fong Chen. Then, it directly drilled into Fong Chen's mind. To have such tyrannical strength at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, you are a genius. I need a subordinate like you. After the bloody skeleton finished speaking, the mist around Fong Chen instantly dissipated. Fong Chen's eyes were dull. He had already been controlled by the bloody skeleton. Let's go. Seeing Fong Chen being controlled, Jin Luyun was even more terrified. He was only one step away from escaping. However, the bloody skeleton didn't give them a chance. You want to escape from me? Dream on. The bloody skeleton snorted coldly and stretched out its hand, instantly grabbing 7th Day and Jin Luyun. No. Jin Luyun tried to resist, but it was useless. When the mist enveloped the two of them, their minds were also controlled. Master. Fong Chen and the other two cupped their hands at the bloody skeleton. My injuries haven't healed yet. Starting today, the 3 of you are my subordinate. You will listen to my orders. In the future, when the Yellow Spring sect rises again, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth, said the bloody skeleton hoarsely. Yes, master. The 3 of them nodded. Although one of them had escaped, the bloody skeleton didn't think she could do anything. Damn it, one of them escaped. Looks like we can't stay here for long, said the bloody skeleton softly. Then it led Fong Chen and the other 2 out of the tomb. After Yi Lin took out the tomb, she quickly walked away. It didn't take long for them to leave the tomb. 2 hours later, Yi Lin left the Liangyan mountain range and appeared in Liangyan city. Yi Lin didn't stop at all. She directly went to the Qinfeng sword sect. The first thing Yi Lin did upon returning to the Qinfeng sword sect was to find her master. When she found Elder Lu and told him what had happened, Elder Lu fell into deep thought. You're saying that you found a bloody skeleton in the tomb that claimed to be from the Yellow Spring sect? Asked Elder Lu. Master, that bloody skeleton's strength has reached the Qi transformation realm. We're not its match. Jin Luyun, 7th Day, senior apprentice brother Li Guanglong, and the others were all killed. I was only lucky to escape, said Yi Lin frantically. Chapter 25. Master, what should we do now? Yi Lin asked. Yi Lin was glad that she was able to escape from the bloody skeleton. However, her master didn't know that she was only able to escape because of Li Guanglong. Cultivate in the sect for now. I'm going out for a while, Elder Lu said. Then, Elder Lu left. Back then, when the Yellow Spring sect was besieged, I didn't expect them to still be alive. I wonder if this member of the Yellow Spring sect has the 9 bends underworld technique. Elder Lu thought to himself as he sped along. Many years ago, the Yellow Spring sect developed rapidly and quickly became one of the most powerful sects in the entire ancient Sword continent. However, because the Yellow Spring sect was an evil organization, all the forces in the ancient Sword continent joined forces to besiege the Yellow Spring sect. In the end, the Yellow Spring sect was destroyed and the sect master and all the disciples were killed. The reason why the Yellow Spring sect was able to dominate the ancient Sword continent back then was because they had the 9 bends underworld technique, a technique that shook the entire continent and made countless warriors tremble in fear. It was said that if one could obtain the 9 bends underworld technique, their strength would skyrocket and they would even have the chance to stand at the peak of the ancient Sword continent. However, the 9 bends Yellow Springs technique was a vicious technique. After a normal martial artist cultivated it, it would definitely affect their mind. However, the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect didn't have such side effect. The Yellow Spring sect had been around for a very long time. Even Elder Lu had only heard of it from others. Now that he heard that a disciple of the Yellow Spring sect had appeared again, Elder Lu couldn't help but be tempted. The reason why he didn't let Yi Lin talk about the Yellow Spring sect was because Elder Lu wanted to go to the tomb alone and kill the disciple of the Yellow Spring sect to see if he could obtain the 9 bends underworld technique. As long as I can obtain the 9 bends underworld technique, I can become the strongest person in the entire Qinfeng sword sect, or even in Cyan Cloud County. Elder Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. 2 days later, Elder Lu appeared in the Liangyun mountain range, 100 miles away from Liangyun City. Following the route provided by Yi Lin, he went directly to the peak of the mountain. After sensing for a moment, Elder Lu found the underground tomb. It's here. After Elder Lu entered the tomb, he entered a maze. Petty tricks. Elder Lu snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy turned into a waterfall and bombarded the walls of the maze. Suddenly, the maze was broken and the coffin appeared in front of Elder Lu. Elder Lu could sense that there was an evil aura emanating from the coffin, and a smile appeared on his face. It really is the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. Elder Lu quickly walked towards the coffin. However, when Elder Lu walked up to the coffin, he discovered that there was no one inside. Yes, could it be that the bloody skeleton left after alerting the enemy? Elder Lu was a little puzzled. At this moment, a hoarse voice entered Elder Lu's ears. "Are you looking for me?" As soon as the voice fell, the blood-red skeleton instantly appeared in the tomb. Behind it, 3 figures followed. They were Jin Luyun, 7th Day, and Fang Chen. I was wondering who it was. So it's a small fry from the Yellow Springs sect. It seems that the minds of the 3 of them have been controlled by you. Elder Lu sneered when he saw the blood-red skeleton. Elder Lu was also a Qi transformation realm expert, so he was fearless when facing the blood-red skeleton who was also in the Qi transformation realm. "You're courting death." The blood-red skeleton snorted coldly and directly gave the order. The 3 figures behind it immediately exploded with tyrannical attacks and surrounded Elder Lu. Petty tricks. Elder Lu roared and waved the longsword in his hand. Rays of sword light directly caused the entire tomb to tremble. Pucci, the 3 rays of sword light pierced into the bodies of Jin Luyun and the other 2. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. Fang Chen's body heavily crashed into the wall of the tomb. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was incomparably pale. "Useless thing." Seeing this scene, the blood-red skeleton snorted coldly and said disdainfully. At the same time, the blood-red skeleton also attacked. Rumble. As soon as the blood-red skeleton attacked, it erupted with incomparably tyrannical power. It clenched its fists tightly and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A majestic fist light appeared. Elder Lu and the blood-red skeleton fought intensely while Jin Luyun and the 7th Heaven stood there quietly, their eyes wooden. At this moment, Fang Chen had just stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were a bit dull, and he was just about to walk over to Jin Luyun. Suddenly, the golden heart beat rapidly a few times. Then, a clear stream appeared. After this clear stream appeared, it did not spread to his limbs and bones. Instead, it all entered Fang Chen's mind. After this clear stream entered Fang Chen's mind, it directly surrounded the Xiao He point in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with struggle. However, the others didn't notice it. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. Then, Fang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. "Fortunately, I have the golden heart. Otherwise, I would have really become the puppet of the blood-red skeleton." Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the golden heart helping him at the critical moment, he would have become the puppet of the blood-red skeleton. Fang Chen glanced at Jin Luyun and the 7th Heaven, without batting an eyelid. He realized that the 2 of them were still wooden. "Looks like they aren't as lucky as me." Fang Chen pretended to be controlled. His eyes returned to being wooden, but his mind was quickly thinking of a way to escape. Rumble in the tomb, the battle between the 2 had entered a white-hot stage. "Damn it, if it weren't for my injuries, I would have killed you long ago." The blood-red skeleton was furious and roared. "Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, today is the day you die." Elder Lu roared and the 2 of them fought again. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen's body inadvertently moved toward the exit of the tomb. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally found the right opportunity. His figure flashed and directly rushed out of the tomb. Crash! Fang Chen's body disappeared. The blood-red skeleton, who was fighting fiercely, was shocked when it realized that it had lost contact with Fang Chen. Go and capture him, the blood-red skeleton ordered while fighting. Yes, master. Jin Luyun and the Seventh Heaven quickly left the tomb to look for Fang Chen. After Fang Chen left the tomb, he quickly rushed into the distance. In a short while, he had completely left the mountain where the tomb was located. When Fang Chen appeared in the range of Liang Yunqing, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Jin Luyun and the Seventh Heaven searched for a long time, but they didn't find Fang Chen. The two of them shook their heads and finally returned to the tomb. At this moment, the battle in the tomb had already ended. The blood-red skeleton sat cross-legged with some injuries on its body. In front of it, Elder Lu stood quietly. His eyes were dull and expressionless. Old thing, if I didn't have this supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. As it spoke, the blood-red skeleton took out a triangular metal plate. It was because of this metal plate that the blood-red skeleton defeated Elder Lu and controlled him. However, although it was a little injured, the blood-red skeleton was still very happy. This was because it had obtained a Qi Transformation Realm puppet today. That kid escaped. We can't stay here for long. The blood-red skeleton gritted its teeth when it thought of Fang Chen. However, in the end, the blood-red skeleton still left the tomb with the three puppets. Fang Chen rushed back to the Green-Edge Sword sect without stopping to rest. He then went straight to look for his revered master. Fang Chen, didn't you go to do a mission? Did you already finish it? The Ninth Elders was very happy to see Fang Chen. Master, when we went to explore the tomb this time, we didn't expect to encounter the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen said. What? The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? The Ninth Elder's expression turned serious when he heard about the Yellow Spring sect. That's right. After we entered the tomb. Fang Chen carefully told the Ninth Elders what happened in the tomb. The Ninth Elder's expression changed slightly. The Yellow Spring sect that had shocked the entire ancient Sword continent was finally destroyed by the combined forces of all the factions. Who would have thought that after so many years, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect would once again rise from the ashes? Fang Chen, this matter is very important. I have to discuss it with the other higher-ups of the sect. The Ninth Elders said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded. This matter was not something he could handle. Cultivate well. After saying that, the Ninth Elder left. On the way back, Fang Chen saw Yi Lin. Yes, Yi Lin. But Fang Chen instantly understood. Yi Lin must have told Elder Lu about this matter. Elder Lu clearly hadn't told the higher-ups of the sect. Could it be that Elder Lu is plotting something? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. When Fang Chen saw Yi Lin also noticed Fang Chen. When she saw Fang Chen, Yi Lin's expression clearly showed surprise. She immediately walked over to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to come back alive. Where are the others? Yi Lin asked. Dead. Fang Chen indifferently said. What? They're all dead? Yi Lin pretended to exclaim. Fang Chen coldly snorted. Yi Lin was simply a vicious woman. She always wanted to use others. For her own life, she didn't hesitate to let Li Guanglong die. Seeing Fang Chen preparing to leave, Yi Lin stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen, please don't tell anyone about this matter. Yi Lin said in a low voice. Yi Lin originally thought that since everyone was dead, no one would know that she had caused Li Guanglong's death. But she hadn't expected that Fang Chen would actually come back alive. I'll first keep this brat here. Once I find an opportunity to kill him, no one will know about this matter. Yi Lin thought to herself. Fang Chen, as long as you agree, I can agree to any of your requests, including your body. Yi Lin whispered. Chapter 26. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your body. The piercing voice entered Yi Lin's ears, and a sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of her heart. Yi Lin dared to guarantee that this was the most humiliating sentence she had ever heard in her life. However, when facing Fang Chen, she actually did not have the courage to make a move. This was because the trash that she kept calling trash had unknowingly surpassed her. You! Yi Lin was flustered, and her face was filled with rage. She wanted nothing more than to chop Fang Chen into pieces, but her rationality told her that she could not do so. Therefore, Yi Lin chose to endure. Fang Chen, don't go too far. If worse comes to worst, I won't stop you from being with my sister. Yi Lin calmed herself down and said. A look of disgust appeared on Fang Chen's face. How shameless must she be to say such words? Fang Chen sneered and did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Seeing Fang Chen's back as he left, Yi Lin's face turned ferocious, and a cold, killing intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Lin felt threatened. She did not want to wait any longer. She wanted to kill Fang Chen once and for all. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Fang Chen, I will definitely kill you, Yi Lin said coldly. At night, in a dark room in a pavilion in the inner sect, a man and a woman looked at each other. The man's face had a demonic look, while the woman's face had a seductive look. After a long while, the woman spoke. Senior brother Shangguan, Yi Lin said coquettishly. Junior sister Yi Lin, it's already so late. Why are you looking for me? Shangguan Bu asked. Shangguan Bu was one of the top 50 disciples in the inner sect. He had reached the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Although he was only at the beginning of the 5th level, he was still considered one of the strongest in the inner sect. Of course, the reason why Yi Lin came to find Shangguan Bu was because Shangguan Bu was known for his lecherous nature in the inner sect. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Shangguan Bu would pursue her. In the past, Shangguan Bu had pursued Bing Ling. However, he had been beaten up by Bing Ling to the point that he could not even recognize the road. Since then, Shangguan Bu had restrained himself. However, after seeing Yi Lin, Shangguan Bu's lecherous heart once again became restless. Yi Lin also saw this in Shangguan Bu, which was why she came to find Shangguan Bu. Senior brother Shangguan, outer sect disciple Fang Chen, who just entered the inner sect, offended me. I want to kill him. Can you help me? Yi Lin went straight to the point. Is Fang Chen a disciple who just entered the inner sanctum? Shangguan Bu asked, slightly puzzled. That's right. He just entered the inner sect not long ago. As long as senior brother Shangguan can help me, I can do anything, Yi Lin said. Hearing the words anything, a strange smile appeared on Shangguan Bu's face. Junior sister Yi Lin must be joking. Your matter is my matter, Shangguan Bu's matter. Shangguan Bu immediately expressed his stance. Then I'll have to thank senior brother Shangguan, Yi Lin said. Early the next morning, an important piece of news spread throughout the inner sect. Shangguan Bu wanted to challenge new disciple Fang Chen. This news spread like a kite, and all the inner sect disciples heard it. Outside Fang Chen's pavilion, a gray-robed Shangguan Bu was quietly standing there. His body emitted a fiendish aura. Quick look. Isn't that senior brother Shangguan Bu? Could it be that he really wants to challenge Fang Chen? What kind of joke is this? How could Fang Chen be a match for senior brother Shangguan Bu? That's right. One of them is at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the other is at the 5th level of Qi refinement. There's no way to compare them. Shangguan Bu spoke amidst the discussion of the disciples. Fang Chen, get your ass out here right now. Shangguan Bu's voice was very loud as he roared furiously. Fang Chen, who was resting in the pavilion, was obviously shocked by Shangguan Bu's voice. He frowned slightly and immediately walked out of the pavilion. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a low voice when he saw Shangguan Bu. You're Fang Chen. Shangguan Bu asked when he saw Fang Chen. That's right. I'm Fang Chen, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Shangguan Bu sneered. Do you dare to accept? Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, he saw Yi Lin standing behind Shangguanbu with a seductive look on her face. His eyes turned cold and he instantly understood the reason behind this. You want to challenge me? Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent towards Yi Lin. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Shangguanbu asked loudly. A battle to the death, Fang Chen said calmly. You choose the time. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the pavilion. Shangguanbu didn't react until Fang Chen entered the pavilion. He was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would actually challenge him to a battle to the death. You dare to challenge me, Shangguanbu? Fine, I'll accompany you in a battle to the death, said Shangguanbu. Behind Shangguanbu, Yi Lin was secretly delighted. A battle to the death would allow Shangguanbu to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'll see you in the life and death arena in 3 days. Shangguanbu turned and left. News of Fang Chen and Shangguanbu's battle to the death instantly spread. Countless inner sect disciples weren't optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. They thought that Fang Chen was too impulsive. The entire inner sect was bustling with noise and excitement. However, on the same night, the 9th elders went to find Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I've already reported the matter of the Yellow Spring sect's remnants to the sect. The sect has sent several elders, but, said the 9th elders. But what? Asked Fang Chen. But the blood skeleton you spoke of has already disappeared. They haven't found any clues, said the 9th elders. Fang Chen nodded. This was reasonable. The blood skeleton clearly hadn't recovered from its injuries. It definitely wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. However, you have to be careful, warned the 9th elders. Fang Chen was puzzled as he looked at the 9th elders. You've already come into contact with the blood skeleton. Your body definitely has its aura. If you encounter it in the future, the blood skeleton will definitely be able to find you. So you have to be careful, said the 9th elders. Many thanks for the reminder, Master. Fang Chen nodded. Right, I heard that you're going to have a battle to the death with Shangguanbu, suddenly asked the 9th elders. Fang Chen nodded. Yes, Master. It's your choice and I respect it. Are you confident in winning? Asked the 9th elders. 50%, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 9th elders was clearly a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to have such a high chance of winning. In truth, even Fang Chen said 50% was too low. However, Fang Chen didn't want to explain. Good. As expected of a genius who could cultivate the golden light sword. Don't worry and go fight. I'll handle everything. The 9th elders took out 3 medicinal pills and handed them to Fang Chen. Then he floated away. Fang Chen looked at the 3 white medicinal pills in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised. Body tempering pill, cried Fang Chen. He hadn't expected his master to give him a body tempering pill. The body tempering pill was a middle-tier mortal-grade medicinal pill. It was considered a relatively precious medicinal pill. The 9th elders took out 3 of them at once. With these body-tempering pills, I'm confident that I can take another step forward, said Fang Chen. For the next 3 days, Fang Chen rested at night and cultivated in the cultivation room during the day. As time passed, the number of spirit stones in Fang Chen's pocket decreased. After 3 whole days, Fang Chen had consumed all 3 body-tempering pills. At this time, Fang Chen had reached the late 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. I'm confident that I can defeat Shangguanbu now, said Fang Chen. In 3 days, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Although he had consumed 3 body-tempering pills, his strength had improved greatly. He spent 3 whole days in the cultivation room. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones now. But even so, he had used up nearly 5,000 spirit stones in 3 days. When the 3rd day came, Fang Chen finally came out of the cultivation room. In the inner sect, there was a pond in a garden. In the middle of the pond there was a pavilion. In the pavilion there were 3 men and 1 woman. One of them was Shangguanbu, the other was Yilin, and the other 2 were inner sect disciples who had a good relationship with Shangguanbu. The new disciples these days are getting more and more arrogant. They actually dare to challenge you, Shangguan. One of the disciples laughed. And it's a battle to the death. They really don't know how to write the word death. Another disciple sneered. He's just a disciple who doesn't know what's good for him. This battle will be his last battle. Shangguanbu sneered. Yilin looked at Shangguanbu flirtatiously and said, Senior brother Shangguan, it's time. Let's go to the life and death arena. There's no hurry. Let the new disciple wait for a while. Shangguanbu sneered. Inner sect, life and death arena. At this moment, many inner sect disciples had gathered below the life and death arena. These disciples were all here to watch the battle between Fang Qin and Shangguanbu. Look, Fang Qin is here. Suddenly, someone said. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. All the disciples' eyes were focused on Fang Qin. Fang Qin stepped onto the life and death arena step by step, waiting for Shangguanbu's arrival. I didn't expect Fang Qin to dare to come. If I were him, I would have found a chance to escape. That's right. Shangguanbu's strength is extraordinary. What a fool. There's only one result for challenging Shangguanbu, and that's death. Many disciples were not optimistic about Fang Qin. After all, Fang Qin had just entered the inner sect not long ago, and Shangguanbu was a veteran in the inner sect. While Fang Qin was waiting on the life and death arena, a group of people arrived outside the Qingfeng sword sect. The person leading the group was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with anxiety. Qingfeng sword sect, they're finally here. The leader said. Manager Li, young Master Fang should be inside. Let's go in. A warrior behind Manager Li said. Chapter 27. Qingfeng sword sect, inner sect, arena of life and death. The arena of life and death was located on a mountain peak in the inner sect. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge arena of life and death. There was an empty space around the arena of life and death. Inner sect disciples would only enter the arena of life and death when there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Once they entered the arena of life and death, it was a matter of life and death. Ever since Fang Qin entered the inner sect, he had been bullied by Yilin and the others. This time, Fang Qin chose the arena of life and death to serve as a deterrent. Of course, Fang Qin did not blindly choose the arena of life and death because he was very confident in himself. At this moment, there were many inner sect disciples around the arena of life and death. On the arena of life and death, Fang Qin stood quietly. It has been a long time since there was an arena of life and death. Who would have thought that Fang Qin would dare to challenge Shangguanbu? Yeah, Fang Qin was called trash when he was in the outer sect. Who would have thought that he would be so strong now? Do you guys think that there will be an accident in this arena of life and death? How is that possible? You know how strong Shangguanbu is. He is in the 5th realm of qi cultivation. Fang Qin can't be compared to him. Just as the disciples were talking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared on the mountain peak. Shangguanbu's appearance caused an uproar. Behind Shangguanbu stood Yilin in a red dress. At this moment, Yilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. She could almost see the scene of Shangguanbu killing Fang Qin. Fang Qin, you will definitely die this time. Yilin thought to herself. Shangguanbu stepped forward and stepped onto the arena of life and death. His face was filled with a wild smile. Fang Qin, who would have thought that you would dare to appear here? Shangguanbu said sinisterly. Fang Qin did not say anything. His dark eyes stared at Shangguanbu. The moment Fang Qin stepped onto the arena of life and death, he knew that only one person could leave this place alive. Just as Shangguanbu arrived, a few more whizzing sounds could be heard from afar. The crowd noticed that a few inner court elders had also appeared. Among them, the 9th elder and 8th elder were the elders. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. The 9th elder's disciple was Feng Chen, while the 8th elder's disciple was Shangguanbu. As masters, they would naturally come. Elders. All the inner disciples clasped their hands and greeted the 2 elders. Elders, 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 elders. Elders, 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 sect, 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 elders, elders, disciples, 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 elders, 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 elders. 8th elder, what do you think? Asked the 9th elder. Although Shangguanbu is my disciple, I won't interfere if he dies in the arena of life and death, said the 8th elder. That's good, said the 9th elder. With the arrival of the 2 elders, the arena of life and death was about to begin. Feng Chen, today I'll kill you in front of everyone. Shangguanbu sinisterly smiled. Sorry, but I also want to kill you. Feng Chen smiled. Then let me see what you're capable of. Shangguanbu sinisterly shouted. His body flickered and he clenched his fists, gathering all the energy in his body into his fist. Roar. 5 roars shook the heavens. The power of a 5th stage Qi refinement cultivator was completely unleashed at this moment. What are you going to use to block my 5 bulls' strength? Shangguanbu taunted as he attacked. Rumble. In the sky, Shangguanbu's fist was enlarged by 10 times. A fist aura suddenly floated out from his fist, carrying with it an extremely powerful aura. It instantly attacked Feng Chen. Refining fist. At this moment, Feng Chen unleashed the body refining fist without any hesitation. The body refining fist of level 9 perfection, coupled with Feng Chen's incomparably tyrannical strength, smashed directly onto the gigantic fist light. Dong. A loud sound rang out from the arena of life and death. Following that, Feng Chen's fist aura was directly blown away by the enormous fist aura. However, in the next moment, the enormous fist aura slowly dissipated. Feng Chen's body retreated a few steps, trying to stabilize his body. A heart-wrenching pain spread from his fist. Is this the power of a 5th stage Qi refinement cultivator? This was the first time Feng Chen fought with a 5th stage Qi refinement cultivator. Although it was only a single exchange, Feng Chen already knew that Shangguanbu's strength was much more powerful than he had imagined. Not bad. To be able to block my fist, you are qualified for me to attack. Shangguanbu withdrew his fist, a strange smile on his face as he spoke slowly. At this moment, Feng Chen took out his light sword and looked at Shangguanbu cautiously. Dragon Tiger Sword Technique. A long sword suddenly appeared in Shangguanbu's hand. It was also a low-tier mortal weapon. Following Shangguanbu's angry roar, the mortal weapon in his hand continuously danced in the air. Following that, a dragon's roar instantly rang out from the mortal weapon. In an instant, the entire arena of life and death was enveloped by a majestic aura. Many of the inner sect disciples below the arena of life and death felt a wave of pressure. Not bad. The Dragon Tiger Sword technique has been cultivated to such a level. Seeing his disciple display the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, the 8th elder's face was full of smiles as he nodded. Golden Light Sword Technique, 6th Sword. Feeling the power of the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, Feng Chen did not hesitate to display the Golden Light Sword technique. The moment the 6th Sword technique was displayed, a golden light burst out. Crash! Within the golden light, there was an extremely powerful sword chi that suddenly bombarded the Dragon Tiger Sword technique. Bang! 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 The Golden Light Sword technique was extremely powerful. When it clashed with the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, it was actually evenly matched. What? It's actually the Golden Light Sword technique. Seeing Feng Chen display the Golden Light Sword technique, even the 8th elder's face was filled with shock. 8th elder, this is the reason why I accepted Feng Chen as my disciple. The 9th elder slowly said, a trace of excitement in his eyes. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to cultivate the golden light sword technique to the sixth sword technique in such a short period of time. He was truly a sword genius. If I'm not wrong, what Fang Chen just displayed should be the sixth sword technique. But I don't understand. How did Fang Chen learn the last four swords of the golden light sword technique? The eighth elder was a little puzzled as he asked. Fang Chen once accidentally entered Xie Tiannan's cultivation area. The ninth elder briefly explained. Hearing the name Xie Tiannan, the eighth elder's face was a little moved. He even wondered if Fang Chen could become the next Xie Tiannan. Just as the two elders were talking, a loud explosion occurred in the life and death arena. Shangguanbu also did not expect that his Dragon Tiger sword technique would not be able to defeat Fang Chen. Damn it! Shangguanbu's face was filled with anger. As a disciple at the fifth level of the Qi refinement realm, he found it so difficult to deal with a disciple at the fourth level of the Qi refinement realm. This was a disgrace. Fang Chen, go die! Shangguanbu roared. The mortal weapon in his hand suddenly let out a sword cry. In the next moment, Shangguanbu displayed his strongest sword technique. Dragon Tiger Sword Technique, Tiger Sword. Suddenly, a tiger's roar swept through the entire life and death arena. Countless inner court disciples were shocked. The Dragon Tiger Sword Technique was a substandard cultivation technique. Its power was incomparably tyrannical, and was much stronger than ordinary cultivation technique. The reason why Fang Chen was able to block Shangguanbu's dragon sword was because he had cultivated the golden light sword technique. However, the golden light sword technique was only an ordinary cultivation technique. Only by successfully cultivating all 7 swords of the golden light sword technique would one be able to display the might of a substandard cultivation technique. Golden Light Sword Technique. Seeing Shangguanbu display the tiger sword, Fang Chen did not hesitate and displayed the Golden Light Sword Technique once again. However, the result this time was out of Fang Chen's expectations. When the Golden Light Sword collided with the tiger sword, it instantly shattered. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, let's see what you have to block my tiger sword. Seeing this scene, Shangguanbu's face was filled with an arrogant smile as he spoke loudly. Bang! Fang Chen's body rapidly retreated. His face revealed a trace of determination. The Golden Light Sword Technique cannot block the tiger sword, Fang Chen quickly said. At this moment, a trace of coldness flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Following this, Fang Chen put away his light sword and gently closed his eyes. What is Fang Chen doing? Could it be that he has given up? He must have given up. The Dragon Tiger Sword Technique is not something that he can block. Many disciples exclaimed. Even the 9th elders had a trace of worry on his face. He did not understand why Fang Chen suddenly stopped resisting. Below the life and death ring, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. Fang Chen, you're dead this time, Yi Lin thought to herself. At this moment, Fang Chen did not pay any attention to the golden light sword that was rapidly approaching him. In his mind, scenes appeared one after another. These scenes were all from the depths of the Blackwind mountain range. They were scenes on the walls of the cave within the restriction. A man was waving his fingers. Rays of finger light sword were constantly bombarding out. Finger intent surrounded his body. Artistic conception. In Fang Chen's mind, the artistic conception of the finger technique appeared. Meteor finger. Scenes quickly flashed through his mind. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany and instantly executed the meteor finger. Previously, Fang Chen did not understand why he was unable to cultivate the meteor finger. But after the epiphany just now, Fang Chen finally understood. At this moment, the inferior grade cultivation technique, meteor finger, was instantly executed. In front of Fang Chen, Shangguanbu was holding an ordinary weapon. His face was filled with excitement as he ruthlessly stabbed towards Fang Chen. However, just as his sword was about to come into contact with Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, Fang Chen stretched out his finger. Then, a strange aura instantly enveloped his body. The chant of the meteor finger was activated. The first finger of the meteor finger. A bright ray of light shot out from Fang Chen's finger. Suddenly, the surroundings were suppressed. When the 8th elder and the 9th elders saw this ray of light, their hearts were in turmoil. Chapter 28. The inner disciples below the life and death arena were shocked because they couldn't believe that Fang Chen could unleash such a tyrannical attack. As for the 8th and 9th elders, they were shocked because Fang Chen's finger technique actually contained a trace of intent. Although it only contained a trace of intent, it was enough to shock the two old men. No, that trace of intent doesn't belong to him, so why did it appear in his technique? The two elders were puzzled. At this moment, on the life and death arena, Fang Chen's finger suddenly pressed down on Shangguanbu. Rumble, a majestic finger light, carrying a trace of intent, instantly collided with the tiger sword, exploding out with a crisp sound. Gotcha! After the two collided, everyone thought that there would be an earth-shaking sound. However, they didn't expect that the finger light would directly defeat the tiger sword with a speed that exceeded everyone's expectations. Poochie, that finger light seemed to cut through glass. After destroying the tiger sword, it fiercely shot into Shangguanbu's chest. Bang! Shangguanbu's body heavily fell to the ground and instantly lost his life. Crash! The entire life and death arena was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked by this scene and couldn't react for a while. Sigh. Only the 8th elder helplessly sighed when he saw his disciple die. Shangguanbu's death wasn't unjust. Although his dragon tiger sword technique was incomparably tyrannical, the power of intent wasn't something he could withstand. Fang Chen's meteor finger only contained a trace of intent, but it was already so tyrannical. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and withdrew his finger. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The power of intent is so tyrannical? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Unfortunately, the power of intent didn't belong to him. If he hadn't seen the intent on the wall, he wouldn't have been able to display such a powerful technique. Meteor finger is really tyrannical. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There was a huge difference between substandard cultivation techniques and ordinary cultivation technique. After a while, the disciples below the life and death ring recovered from their shock. Heavens! Fang Chen actually killed Shangguanbu. Am I dreaming? Senior brother Shangguanbu couldn't defeat Fang Chen even after using the Dragon Tiger sword art. When did Fang Chen become so powerful? Fang Chen's battle prowess is enough to rank him among the top 50 inner disciples. That's terrifying. Yes, Fang Chen rose to prominence. Many disciples were discussing in disbelief. The 8th elder's figure flashed as he appeared in the life and death arena. He glanced at Fang Chen and said, "In this life and death battle, Shangguanbu was defeated by Fang Chen and died in battle. This matter ends here." After the 8th elder finished speaking, he took Shangguanbu's corpse and left the life and death ring. After that, the 9th elder came to Fang Chen's side and nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction. "Fang Chen, your performance really surprised me," the 9th elder said with a smile. "Don't worry. Although you killed Shangguanbu, with me here, no one will dare to touch you," the 9th elder added. After Fang Chen and the 9th elder left, the entire life and death ring was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless martial artists were discussing this matter. And from today onwards, Fang Chen had truly become an inner disciple. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a top inner disciple. However, Fang Chen's outstanding performance had already attracted the attention of many inner disciples. Even Bing Ling, who was in the top 10 of the inner disciples, was a little surprised when she heard the news. She didn't expect that the outer disciple, who couldn't even defeat Li Guanglong, would suddenly become one of the top 50 inner disciples. What a mysterious guy. Bing Ling's face didn't show any surprise, but she thought to herself, After Fang Chen killed Shangguanbu, the one who was most afraid was Yi Lin. In order to prevent Fang Chen from taking revenge, Yi Lin rushed through the night and directly left the Azure Edge Sword sect to return to the Yi clan. In a courtyard in the inner sect, Fang Chen had just sent off many inner disciples who had come to visit him. Unexpectedly, another group of people came. Again? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the people who had come. His face revealed a trace of excitement. "Manager Li, why are you here?" Fang Chen saw Manager Li and a few members of the Fang family behind him. "Young Master Fang, this time we are here under the orders of the Patriarch to bring you back," Manager Li said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned and immediately asked, "Did something happen in the family?" "No," Manager Li said. Hearing Manager Li's words, Fang Chen's anxious heart finally calmed down. "Since the Patriarch wants me to return, then there must be something important. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do in the Azure Edge Sword sect. Let's set off immediately," Fang Chen said. It had been a long time since he had returned to the Fang family. Fang Chen also planned to go back and take a look. At the same time, he also planned to settle the matter of his marriage. Afterwards, Fang Chen informed his master, the 9 elders, and then followed Manager Li back to the Fang family. The Fang family was located in a city called Black Cloud City. There were 2 great families in Black Cloud City. The Fang family was one of them, and the other was the Yi family. Back when the Fang family was at its peak, the 2 family heads had decided to unite by marriage. In the end, Fang Chen and Yi Zi had been engaged when they were still in their mother's womb. However, as Fang Chen grew up, the Yi family gradually came to know that Fang Chen was trash, and Yi Zi was a genius. Moreover, during this period of time, the Yi family had been secretly recruiting, and their strength was gradually increasing. On the contrary, because of the death of the Fang family's patriarch, the Fang family's overall strength had decreased greatly and gradually began to decline. At this time, the Yi family no longer relied on the Fang family. They were dissatisfied with the Fang family, and repeatedly tried to get rid of the Fang family to take over Black Cloud City. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the Fang family had some foundation, and it was not something that the Yi family could destroy. The Yi family was very opposed to the marriage. They felt that Fang Chen was not worthy of the Yi family's princess, Yi Zi. In order to prevent the Yi family from making a move on Fang Chen, the Fang family directly sent Fang Chen to the Azure Edge Sword sect. Along the way, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Although the Fang family was not related to him in any way, ever since he had taken over Fang Chen's body and resurrected, he had become part of the Fang family. Fang Chen integrated himself into this world. Moreover, from the depths of his heart, he had a deep affection for the Fang family. On the way back, Fang Chen didn't say anything. Black Cloud City was very far from Clearwind City. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen's group finally arrived at Black Cloud City. "Young Master Fang, Black Cloud City is up ahead," said Steward Li. "Let's go in." Fang Chen's expression was absent-minded for a moment before he said in a low voice. After they entered Black Cloud City, they saw a group of onlookers on the street. They didn't know what was going on. "Steward Li, what's going on up ahead?" asked Fang Chen. "Young Master Fang, let's go take a look," said Steward Li. Soon after, they arrived at where the onlookers were. In the crowd of onlookers there were 2 men. One was wearing luxurious clothes, his face full of arrogance. The other was wearing plain clothes, his face full of anger. "Yi Zhanga, you've gone too far. Black Cloud City isn't under your Yi family's control," said the plainclothed man angrily. "Fang Xing, you piece of trash. You're already 18, but you're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. What a disgrace." The man called Yi Zhanga sneered. "What does my strength have to do with you?" said Fang Xing coldly. Fang Xing was a member of the Fang family's younger generation, while Yi Zhangge was a member of the Yi family's younger generation. In the past few years, the younger generation of the two families had often clashed. Under normal circumstances, the upper echelons of the two families would pretend that nothing had happened and wouldn't interfere. Today, Fang Sheng was shopping when he was suddenly stopped by Yi Zhangge and then humiliated. Fang Sheng was immediately enraged and attacked Yi Zhangge. However, Yi Zhangge's strength had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, he could be considered quite strong. As for Fang Sheng, he obviously wasn't a match for Yi Zhangge. After exchanging a few blows, Fang Sheng naturally lost and was humiliated by Yi Zhangge. The surrounding crowd was already used to this kind of thing. Yi Zhangge, you despicable person. Do you only dare to bully people who are weaker than you? Said Fang Sheng coldly. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly stopped Fang Sheng's impulsive actions. Young Master Fang Sheng, said Head Stewardly. Seeing Head Stewardly, Fang Sheng didn't say anything else. Young Master Fang Sheng, let's go back, said Head Stewardly in a low voice. Behind Head Stewardly, Fang Chen looked at the discouraged Fang Sheng and sighed. Then, step by step, he walked in front of Fang Sheng. If you're not as strong as others, then work hard. One day, you'll defeat the person who once humiliated you. When the discouraged Fang Sheng suddenly heard these words, he raised his head and saw a familiar face. Chen Zi, you're back. Seeing Fang Chen, Fang Sheng was naturally very happy. His face was filled with joy. Brother Sheng. Fang Chen gave Fang Sheng a bear hug. Fang Sheng was Fang Chen's older cousin. He was also the son of Fang Chen's second uncle. He had a very good relationship with Fang Chen ever since they were children. Fang Chen's uncle was the current head of the Fang family. As for Fang Chen's father, he was the 3rd son of the Fang family. Chen Zi, since you're back, let's go back. Fang Sheng smiled. Just as Fang Chen and Fang Sheng were about to turn and leave, a sharp voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Fang family's trash. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. His face was gloomy as he turned to look at Yi Zhangge. What? Did I say something wrong? A trash like you wants to marry our Yi family's Princess Yizi? What a joke. Yi Zhangge continued to mock him. Chapter 29. Fang Sheng was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. The Fang family had sent him to the Azure Edge Sword sect because they were worried that the Yi family would plot against him. But the news from the Azure Edge Sword sect was that Fang Chen's talent was too poor. He was practically a piece of trash. Even so, the Fang family still allowed Fang Chen to stay in the Azure Edge Sword sect. They thought that this would ensure Fang Chen's safety. But they were wrong. The dangers Fang Chen had experienced in the Azure Edge Sword sect were no less than the dangers in the Fang family. Hearing cousin Fang Sheng's words, Fang Chen chuckled. He lightly patted cousin Fang Sheng's shoulder and said, Brother Sheng, leave it to me. Fang Sheng was about to say something when Yi Zhangge interrupted him. Leave it to you, Fang Chen. You're just a piece of trash. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me? Yi Zhangge sneered. Yi Zhangge, do you think you're strong? Fang Chen countered with a question. Yi Zhangge didn't know what Fang Chen was up to. He nodded and said, even though I'm only a martial artist at the 4th level of the qi refining stage, I'm still stronger than some trash. Yi Zhangge's mockery didn't anger Fang Chen. That was because Fang Chen didn't care to get angry with Yi Zhangge. Oh, then how about I make a bet with you? Fang Chen smiled. What kind of bet? Yi Zhangge stared at Fang Chen. The two of us will fight. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow to Brother Sheng in apology, Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. The news that Fang Chen was a piece of trash had long since spread throughout Black Cloud City. They thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant, and that he wasn't a match for Yi Zhangge. Even Manager Li and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Fang Chen. Young Master Fong, let's forget about it. Let's go back to the clan first. That's right, Chen Zi. You're no match for Yi Zhanga, Fong Xing reminded him in a low voice. Fong Chen ignored the persuasion of Manager Li and the others. He stared straight at Yi Zhanga and asked, Yi Zhanga, do you not dare to accept my challenge? Fong Chen's words made Yi Changa burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I, Yi Changa, dare not accept your challenge. A piece of trash dares to challenge me, Yi Changa? What a joke. Yi Changa laughed loudly. What if you lose? Yi Zhanga laughed wildly for a while, then stopped and icily asked. I won't lose, Fong Chen said. If you lose, you have to call me father. How about it? Sneered Yi Changa. He didn't understand where Fong Chen had gotten his courage from. All right. Fong Chen didn't waste any more words. He directly agreed. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the onlookers all backed away, leaving enough space for the two of them. Manager Li didn't want to see Fong Chen and Yi Changa fight, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no way for him to persuade them otherwise. He could only patiently wait. Fong Chen, I'll let you know the difference between us. Yi Changa icily smiled. Can we start? Asked Fong Chen. Of course. Whoosh. Yi Changa had only just finished speaking when he sensed an illusion. In the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. Everyone looked over and saw Yi Changa's body had long since collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? All the onlookers were shocked. They hadn't even seen how Fong Chen had attacked before Yi Changa collapsed to the ground. Ah, Fong Chen, you dare sneak attack me? Yi Changa crawled up from the ground, his face filled with fury. I'm going to kill you. Yi Changa clenched his fists and used his strongest fist technique, bombarding Fong Chen. Bang! Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to touch Fong Chen's body before he was sent flying again. This time, Yi Changa didn't crawl back up because he was injured. Fong Chen hadn't held back. What kind of joke was this? Even Shangguan Bu, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, was killed by Fong Chen. Why would Fong Chen care about a mere 4th level Qi refinement martial artist? Fong Chen's swift and decisive defeat of Yi Changa shocked countless onlookers. They were all astonished. Heavens, isn't Fong Chen a trash? How could he be so strong? Could it be that Fong Chen has been hiding his strength all this time? Many of the onlookers had different opinions. The happiest people were Manager Li and Fong Xing. After they recovered from their shock, their hearts were filled with doubt. Chen Er's strength. Fong Xing exclaimed. How could young Master Fong be so strong? Manager Li also exclaimed. You've lost. Fong Chen ignored everyone's discussion. His pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Changa as he spoke coldly. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Yi Changa felt humiliated for the first time. I definitely won't apologize to Fong Xing. Yi Changa felt humiliated and angrily said. Bang! Just as Yi Changa finished speaking, he was struck by a fist. His head instantly split open and blood flowed out. Yi Changa let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Fong Chen. He wanted nothing more than to eat Fong Chen alive. Bang! Fist after fist smashed into Yi Changa's head. Soon, Yi Changa's head was completely split open and blood flowed out. If the onlookers hadn't known that this person was Yi Changa, they wouldn't have been able to recognize him. At this moment, the onlookers were completely shocked. The Fong family's trash was beating up the Yi family's genius. Just what was going on? Finally, after a quarter hour, Yi Changa stared at his head covered in blood and compromised. I apologize. Yi Changa finally opened his mouth to speak after letting out a miserable cry. If this continued, he would die. Although he hated Fong Chen, his life was more important right now. Plop. Yi Changa knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fong Xing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After saying that, Yi Changa felt countless gazes on him. Feeling humiliated, he stood up and fiercely glared at Fong Chen. Then he quickly disappeared from the street. After Yi Chang'e left, Fang Chen and the others also rushed back to the Fang family's residence. On the way, Fang Xing, Manager Li, and the others all had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. They endlessly praised him. "Chen, when did you become so strong?" Fang Xing couldn't help asking. "Yes, everyone says young Master Fang is trash. But young Master Fang is actually a genius," said Manager Li. In response, Fang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. After walking for a while, a luxurious residence finally appeared in their line of sight. Above this mansion, there was a golden plaque. On the golden plaque, 2 bold and powerful words were written: Fang Mansion. Fang Chen stopped. Looking at the Fang residence, many memories appeared in his mind. In the end, Fang Chen bitterly smiled and stepped into the Fang family's residence. News of Fang Chen's return quickly spread throughout the Fang family. In just a moment, Fang Chen was brought to his father's study by Manager Li. "Young Master Fang, Master is in the study. You can go take a look." Manager Li directly left after saying that. Fang Chen knocked on the study's door. A voice came from inside, and then Fang Chen entered. What entered his eyes was a middle-aged man sitting in an armchair. Between his eyebrows was a bit dignified. Fang Chen felt that this middle-aged man's face was very similar to his own. "This is father, right?" Fang Chen thought inwardly. At this moment, Fang Tianyu spoke. "Chen, you're back." Fang Tianyu's tone contained endless vicissitudes of life. However, after seeing his son return, there was still a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Father!" Fang Chen shouted in a hoarse voice. Although he had transmigrated, this was the first time he felt the warmth of home in the ancient Sword Continent. As time passed, Fang Chen gradually accepted the memories of this body's original owner. Now that he saw Fang Tianyu, he sighed in his heart. "Chen, the reason I called you back this time is because of 2 things. Fang Tianyu glanced at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. "Father, what's the matter?" Fang Chen vaguely felt that the reason the patriarch called him back this time should be related to the Yi family's marriage. Fang Tianyu carefully sized up his son and found that his son had changed a lot. "Chen, your mother, she..." When Fang Tianyu mentioned Fang Chen's mother, his face was filled with helplessness. "Father, what happened to my mother?" Fang Chen anxiously asked. "A month ago, your mother was taken away by a group of mysterious experts," said Fang Tianyu slowly. "What happened to those mysterious experts?" asked Fang Chen. Fang Tianyu's expression was a bit desolate. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Chen, you're already 15 years old. There are some things I should tell you," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He carefully listened. 15 years ago, when I was still a young master of the Fang family, I met your mother when I was traveling the ancient Sword Continent." Fang Tianyu began to recall the past. "At that time, your mother was heavily injured and I saved her. Later on, love grew between us and your mother married me. Then she gave birth to you. Later, your mother told me that her family's power was extremely huge. There would be a day when they would take her back. She didn't want to leave us." Fang Tianyu felt powerless when he said this. "I originally thought that a small place like Black Cloud City wouldn't be discovered by others. But in the end it was still discovered," said Fang Tianyu. After hearing Fang Tianyu's words, Fang Chen also understood. His mother's background was definitely very mysterious, and that so-called clan of his mother was also very powerful. "Those mysterious experts who took mother away should be from her family, right?" asked Fang Chen. "When I faced them, I didn't even have the ability to attack. They were too strong," said Fang Tianyu absent-mindedly. "Chen, father has let you down. I've let your mother down." Chapter 30. After listening to his father's story, Fang Chen understood. His mother's family was very powerful, and they weren't even from the Divine Wind Nation. His father's family was just a small family. If it weren't for his mother threatening them with her life, that family would have destroyed the Fang family with a flip of their hand. All of this was because they thought his father wasn't worthy of his mother. Fang Chen clenched his fist. He didn't expect that the first thing he would hear when he returned to the Fang family was that his mother had been taken away. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and one day find my mother," whispered Fang Chen. Fang Tianyu shook his head. He didn't think Fang Chen could do it. After all, that family's power wasn't something Fang Tianyu could imagine. "Chen your mother said before she left that she hoped we could live an ordinary life. She didn't want us to look for her," whispered Fang Tianyu. "Father!" Fang Chen opened his mouth, but he was interrupted by Fang Tianyu. "Chen there's no need to mention this matter again. Don't let down your mother's good intentions," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He knew that no matter what he said, his father wouldn't listen, so he simply didn't say anything. After a moment, the atmosphere in the study returned to normal. Fang Chen asked, "Father, what's the second matter?" asked Fang Chen. "The second matter is related to the Yi family's girl," said Fang Tianyu. "Yi Zi." Although Fang Tianyu didn't say it clearly, Fang Chen already understood that the Yi family was definitely pressuring the Fang family to break off the engagement. But once the engagement was broken off, the Fang family's face would be swept to the ground. How would they continue to mingle in Black Cloud City? Fang Chen clenched his fist. There was resentment in his heart. It was all because he was weak. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't be like this. "Chen we'll take care of this matter. You don't need to think too much. Go back and rest," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen glanced at Fang Tianyu. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and left the study. On the second day after returning to the Fang family, Fang Chen was preparing to leave his room. Suddenly, his body trembled. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Is he going to break through? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly closed his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth around him was constantly entering his body, tempering it. Fang Chen discovered that some white mist was slowly floating out of his bones. Fang Chen instantly recognized it. It's the residual effect of the body-tempering pill. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Now was the time for a breakthrough. The effect of this body-tempering pill could help him quickly break through. Hiss, Fang Chen began to break through with all his strength. Time slowly passed by. After 2 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already broken through to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 5th layer of the Qi refining realm? Fang Chen felt as if he was dreaming. In less than 2 months, he had actually broken through from the 1st layer of the Qi refining realm to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. This was something that he would never have dared to imagine before. As the overlord of Black Cloud City, the strongest person in the younger generation of the Fang family was only at the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. One of the reasons why the Yi family was stronger than the Fang family was because of their younger generation. It was said that Yi Zi had already reached the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. In the entire Black Cloud City, no one in the younger generation could match her. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up. He had not expected that he would break through as soon as he returned to the Fang family. Fang Chen, who had reached the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm, was confident that he could defeat a martial artist at the later stage of the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. However, just as Fang Chen was checking his body, the golden heart suddenly started beating again. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's mind began to quickly circulate the chants of the 7th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique. Crash! Fang Chen's body began to move involuntarily. The nimble sword in his hand danced quickly, and rays of golden light filled the sky. Crack! When the last ray of light shot out from the nimble sword, it instantly shattered a large rock in the distance. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. I didn't expect the Golden Light Sword technique to reach the 7th sword. When the Golden Light Sword technique reached the 7th sword, Fang Chen understood that the reason the Golden Light Sword technique was so powerful was because the 7th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique was no weaker than a substandard cultivation technique. It seems that the complete version of the Golden Light Sword technique is also a substandard cultivation technique, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With the 7th sword of the Golden Light Sword technique, I am confident that I can defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm, or even the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, Fang Chen was not so arrogant as to think that he could defeat a martial artist at the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard a voice. Then, he saw his cousin, Fang Xing. Brother Xing, you're here, Fang Chen said. Chen, today is the day of the Fang family's competition for the younger generation. I came specially to call you, Fang Xing said. Yes. A competition for the younger generation? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Let's go. All the disciples have gone to the square. Let's go too. Fang Xing smiled and pulled Fang Chen towards the square. When the two of them reached the square, it was already packed with people. All the disciples of the Fang family were standing in the square. On the platform were Fang Chen's eldest uncle, second uncle, and Fang Tianyu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Fang Chen's eldest uncle began to speak. Today is the day of the competition for the younger generation of the Fang family. I hope that you can achieve good result. Although the Fang family had declined, they still had their rules. The competition for the younger generation was held by the Fang family every year. Today, Fang Chen happened to see it. Fang Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many disciples of the Fang family. However, most of them only glanced at Fang Chen and stopped looking. In their eyes, Fang Chen's strength was not enough to threaten them. Of course, only Fang Xing, Manager Li, and a few others knew of Fang Chen's true strength. All right, let the competition begin, said the head of the Fang family. Including the side family, there were a total of 30 people in the younger generation. They fought in pairs. One battle after another was carried out in an orderly manner. Fang Chen was watching. Chen Zi, do you want to go up and show off your skills? Asked Fang Xing. Fang Chen shook his head. After reaching the 5th stage of Qi refining, no one in the younger generation of the Fang family was a match for him. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time going up. What a pity! Fang Xing felt that it was a pity. What's a pity? Asked Fang Chen. If you don't go up, Fang Yun will definitely take first place again, said Fang Xing. Fang Yun was the son of Fang Chen's eldest uncle. He was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Fang family. He had long since reached the 5th stage of Qi refining. Even in Black Cloud City, he could be considered a top figure. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Fang Chen raised his head and saw Fang Yun's figure appear in the arena. Fang Yun was wearing a green robe. He had a faint smile on his face. His opponent was Fang Hong. Big brother Fang Yun, although I'm not a match for you, I won't admit defeat so easily, said Fang Hong with a smile. Fang Hong and Fang Xing were siblings. She was the daughter of Fang Chen's second uncle. All right, then let's fight. Fang Yun smiled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When Fang Hong heard this, she clenched her fists tightly and swung them out. Rays of light shot out from her fist. Fang Hong's strength has improved a lot. Below the arena, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In his memory, Fang Hong was only a martial artist at the 3rd stage of Qi refining. But now, Fang Hong had already reached the peak of the 4th stage of Qi refining. Fang Hong is the second strongest in the younger generation of our Fang family. It's a pity that she's not a match for Fang Yun, said Fang Xing regretfully. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He just watched the battle between the two. In the arena, the battle between the two was very intense. Fang Yun was indeed the strongest in the younger generation of the Fang family. He immediately displayed his absolute strength and suppressed Fang Hong. Time passed by slowly. Fang Hong gradually felt that she could not hold on any longer. Bang! After a loud bang, Fang Hong stopped attacking. A bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. "Big brother Fang Yun, I've lost," said Fang Hong. "Little sister Hong, your strength is not bad either. There's hope for you to reach the 5th stage of qi refining." Fang Yun nodded. Fang Yun won the victory, and the audience exclaimed. After Fang Yun, there were still many matches. However, they were not exciting at all. Many people did not care. On the main stage, Fang Tianshan looked at Fang Qin, who was standing beside Fang Xing. He asked, "When did Fang Qin come back?" Hearing his eldest brother's question, Fang Tianyu said, "He came back yesterday." "Eldest brother, what about Fang Qin's marriage?" whispered the second brother, Fang Tianbao. "Fang Qin is a member of the Fang family. As the patriarch of the Fang family, my responsibility is to protect everyone in the family. If the Yi family bullies us too much, I don't mind moving around a bit," said Fang Tianshan. The grand competition lasted for a total of 6 hours before the rankings were finally decided. First place in the younger generation was Fang Yun, second place was Fang Hong, and third place was Fang Yun. When the referee finished announcing the results, a voice suddenly broke the silence of the arena. "I think Shun will be able to enter the top 3. Fang Xing's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, everyone's gaze turned to Fang Chen. They did not understand why Fang Xing would say such a thing. "Fang Xing, what do you mean?" asked Fang Long, who was ranked 3rd. "With Chen's strength, he definitely has the qualifications to enter the top 3, said Fang Xing. Hearing this, Fang Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't want to be too ostentatious, but he didn't expect his cousin Fang Xing to say such a thing. "Big brother Xing," whispered Fang Chen. Chapter 31. The Fang family members looked at each other in dismay. Although they secretly believed that Fang Chen was trash, they had never said it out loud. Although the Fang family had declined, they were still united and didn't have any internal strife. Fang Yun and the others might be strong and talented, but they had never looked down on Fang Chen. They only believed that Fang Chen didn't have any cultivation talent. At this moment, hearing Fang Xing's words, Fang Hong and Fang Yun could not help but turn to look at Fang Chen. They did not know what Fang Xing was up to. "Fang Xing, do you think Fang Chen's strength is enough for him to enter the top 3? Asked a disciple. "Yes, Chen is very strong. He's not trash," said Fang Xing. "Ha ha ha, then why doesn't he participate in the competition?" asked another person. Fang Xing had nothing to say. He turned to Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Soon after, he took a step forward and stood on the arena. He softly said, "Cousin Fang Yun, can you come up for a fight?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone thought they had misheard. Fang Chen was actually challenging Fang Yun. Fang Chen wants to challenge Fang Yun? Was he provoked by those words just now? With his talent, it's impossible for him to challenge Fang Yun. That's right, I wonder what Fang Chen wants. Fang Chen's performance caught Fang Tianyu unprepared. He wanted to stop him, but seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, he didn't say anything in the end. "Fang Chen, you want to challenge me?" asked Fang Yun. "Although you're anxious to get rid of your trash reputation, there's no need for you to challenge me. Furthermore, you're not my match." Fang Yun was very confident in himself. He didn't think Fang Chen could defeat him. However, in Fang Chen's opinion, since Fang Xing had said that, then he should directly challenge the number 1 junior of the Fang family. "Cousin Fang Yun, I still want to challenge you," Fang Chen said solemnly. If some people thought that Fang Chen was joking when he said it was the first time, then when he said it was the second time, everyone's expression turned serious. Is Fang Chen crazy? This was what all the disciples of the Fang family were thinking. Hearing Fang Chen's solemn words, Fang Yun nodded and stood on the stage. Fang Chen, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, no, even if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll acknowledge you, Fang Yun said. Let's begin. Fang Chen nodded. Python fist. Fang Yun growled as he clenched his fist and threw out a powerful punch. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed into Fang Yun's fist crazily. Rumble around Fang Yun's body, fist lights appeared one after another. Golden light sword technique. At some point, Fang Chen had already taken out the light sword. With a growl, the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique was instantly displayed. Crack! Under everyone's stunned gazes, the golden sword light cut through the fist lights in the sky. In the next moment, the golden light hit Fang Yun's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Yun's body flew backward. However, Fang Chen had held back when he displayed the golden light sword technique, so Fang Yun was not seriously injured. Bang! The entire square was dead silent. Everyone could hear the sound of breathing. God, all the disciples of the Fang family looked at this scene in disbelief. They could no longer breathe. The former trash of the Fang family, Fang Chen, who had not even reached LV2 Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15, had actually grown to this level. LV5 Qi cultivation realm. He was definitely in the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. On the platform, the faces of the 3 Fang brothers were filled with excitement. God, Fang Chen actually defeated Fang Yun. What is going on? The former trash is actually so strong that he defeated Fang Yun in one move. Fang Yun is a LV5 Qi cultivation realm disciple, but he was defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Although Fang Xing already knew that Fang Chen was tyrannical, seeing Fang Yun defeated by Fang Chen in one move still caused great waves in his heart. Not only Fang Xing, but all the disciples were the same. Crash! Fang Yun slowly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. He immediately cupped his hands towards Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, I am not your match. Hearing Fang Yun's words, the silent square instantly went into an uproar. Countless disciples cried out in alarm. How is this possible? Below the arena, Fang Hong cried out in alarm. She knew Fang Yun very well. Fang Yun's strength was extremely tyrannical. Could it be that Fang Chen has reached LV5 Qi cultivation realm? Fang Hong could not believe it. Do you still want to fight? Asked Fang Chen. Fang Yun shook his head, indicating that he admitted defeat. At this moment, Fang Yun's admiration for Fang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha, good. Our Fang family has produced 2 LV5 Qi cultivation realm disciples. The first to speak was Fang Tianshan, and he laughed heartily. Yeah. At first I thought Chen didn't have any talent for cultivation. Who would have thought that Chen would be this strong? Laughed Fang Tianbao. Fang Tianyu looked at Fang Chen, not saying anything for a long time. After a long time, the Fang family's competition finally ended. Fang Chen's sudden appearance caused a miraculous reversal in the Fang family's competition. They had originally thought that Fang Yun was without a doubt the number 1 disciple of the Fang family. But now it seemed that Fang Chen, who had always kept a low profile, was actually the number 1 disciple of the Fang family's younger generation. Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Fang family estate, and he became the target of worship for countless disciples. After the competition ended, Fang Chen was called to a guest room by his 3 brothers. Chen, what realm are you at now? Fang Tianshan impatiently asked as soon as he sat down. 5th LV5 Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen honestly replied. Ha ha ha, as expected. Who said Chen was trash? Laughed Fang Tianbao. Chen, have you always been hiding your strength these past few years? Asked Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't know how to explain, so he simply didn't say anything. The golden heart was his secret, and he wouldn't easily tell anyone about it, including his own family. After all, his current strength was too weak. If others found out, they would definitely try to kill him and take his golden heart. So he had to be careful. Chen must have had a fortuitous encounter. Seeing that Fang Chen wasn't saying anything, Fang Tianyu laughed. The three brothers had never been so happy. Fang Chen's sudden rise had given the Fang family a glimmer of hope. The Yi family actually looks down on our Chen. They really are blind. After a long time, Fang Tianshan coldly said, "That's right. These past few years, the Yi family has been suppressing our Fang family, wanting to break off this engagement. It's just that they think Chen is trash and isn't worthy of their girl. With Chen current strength, it won't be long before he can catch up to Yi Zi," said Fang Tianyu. The day after the Fang family's competition, the Yi family came to the Fang family. Following the head of the Yi family was the Yi family's little princess, Yi Zi. Behind her was her little sister, Yi Lin. Yi Lin was afraid that Fang Chen would kill her, so she had rushed back to the Yi family. After returning, Yi Lin complained to the head of the Yi family. She said that Fang Chen had always bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect, and that she had suffered. The head of the Yi family was immediately infuriated. He directly brought Yi Zi to the Yi family to demand justice. Of course, there was also another matter. That was to break off the engagement. The Yi family's grand entrance to the Fang family was something that Fang Chen was also the first to learn. He immediately went to the main hall. In the main hall, the three Fang brothers were sitting side by side. On the other side was the head of the Yi family, Yi Zi, Yi Lin, and the others. "Brother Yi, why have you come to the Fang family?" asked Fang Tianshan. "Fang Chen, your Fang family's Fang Chen has gone too far," said the head of the Yi family icily. "Oh, what do you mean?" asked Fang Tianyu. "Fang Chen and Yi Lin are both disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. My Yi family didn't agree to Fang Chen's engagement. But I didn't expect Fang Chen to bear a grudge and keep attacking Yi Lin, causing Yi Lin to return to the Yi family," said the head of the Yi family furiously. The three Fang brothers looked at each other, not saying anything. "Father, you have to get justice for me," said Yi Lin, sobbing. "Brother Yi, just based on Yi Lin's one-sided story, I'm afraid it doesn't prove anything," said Fang Tianshan. "I don't care. Today, your Fang family must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I don't mind taking action," said the head of the Yi family. A moment later, Fang Chen arrived in the main hall. "Chen, Yi Lin said you bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect. Is that true?" asked Fang Tianshan. Fang Chen instantly understood. Yi Lin had most likely told the head of the Yi family that he had bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect. "Does everyone in the Yi family invert right and wrong like this?" asked Fang Chen. "Impudent! You don't have the right to tell us what the Yi family does," said the head of the Yi family furiously. "Yi Lin, tell us what happened. Let the Fang family know what kind of person Fang Chen is." Yi Lin stepped forward. When she saw Fang Chen, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Yi Lin didn't know what was going on, but when she saw Fang Chen's eyes, she didn't dare to say anything. "Actually, whether this matter is true or not, it's not important to your Yi family," said Fang Chen suddenly. Everyone looked at Fang Chen. "Didn't your Yi family bring so many people here just to cancel the engagement?" Fang Chen looked at the head of the Yi family. The head of the Yi family sneered at Fang Chen's words. "That's right. My Yi family came this time to cancel the engagement between Yi Zi and Fang Chen." "Yi Shan, don't go too far," said Fang Tianbao. "If the Yi family unilaterally cancelled the engagement, it would be a huge blow to the Fang family's reputation. My Yi family's Yi Zi is already at the 6th level of qi refining at such a young age. In the future, she'll definitely become a peak figure in the Divine Wind Nation. How could trash like you be worthy of her?" sneered Yi Shan. Yi Zi's face was indifferent, as if she hadn't taken this matter to heart. She was a living example of an ice beauty. Who knew how many people in Black Cloud City wanted to marry Yi Zi? Chapter 32. Yi Zi was the strongest member of the younger generation of the Yi clan, and also the princess of the Yi clan. It was said that when Yi Zi was very young, she had caught the eye of an elder of the Flowing Wind sect and had been brought to the sect. After that, Yi Zi had displayed great talent. This year, Yi Zi was 15 years old, and she had successfully reached the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. Her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and she had become one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. Yi Zi was wearing a purple dress that outlined her perfect figure. Anyone who saw her would drool. Yi Zi quietly stood behind Yi Shan, her face incomparably calm. She hadn't said a single word from the beginning to the end. Yi Zi hadn't said anything. The reason Fang Chen had asked Yi Zi was because he wanted to see what her attitude was. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Shan and the others were also stunned. "My sister will never marry you. My sister's man must be a dragon among the people of the Divine Wind Nation." Before Yi Zi could speak, Yi Lin spoke first. Facing Fang Chen, Yi Lin's heart was filled with disgust. At this moment, Yi Lin only wanted to humiliate Fang Chen and ruin Fang Chen's reputation. "Yi Zi, what's with your attitude?" Fang Chen ignored Yi Lin's words and turned to Yi Zi. Being asked a second time, Yi Zi's calm face finally showed a little change. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen, and then she lightly shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, although we have an engagement, you also know that the ancient Sword Continent is a continent where the strong are respected." Before Yi Zi could finish, she was interrupted by Fang Chen. "You mean I'm not good enough for you?" Fang Chen asked. "We're not suitable." Yi Zi expressed her attitude. Hearing Yi Zi's words, the 3 Fang brothers' faces changed slightly. They looked at Fang Chen, afraid that Fang Chen would do something impulsive. However, it was clear that Fang Chen wasn't impulsive because of Yi Zi's words. When Yi Zi said that they weren't suitable for each other, Fang Chen had already made a decision. "Ha ha ha!" Fang Chen revealed a wild smile, and his laughter was particularly ear-piercing. "Chen Fang Tianyu comforted him in a low voice. Everyone from the Yi family also looked at Fang Chen. They thought that Fang Chen had been provoked. "Fang Chen, as long as you agree to break off the engagement, the Yi family can give you anything, including cultivation resources," Yi Shan said. "Humph, how could my Fang family covet your Yi family's things?" Fang Tianshan was furious. Fang Tianyu was just about to speak when Fang Chen extended his hand to stop him. "You can go back," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Fang Chen, what do you mean by that?" asked Yi Shan. "From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Shan and the others' eyes flashed with joy. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to so easily agree to break off the engagement. "Fang Tianshan, what do you think?" Yi Shan asked Fang Tianshan. After all, breaking off the engagement required the Fang family's approval. Fang Chen had already left. Fang Tianshan's heart was filled with boundless fury. But in the end, he still signed the annulment paper. "Ha ha ha, since that's the case, then my Yi family will say goodbye." Yi Shan put away the paper, his face full of smiles. Breaking off the engagement made his mood much better. After the Yi family left, the 3 Fang brothers sank into silence. Within a courtyard of the Fang family, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged. "One day, I'll let you know that it's not me, Fang Chen, who isn't worthy of you, but you, Yi Zi, who isn't worthy of me." Fang Chen clenched his fist. Although Fang Chen didn't have any feelings for Yi Zi, his Fang family's reputation had still been damaged by the Yi family's grand annulment of the engagement. "Chen Zi, are you alright?" Unknowingly, Fang Xing had arrived at Fang Chen's residence and softly comforted him. "Brother Xing, I'm fine," whispered Fang Chen. Forget it, once the engagement was annulled, he would be able to cultivate peacefully in the future. "Chen Zi, the Yi family thinks you're trash, but I don't think so. I believe that one day, you'll definitely become one of the Divine Wind Nation's geniuses." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Fang Chen stayed in the Fang family for 7 days before preparing to leave. Father, I'm returning to the Qingfeng sword sect. Fang Chen bid farewell. Chen cultivate well, said Fang Tianyu. After bidding farewell to Fang Tianyu, Fang Chen got up and left Black Cloud City, heading towards Qingfeng City. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chen gradually left Black Cloud City. In a valley 100 miles outside of Qingfeng City, this valley was very secluded. Normally, no martial artist would come here. 3 days ago, a thick fog had appeared around this valley, enveloping the entire valley and making it even more secluded. In the valley there were 3 figures. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the blood-colored skeletons' puppets, Jin Luyun, 7th Tian, and Elder Lu. Elder Lu was a Qi transformation first-realm martial artist. Among the 3 of them, he was the strongest. The 3 of them formed a triangle and stood quietly in the valley, scanning their surroundings. In the middle of the 3 of them was a blood-colored skeleton. The blood-colored skeleton was healing, and the 3 of them were guarding it. Hiss streams of blood-red fog constantly emerged from the blood-colored skeleton's body. In a short while, the entire valley was filled with blood-red fog. Creak after a while, the blood-red fog gradually disappeared. At this time, the blood-colored skeleton also opened its eyes. Power flowed through its bones. Just a little more and I'll be able to recover, the blood-colored skeleton said in a hoarse voice. Just as the blood-colored skeleton was about to get up, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why is there a blood-red aura outside? The blood-colored skeleton was a little puzzled. This aura was unique to it. But in the next moment, the blood-colored skeleton thought of a possibility. That damn brat! The blood-colored skeleton said coldly. You 3 go out and capture that bastard. The blood-colored skeleton ordered. The 3 puppets nodded and then directly left the valley. At this time, on the official road not far from the valley, Fang Chen was leisurely walking. I'm about to reach Qingfeng City, Fang Chen thought to himself. After returning to the Fang family and learning about his mother, Fang Chen had been very worried. Although there was no trace of his mother, Fang Chen swore that he would definitely find her. As for the cancellation of the engagement, Fang Chen did not take it to heart. It was just a small episode in his life. This time, after returning to the Qingfeng sword sect, Fang Chen was prepared to cultivate until he reached the 6th level of the Qi cultivation realm. However, just as Fang Chen was walking, he suddenly felt a strong aura pressing down on him. Not good. Fang Chen cried out loudly. Immediately, he turned his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that 3 figures had appeared within the valley. How is this possible? When Fang Chen saw the appearance of the 3 figures, his face was filled with shock. His body flashed and he quickly fled. Hiss Fang Chen was very fast, but Elder Lu was a martial artist at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. He was even faster. In a short while, Elder Lu caught up to Fang Chen. Whoosh at this time, Jin Luyun and Qi Tian had also caught up to Fang Chen. The 3 of them surrounded Fang Chen. Golden Light Sword Technique. Fang Chen used the 7th sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique. He waved the light sword in his hand continuously. A golden sword light appeared and pierced towards the 3 of them. Bang! With a loud bang, Elder Lu punched out, shattering the golden sword light and landing on Fang Chen's body. Crack! Fang Chen's body flew out and fell to the ground. He was immediately subdued by Elder Lu. After being subdued by Elder Lu, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. In a short while, Elder Lu and the other 2 brought Fang Chen back to the valley. When the blood-red skeleton saw Fang Chen, its face revealed a sinister expression. Kiki, I let you escape last time. Let's see how you escape this time, the blood-red skeleton said sinisterly. Fang Chen did not speak. He was thinking of a way to escape, but after thinking for a while, he could not think of any. The reason he was able to escape last time was because the blood-red skeleton was fighting with Elder Lu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. It seems that I can't escape, Fang Chen whispered. Kid, your talent is not bad. You are suitable to be my puppet. As soon as the blood-red skeleton finished speaking, it suddenly grabbed Fang Chen's head. In the next moment, a blood-red mist directly entered Fang Chen's mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen was controlled by the blood-red skeleton. Master. Fang Chen's eyes were dull as he bowed to the blood-red skeleton. Ha ha, after I recover from my injuries, I'll take you out to hunt prey. The blood-red skeleton laughed sinisterly. Then, the blood-red skeleton entered the depths of the valley and began to recuperate in seclusion. Fang Chen stood there quietly with a blank look in his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. Wisps of clear stream appeared and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen regained consciousness, but Fang Chen did not alert the enemy. Instead, he pretended to be controlled. His eyes were still dull. While the blood-red skeleton was recuperating in seclusion, Fang Chen had nothing to do and wandered around the valley. Finally, one day, Fang Chen discovered a secret. In the depths of the valley there was a cave. This cave was where the blood-red skeleton lived. At this moment, the blood-red skeleton was no longer in the cave. Fang Chen entered the cave and searched carefully. Fang Chen found a book. Simply put, it was a control-type cultivation technique. The reason why the blood-red skeleton was able to control them as puppets was because it cultivated this cultivation technique. Mind control. Fang Chen muttered in a low voice, his face ecstatic. Chapter 33. The mind control technique was a very evil control technique. It was also a technique of the Yellow Spring set. Fang Chen had not expected to obtain such a thing here. This was the only way for him to escape. Once the mind control technique was successfully cultivated, a blood-red flower could be condensed in one's mind. With a thought, the blood-red flower could emit blood-red mist to control the warrior and turn him into a puppet. Fang Chen observed it carefully and then began to cultivate the mind control technique. I don't care. This is the only way now, Fang Chen thought to himself. This was the first time Fang Chen had come into contact with a technique like the mind control technique. It was rather difficult to cultivate. However, it was fortunate that Fang Chen had the golden heart. Every time the cultivation was extremely difficult, the golden heart would emit a clear stream to help Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very happy. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Fang Chen had made some progress in cultivating the mind control technique. A small blood-red flower had already appeared in his mind. After another 3 days, Fang Chen finally decided to start condensing the blood-red flower. Condense. Following Fang Chen's low shout, all the power in his body instantly gathered in his mind. At the same time, a blood-red mist appeared in his mind. The appearance of the mist made Fang Chen feel a sense of evil. However, the golden heart was beating rapidly, suppressing the evil. The blood-red mist slowly condensed under Fang Chen's control. In a short while, the blood-red flower was successfully condensed. Crash! Fang Chen stopped cultivating. The blood-red flower in his mind had an extremely dense blood-red aura. Mind control technique. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Being able to cultivate the mind control technique in such a short time made Fang Chen very surprised. Following that, Fang Chen walked out of the cave and bumped into Jin Luyun, who was walking towards him. With a thought from Fang Chen, the blood-red flower in his mind suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a blood-red mist appeared in Fang Chen's mind and instantly enveloped Jin Luyun. Fang Chen could feel that the mind control technique he used was resisting the mind control technique of the blood-red skeleton. Condense! Fang Chen roared angrily. The blood-red flower swayed continuously and a dense blood-red aura surged out. Finally, it all entered Jin Luyun's mind. At the same time, The blood-colored skeleton's mind control was lifted and Fang Chen's mind control was successfully planted. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already taken control of Jin Luyun. Fang Chen could feel that he could destroy Jin Luyun's soul with just a thought. What a domineering mind control technique, Fang Chen whispered. Master. At that moment, Jin Luyun's eyes were dull as he clasped his hands at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then reminded Jin Luyun to be careful. Following that, Fang Chen went to the edge of the valley and found Seventh Day. Using the same method, Fang Chen used mind control technique to control Seventh Day again. After controlling Seventh Day, Fang Chen decided to try controlling Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu was a Qi transformation realm martial artist. He was very strong. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. Fang Chen had made sufficient preparations. He brought Jin Luyun and the Seventh Day to where Elder Lu was. At that moment, Elder Lu's eyes were dull as he sat there quietly. After Fang Chen arrived, Elder Lu did not pay any attention to him and continued to sit cross-legged. Fang Chen gestured for Jin Luyun and Seventh Day to stand on either side of Elder Lu. Then, he silently used mind control technique. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood-colored flower in his mind swayed. A dense blood-red aura constantly emerged and drilled into Elder Lu's mind. Rumble, Elder Lu's body trembled as if he was struggling. Mind control. Fang Chen growled and used mind control technique with all his might. The blood-colored flower swayed and the blood-red mist drilled into Elder Lu's mind. Time passed bit by bit. At first, Elder Lu would still struggle, but after 15 minutes, Elder Lu no longer struggled. After an hour, Elder Lu was completely controlled by Fang Chen. Master. Elder Lu clasped his hands at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the dull Elder Lu and smiled in satisfaction. Once he controlled Elder Lu, it would be even easier for him to escape. After controlling Elder Lu, Fang Chen decided to escape before the blood-colored skeleton came out of seclusion. Let's go, Fang Chen said in a low voice. However, just as Fang Chen and the others were about to leave, a blood-red aura suddenly rushed out of the blood-colored skeleton's seclusion area. The next moment, the blood-colored skeleton let out an angry roar. Damn it! After the blood-colored skeleton came out of seclusion, it immediately sensed that the four great puppets were no longer connected to it, which made it very angry. When it found that Fang Chen and the others were about to leave, it was even more furious and wanted to kill them. All of you must die. The blood-colored skeleton roared. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Feeling the force behind him, he shook his head slightly and said, Elder Lu, go deal with the blood-colored skeleton. Fang Chen gave the order. Elder Lu's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the blood-colored skeleton. Then, he punched out and blocked the blood-colored skeleton's attack. The blood-colored skeleton's body landed on the ground. It glanced at Elder Lu and immediately looked at Fang Chen. You've learned mind control. The blood-colored skeleton roared furiously. Fang Chen didn't have time to explain to it. He directly had Jin Luyun and the Seventh Day attack. The three great puppets blocked the blood-colored skeleton while Fang Chen quickly rushed out of the valley. Courting death. The blood-colored skeleton was furious when it saw this. It attacked with all its strength and fought fiercely with Elder Lu and the other two. Crack! With a loud sound, the blood-colored skeleton's palm directly pierced Jin Luyun's chest. Jin Luyun died instantly. All of you must die. The blood-colored skeleton fell into madness. In the next moment, it directly crushed the throat of the Seventh Day. In the blink of an eye, it killed two puppets. This scene shocked Fang Chen, but fortunately, with Elder Lu blocking it, the blood-colored skeleton couldn't catch up for a while. After Fang Chen fled the valley, he rushed towards Qinfeng City without stopping. This place wasn't far from Qinfeng City. As long as he reached Qinfeng City, he would be safe. At this moment, the battle between the blood-colored skeleton and Elder Lu in the valley had reached its climax. Bang! With a loud sound, Elder Lu's body was instantly sent flying. The blood-colored skeleton was slightly stronger than Elder Lu. In the end, Elder Lu was killed by the blood-colored skeleton. After killing Elder Lu, the blood-colored skeleton quickly chased after Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen had already entered Qingfeng City. Seeing this scene, the blood-colored skeleton roared furiously. "Kid, I will definitely tear you to pieces." The blood-colored skeleton roared coldly. After Fang Chen safely arrived at Qingfeng City, he stayed there for a day. The next day, he rushed back to the Qingfeng sword sect. After returning to the Qingfeng sword sect, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't discovered mind control, he would have died at the hands of the blood-colored skeleton. Strength, I must increase my strength. Although Fang Chen's current strength was enough to fight against a disciple at the peak of the 5th LV Qi cultivation realm or even the 6th LV Qi cultivation realm, he was nothing in front of a Qi transformation realm warrior. I must break through quickly and reach the Qi transformation realm one day, Fang Chen whispered. The Qi cultivation realm was the first major realm of a warrior's cultivation. A Qi cultivation realm warrior was nothing in the Azure Cloud County. Only by reaching the Qi transformation realm could one be considered a true martial artist. The Qingfeng sword sect had a long history. At the peak of a mountain in the sect, there was a ladder called the Sword Ladder. The sword ladder had a total of 9 steps. To climb the sword ladder, one had to be at least at the 5th LV Qi cultivation realm. In front of the sword ladder, there were countless inner disciples. Some disciples were there to watch other disciples attempt the sword ladder, while others were there to attempt it on their own. In short, the sword ladder was packed with people. There was a restriction on the sword ladder. As long as one stepped on the sword ladder, they would not be able to use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. They would not even be able to use the power within their body. They would only be able to use swordsmanship, pure swordsmanship. Only when one's swordsmanship had reached a shocking level could one be recognized by the sword ladder. When Fang Chen appeared in front of the sword ladder, there were a few disciples attempting the sword ladder. Fang Chen recognized one of them. It was Bing Ling, a top 10 inner disciple. Look, Bing Ling has reached the 5th step of the sword ladder. She's amazing. Yeah, Bing Ling only reached the 4th step last time. In such a short time, she has reached the 5th step. Her talent in swordsmanship is too strong. I heard that Bing Ling's strength is comparable to the top 5 inner disciples. She just keeps a low profile. I wonder how many levels Bing Ling will be able to reach this time. Many disciples were discussing this. On the sword ladder, there were a few other disciples besides Bing Ling. However, they were not as strong as Bing Ling Bang. As time passed, a disciple reached the 3rd step and was sent flying. After a while, another disciple reached the 4th step and was sent flying. Soon, Bing Ling was the only one left on the sword ladder. Bing Ling's body was filled with a cold aura. It gave people a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. At this moment, Bing Ling was holding an ordinary weapon in her fair hand. Her wrist was constantly waving, and rays of sword light shot out from the ordinary weapon. The sword light filled the sky, dazzling the eyes of the people. Bing Ling's swordsmanship is very powerful, Fang Chen commented. As Bing Ling performed her swordsmanship, she finally stepped onto the 6th floor in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. After stepping onto the 6th step, Bing Ling felt an even stronger pressure. She wanted to reach the 7th step in one go, but with a bang, her body was sent flying. Chapter 34. Bing Ling was at the peak of LV5 Qi cultivation realm. She was among the top 10 in the inner sect. After Bing Ling bounced off the sword technique ladder, all the disciples exclaimed and began to talk about it. Fang Chen could see clearly that although Bing Ling was strong, her understanding of swordsmanship was not that good. This sword technique ladder is amazing. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he felt an urge to challenge the stairway to heaven. Next, a few more disciples tried to climb the ladder, but none of them could reach the 5th level. After about 15 minutes, the entire sword technique stairway to heaven was in an uproar. This was because most of the top 10 inner disciples, who were usually elusive, had come to the sword technique stairway to heaven one after another. It's White Ape. I didn't expect him to come. Not only White Ape, but Chong Yu is also here. The top 10 inner disciples, except for Du Zhong, are all here. Are they all going to climb the sword technique ladder? Many disciples exclaimed when they saw the newcomers. Even Fang Chen seemed to be deep in thought as he looked at the disciples before him. Haha, brother White Ape, are you going to climb the sword technique ladder too? Chong Yu looked at White Ape and asked. Yes, I can't help but want to try when I see Sister Bing Ling climbing the ladder. White Ape laughed. Brother White Ape, you might be able to reach the 9th level this time. Many disciples complimented him. Bing Ling was ranked 6th in the inner sect. Other than Bing Ling, 8 of the top 10 inner disciples came this time. Only Du Zhong did not come. After the top 10 inner disciples greeted each other, Bai Liming, who was ranked 10th, began to climb the ladder. Bai Liming was a disciple at LV5 Qi Cultivation Realm. He was ranked 10th in the inner sect. He was very strong, but he usually kept a low profile. Last time, Bai Liming reached the 5th level. This time, no one knew if he could reach a higher level. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Liming's figure was vigorous and soon, he reached the top of the sword technique ladder. Bai Liming's speed was very fast in the first 5 steps of the sword stairway heaven. When Bai Liming reached the 5th step of the sword stairway heaven, he stopped moving forward. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand and he began to brandish it. Whoosh! Streaks of sword light danced out, and many disciples were mesmerized by the scene. Although Bai Liming is not as strong as Bing Ling, his swordsmanship is much stronger than Bing Ling's. Fang Chen looked at Bai Liming's swordsmanship and commented. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Bai Liming's body moved. In an instant, Bai Liming rushed to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, Bai Liming did not stop. He continued to wield his swordsmanship. Bai Liming's swordsmanship was like a torrential river. It was continuous and gave people a very gentle feeling. However, it was this feeling that made Fang Chen feel a sense of danger. This swordsmanship, Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became deeper and deeper as time passed. He also had a certain understanding of swordsmanship. At this moment, Fang Chen could clearly feel that there was a different aura in Bai Liming's swordsmanship. In 10th realm, Fang Chen said doubtfully. However, in the next moment, he directly denied it. Warriors in the Qi refining realm could not comprehend intent realms. Only those who had reached the Qi transformation realm were qualified to comprehend intent realms. I see. After a long time, Fang Chen finally understood that Bai Liming's swordsmanship contained a trace of intent realm. However, this intent realm did not belong to him. Bai Liming should have seen a Qi transformation realm expert using intent realm before, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, there was another uproar in front of the sword stairway. It turned out that Bai Liming had reached the 7th floor. On the 7th floor of the sword stairway, Bai Liming stood quietly. The long sword in his hand danced continuously, and streaks of sword light appeared. Bai Liming did not give up. He wanted to reach a higher level. After 15 minutes, Bai Liming used his exquisite swordsmanship and finally reached the 8th floor with great difficulty. After reaching the 8th floor, Bai Liming finally could not hold on and withdrew from the sword stairway. After Bai Liming finished climbing the sword stairway, he was greeted with a round of applause. Among all the inner disciples, besides Bai Liming, only Du Zhong could reach the 8th floor of the sword stairway. Oh my God, Bai Liming actually reached the 8th floor of the sword stairway. Could his swordsmanship be comparable to Du Zhong's? Bai Liming is indeed a sword genius. In time, he will definitely be famous in the Azure Edge sword sect. Yes, Bai Liming's swordsmanship is too strong. As long as his realm increases, his swordsmanship will definitely reach an incredible level. Many disciples discussed in low voices. Even Fang Chen acknowledged Bai Liming's swordsmanship. He could be considered a genius to be able to cultivate his swordsmanship to such a level with his own effort. Bai Liming's achievements in swordsmanship must be higher than others. Fang Chen thought so. Bai Liming, I didn't expect you to reach the 8th floor. I really admire you. Even White Ape and the others congratulated him. The next disciple to climb the sword stairway was the 9th disciple. His swordsmanship was obviously not as good as Bai Liming's, and he soon finished climbing the sword stairway. In the end, he stopped at the 5th floor and did not reach the 6th floor. After an hour, among the top 10 inner disciples, other than White Ape and Chongyu, the rest had finished climbing the sword stairway. However, other than Bai Liming, there was no other disciple who surprised everyone. The other disciples at most reached the 6th floor, which was similar to Bing Ling. At this moment, all the disciples were looking at White Ape and Chongyu. White Ape and Chongyu were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively among the top 10 inner disciples. The two of them might be able to reach Bai Liming's level, but it was impossible for them to reach the top. Brother White Ape, I'll go first. After Chongyu finished speaking, his body flashed and he stepped onto the sword stairway. Fang Chen was a little surprised by Chongyu's swordsmanship. He thought that Chongyu would use an inferior swordsmanship, but he did not expect it to be the more ordinary 5 elements swordsmanship. When he was in the outer sect, when Zhengyun practiced the 5 elements swordsmanship. However, when Chongyu used it, the power of the 5 elements swordsmanship increased significantly. Although he could not use his strength, Chongyu's understanding of swordsmanship was beyond ordinary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh on the sword stairway, Chongyu's exquisite swordsmanship fascinated countless disciples. Soon, Chongyu reached the 6th floor of the sword stairway. He stopped at the 6th floor for a while, then rushed to the 7th floor. I wonder if Chongyu can reach the 8th floor. White Ape looked at Chongyu and smiled. Fang Chen, who was in the crowd, looked at Chongyu's swordsmanship and shook his head slightly. He said, although Chongyu's 5 elements swordsmanship is exquisite, Chongyu seems to have gone to the extreme. He has not completely grasped the true essence of the 5 elements swordsmanship. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Chongyu failed to reach the 8th floor of the sword stairway and retreated. Chongyu, who failed, was a little helpless. He glanced at Bai Liming, sighed slightly, and quickly left. Chongyu's failure shocked everyone. Only Fang Chen knew that Chongyu's failure was reasonable. The true essence of the 5 elements swordsmanship is that the 5 elements complement each other. Chongyu's 5 elements swordsmanship is not complementing each other, but fighting separately. Even if one cultivates to the extreme, they will not be able to grasp the essence. Fang Chen thought to himself, Chongyu did not reach the 8th floor. I wonder if White Ape can reach the 8th floor. It's highly possible. White Ape's talent in swordsmanship is second only to Duzhong. Maybe he can reach the 8th floor. White Ape may not be a match for Bai Liming in swordsmanship. Many disciples in the crowd were discussing. Whoosh! White Ape's figure quickly appeared on the sword stairway and displayed exquisite swordsmanship in an instant. Soon, White Ape reached the 7th floor of the sword stairway. At this moment, all the disciples looked at White Ape, wanting to see if he could reach the 8th floor. Whoosh! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the White Ape unleashed an exquisite sword strike that shocked even Fang Chen. In the next moment, White Ape stepped onto the 8th floor. After stepping onto the 8th floor, White Ape still wanted to reach the 9th floor, but he failed in the end. After White Ape finished climbing the sword stairway, no one was willing to go up and embarrass themselves. Even the top 10 inner disciples could not reach the top, let alone them. However, at this moment, Fang Chen walked up the sword stairway step by step. It's Fang Chen. He killed Shangguanbu in the life and death arena. Is he going to climb the sword stairway? Suddenly, someone recognized Fong Qin and exclaimed, "Humph, does he think that the sword stairway is a game? Ridiculous. Even the top inner disciple, Duzhong, could not reach the 9th floor. I bet that he can reach the 5th floor at most." Many disciples were not optimistic about Fong Qin. The top 10 inner disciples did not even look at Fong Qin, except for Bing Ling. Seeing that Fong Qin wanted to climb the sword stairway, Bing Ling walked to Fong Qin and whispered, "Although there is no danger on the sword stairway, you will be under a lot of pressure. Once you feel that the pressure is too great to bear, you should quickly withdraw. Otherwise, it will cast a shadow on you and your swordsmanship will stagnate in the future." "Thank you, Senior Sister Bing Ling." Fong Qin had a good impression of Bing Ling because when he had a conflict with Li Guanglong in the cultivation tower, it was Bing Ling who spoke up for him. White Ape saw this scene and frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied with Fong Qin. "Bing Ling, do you know him?" White Ape asked in a low voice. "We met once," Bing Ling said indifferently. "Oh." White Ape heard this, and there was a strange look in his eyes. However, Fong Qin still caught the strange look in the White Ape's eyes. The White Ape seemed to care a lot about Icicle,